Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Caro. Welcome to my domain. My Omnium Academia 741 Chapter 1. Across Earth's Hello you merry people. After some suggestions from several reviewers on my previous stories, particularly from the likes of the user Anime Master Dub, I've decided to have a go at my own attempt at a Ben 10 and Boku no My Hero Academia crossover. As like my two other works, the premise will be that of a 12-year-old Ben venturing off into another universe, only this time, it's an actual planet Earth. This is going to be a little bit different from my other stories. As you could probably tell, I try to change the behavior of the Bens depending on the crossover. My first crossover, the Null Fairy, featured a slightly cocky, anxious and excited Ben Tennyson, while my RWBY crossover, the Huntsman from the Void, featured a more emotional and timid version. These natures were all a result of the damage to Ben's physics from being exposed in the Null Void. If you're a new reader to this, please refer to the first two chapters of the Null Fairy. This Ben Tennyson will be featured with a colder, more blunt and stubborn personality as a result of being forced to survive and kill in the Null Void. Let me know in the review section what you guys think about it. And as always, I'll be going with my typical trademark intro. I own nothing related to the subject of Ben 10 nor Boku no My Hero Academia. Ben 10 belongs to Man of Action, and Boku no My Hero Academia to Kohei Horikoshi. Please enjoy the first chapter of this new crossover, and have a good rest of your day. Chapter 1. Across Earths, the state of the universe was unknown to many people. Others may simply not be interested in it, as they may not be even aware of the area around them. When people do learn about the world around them though, what happens to said individuals when they are suddenly thrown into a volley of crazy adventures and things that any sane person would deem as unresponsive, impossible, or outright stupid? That was the case for the young, 10-year-old Ben Tennyson, who experienced some of that today currently. In fact, he hadn't done anything special to get into that himself. As things were, the most dangerous thing that could happen to him was getting a brain freeze from a strange, cold liquid he was drinking. It was likely that nothing would happen, at least today. However, it was not the case. Now typically, a normal boy of his age would have been spending a joyful time doing fun things on a summer vacation after the ending of a school semester. However, that went all down the drain during the first day of that event. After discovering that extraterrestrials really did exist, his own family having ties to outer space and its inhabitants, and even inheriting a piece of powerful technology by accident, the normal life of the 10-year-old suddenly became one uncontrollable event of awe and action. It was not all sunshine and rainbows though. During this spectacular summer vacation, an encounter of the nemesis of his grandfather, the boy ended up fighting against said enemy alongside another foe he made during his misadventures. That encounter ended up with him and said enemies being transported into an alternate dimension. This world was eerie, dangerous, and most of all, mind-boggling. Since that incident passed, many things had changed. From the fact that Ben was unable to escape through this world, now known to him as the Null Void, it only added to damage his psyche. The Null Void was basically a prison, and not an ordinary one at that. Whether it was full of bloodthirsty denizens that would stop at nothing to kill, eat, and possibly, do other things to their prey, or that the fact that this void was endless, directionless, and possessed everything possible to destroy the innocence and pure nature of anyone that came into there, all of these started to apply to Ben. And now, the story takes place, 2 years later. Your grandpa's old plumber teammate, Phil. What are you doing here? Ben's eyes narrowed. Inside of the Null Void, he stood on top of a large asteroid and was currently facing off against a middle-aged man wearing some sort of spacesuit. Ben was currently wearing a gray shirt with a black stripe, and dark olive green cargo pants. This person, Phil, was a former accomplice of his grandfather's. He smiles at him as he stands behind him, with Ben turning around to face him. Surviving here in the Null Void just as you have ever since you and your wretched cousin trapped me here. I knew you would try to find a way to escape. Ever since I saw you fighting Vilgax and his lapdog those 2 years ago, all I needed to know was I needed to wait. Ben glares the man while backing up. You saw me fighting those two, and didn't even bother to help? Typical. Whatever. The only way out is through a Null Void projector, so even someone like Vilgax is fodder. It's a good thing they were sent off though, Phil responds. As long as you have that Omnitrix of yours, you're guaranteed to survive. Ben goes for his left arm as he said that. The device that he called out, the Omnitrix, was located on his wrist. The Omnitrix looked like a very big wristwatch, primarily black and gray in color, with a black dial in the middle of the watch face which had a green hourglass shape. 4 emerald green circles were located on each of the 4 directions, and 2 green buttons were located on the left and right sides. 2 white-like protrusions wrapped itself around the device, circling itself back towards the dial. So, what do you want then? Ben responds with a cold-like tone. Phil smiles as he goes for a holster on his hip. I seem to recall that it was you and your family's fault in the first place for my trapping here, so I propose this. I get to use that portal, and you get to live, he said while aiming a pistol at Ben. What he was referring to was a machine located behind Ben. It was currently maintaining a vortex of red, with mounts of complicated machinery keeping it up as Ben and Phil talked with one another. You must be crazy if you think I'll let you travel back to Earth. Your exploitation of that Mount Rushmore Null Void projector is more enough of a reason to keep you here, the youth barks. Oh, fine then, suit yourself, Tennyson. Phil growls as he pulls the trigger. Ben, reacting in time, manages to roll and dodge. Phil begins to run towards Ben, bringing out a pole from a holster on his left, extending it to its full length and attempted to swing it at Ben. Ben dodged again and tried to activate the Omnitrix by pressing its 2 buttons, but was thwarted by Phil. You can't use that watch of yours if I don't give you a chance to use it, Phil said in an evil smirk. However, Ben merely responded with a small smile of his own as he stands up. I don't know if you heard, but who said I had to manually activate it now? He corrects him as the green hourglass on the Omnitrix flashes, wrapping Ben in a dome of green light. As the emerald flash vanished, Ben was revealed to have been replaced with a creature resembling a blue monkey. The difference though was that it had 4 arms and eyes. It wore a coat of blue fur, with a darker blue tone for its skin color. A uniform of black and white was shown as his green eyes glared at Phil. The Omnitrix dial was on its chest, now resembling an emblem of sort as the green of the hourglass turned to white. Come on Philly, I can beat you with 3 hands tied behind my back, Ben jokes as he taunts him with a silly gesture. Grr, damn spider monkey, show me then, you smart aleck, Phil yells as he charges at him once more. Oh, nice guess at this form's name, Spider Monkey compliments. As the man began running to attack, Spider Monkey grinned while bringing up his tail. Aiming it at Phil, his tail released a string of strong webs, splattering Phil in the white substance and tangling him up, causing him to fall onto his back. Phil grunted as he struggled to get out of the webs. Oh, guess you're all tangled up, huh? Get it? He jokes once again, this time while scratching his armpits in a matter to real-life simians. The taunt only made Phil more furious. Breaking the bundle of web in a rush of aggression, Phil quickly rushes towards Spider Monkey, catching the arachnimp by surprise. Tennyson. Uh-oh. Phil rocked his pole back, before swinging it down in Spider Monkey's direction. The alien monkey managed to dodge in time by leaping into a somersault above his figure, but the moment he landed, a clash of metal was heard, making the chimp dart his head behind him. Oh no, his eyes widened. He didn't notice that he was right behind the portal's generator, and as a result of Phil's blunt trauma onto the machine, it began to spark out of control. Look at you did. You'll pay for this, you hear me? The blue alien screeches with anger towards Phil. The elder man looks at the machine in slight surprise, before turning back to Ben with a smug smile. Ah, well too bad then, he simply says with a shrug. The situation was now reversed, with Spider Monkey becoming pissed off now. Alright, that's it, you're dead. Spider Monkey grits his teeth as he slaps the Omnitrix dial, causing him to flash green again. In his place was a crystalline humanoid-like alien. It was a silicon-based alien made of extremely durable crystal. The rock-like cover on his body was overall purple, with several dark lines and spots. His hands and face were made of a magenta-like crystal, and he also sported 6 magenta shards on his back, 2 on his chest, and 1 on the top of his head that resembled a horn. His face consisted of a mouth and one large green eye at the center. Wearing a black and white brace that went around his neck and went down to his torso, the Omnitrix dial was located on his collarbone. What the heck is that? Phil narrows his eyes. That a Petrosapien or something? I'll tell you something. This is chromastone. The crystal alien roars as he clenched his fists, firing beams of ultraviolet light in Phil's direction. Phil used his pole to whack a few of them from harm's way, then proceeding to twirl it to scatter the rest. Chromastone jumped up and fired another beam, causing Phil to dodge roll. After recovering from the movement, Phil rushed towards the rock alien. The magenta creature crossed his arms as he rammed himself into Phil. The two began exchanging blows, with the two of them occasionally taking hits from one another. Chromastone's crystal-like skin, however, simply mitigated the damage as Phil continued to take more and more blows from Chromastone's punches and kicks. After whacking his pole away, Phil growls as Chromastone knocks him back with a front kick, causing him to land on his bottom. Any last words, Phil? PFT, lucky shot. He spits onto the ground as he stands up, going for a pouch on his belt. He smirks as he pulls out a small, remote-like device that had two stick-like protrusions. Narrowing his one eye, Chromastone was about to release another beam, but it was then that the former accomplice of his grandfather tapped a button on it. Waves of sonic vibrations began to sound off in an Omni effect, causing Chromastone's crystal-like body to crack from the force, even from within his exterior layer. He grunted in pain as he kneeled, making Phil smirk. How's that for you, Ben? A sonic emitter, courtesy of your own dear old Grandpa Max. Phil said as he waved the device. Expecting more groans of anguish, instead though, Phil was introduced to a pained smirk as Chromastone slowly stood up. You must be a doofus, aren't you? Huh? There's no point in using such a thing if you know that I can transform, Chromastone yells as he lunges towards Phil, the Omnitrix dial flashing once more. Enveloping him in a flash, this time, Ben was replaced with a large, humanoid alien. He was approximately 12 feet tall, had well-developed muscles, 2 pairs of 4-fingered arms, and red skin. A black stripe went from his chin to his lower lip, and he had 4 eyes. A main pair, and a smaller pair below them that were colored green. He wore a gray t-shirt with a black line going down it, black pants, and fingerless gloves. The Omnitrix symbol was located on his upper left shoulder. Uh-oh. Phil gulps as he quickly takes his blaster out, shooting a few shots at his face. As the cloud of smoke dissipated, it was revealed that it did no harm to him. You should really get your alien know-how started up again, Phil. Don't you know that Tetramans, like 4 arms, are resistant to lasers and fire? 4 arms barks as he slaps the gun away, before grabbing all 4 of Phil's limbs with his 4 appendages. Ah! Get away from me, you freak! Phil shrieks as 4 arms moves his face closer to his. I'm going to make this as painful as I can, but I would like it if you didn't resist. So here's what I'm gonna do. Philly, 4 arms smirks, releasing his hold on Phil's left leg. With his arm now free, he goes for the area between the shoulder and neck on Phil. Pinching it in an aggressive way, the two hear an eerie sound going off as Phil's entire body goes limp. What did you do to me? He growls in pain, unable to move any longer as 4 arms holds him upside down by his legs. The red alien folds his bottom arms as he smiles. Hephaeston Neurogrip, useful for subduing all matter of prey, 4 arms quotes, before swinging Phil at a wall. The man cries out in pain as he leaves a slight indentation. He hits him a few more times, before standing on the edge of the asteroid. Wait a second. Phil gulps. Don't worry. The effect should only last a few more minutes. And since you're a former plumber, you should have experience in falling from immeasurable heights, 4 arms replied. But, so long, Phil. He simply says as he lets him go. Phil could be heard screaming the entire time as 4 arms turns back towards the vortex generator, frowning. Now, to deal with this. He sighs. He taps the Omnitrix dial, reverting back to Ben. Ben struggled to recalibrate the machine, doing all he could to try and stabilize the system. He started to sweat a little though, as the part that Phil smashed was the main battery, meaning that no matter what he did, it would break down. Oh no, he says as the terminal he worked on exploded. Immediately, the portal started to spark and began to become a suction vortex. Yelping as he began to fly into the portal, he struggled to hold onto the rim. Ben's expression turned from one of mild concern to extreme shock. He reached for the Omnitrix to turn into an alien, forgetting that he could activate it in his mind for that split second, but before his hand could even reach the dial, an intense white light engulfed his vision, effectively blinding him as he covered his eyes. After a moment of shining brightly, the white light disappeared in an instant. There was nothing left. No portal, no Ben Tennyson, nothing. The Null Void was now devoid of one of its many prisoners, but to who knows where. In the night-lit sky of Japan, the spring winds blew across the town of Musutafu. A giant mansion stood proudly as the lit lights within it dazzled through the surrounding area. The building was a fair distance away from any urban locations, most likely because of all the borders and decorative greenery. A large gate with the surname, Yaoyazoru, was seen in the front. Beyond that, a large road of pavement that was decorated with a splendid amount of tiling was seen. But, from the rooftop though, a trapdoor was seen opening up, with a young woman exiting out. She sighed with joy as the wind blew against her long hair. She wore a sky-blue nightgown as she sat. Ah, such a wonderful evening. She smiles. She looks up to see the full moon. As she continued to enjoy the scenery, she glances down at her hand. Her palm was the object she was looking at as she held it up. A particle mix of pink, yellow, and green could be seen as something began to form from underneath her skin, before popping itself out with a simple puff. The girl smiles as she catches the object, revealing itself to be a small analog clock. This day has gone out perfectly. I got my hair done. The recommendations to UA came like wildfire, and to top it all off, I finished all of my assignments on record time. She cries out in joy as she lays down. I think I deserve a bit of shut-eye before dinner. She then yawned a bit. Before she could close her eyes though, from the corner of her view. Ale, she blinks, sitting up. Properly turning her head to face the predicament that attracted her eyes to look at, she finally realized that it wasn't merely a light, but rather, a vortex of some sort. Immediately, she stood up because the portal was right above the vicinity of her home, the Yaoyazoru mansion. A quirk, she says. She quickly took off her gown as the familiar glow that she emitted covered her entire body. A few seconds later, an entirely new outfit fitted itself onto her rather mature body. This costume consisted of a red leotard-like vest with silver linings and edges and matching red boots. She sported a gold utility belt that matched a band that goes across her chest. Her vest left space open from the center of the collar to the waist above the belt. And to top it off, a hairband formed on her hair, tying her long appendages into a spiky ponytail which left bangs on the right side of her face. As she waited for the vortex to commit an action, the first thing she saw was a humanoid figure. Her eyes widened to see the speeding person flying out, and at the rate he or she was going, they would be splattering themselves onto the floor like a meat pancake. Oh no, she yells. Looking around, she began to predict the landing area of the person in question, and after doing so, she quickly opened the front of her outfit. Fortunately for her, there was no one able to see her voluptuous body as she began to activate her ability once more. Generating a black panel with a gray-colored spring attached it to. She huffs as she jumps onto it. Upon making contact, she was flung quite the distance towards the figure's location. Come on, she growls as she gets a little closer. In an attempt to gain another advantage favor in height, the girl quickly creates another spring and jumps off from it. The figure gasps as she catches her, although her plan quickly backfires since she failed to take the rest of the fall into account. The girl gasps as the two begin to fall, but it was then that the figure she caught turned to her. Quick, let me go. I can get us out of this, he yells. The girl turns to him, seeing only the reflection of his emerald eyes as she obliges his command. She looks down to see a familiar hourglass-shaped dial as it flashes green. Covering her eyes, she once again upon feeling an unfamiliar material touching her. Opening her eyes, they widen immensely at the sight of what she saw. Replacing Ben was a rocky, humanoid alien. He was a large, bulky, reddish-brown alien with rocky skin, a giant mouth and a molten lava planet core at the center of his body. His feet were tan with 3 toes. He had 3 fingers and 1 thumb on each hand. He wore black pants with green stripes and black arm braces. He wore the Omnitrix symbol on his forehead. What in the name of? She opens her mouth in awe, but before she could get a proper response, the giant figure looks at her with his green eyes. Heads up. This may get a little bumpy. He simply says an arm of his begins to exert a green aura. The girl freaks out a little as he lets go of her body, only to feel no force exerted on her from the flow of gravity. Huh? She blinks, before shrieking a little from the sound of the alien landing in the yard of her home with a loud thud. The ground shook a bit as a small crater was formed from his landing. Oof, he grunts, letting his powers cease as the glow from his hand dissipates. The girl lets out a slight yelp as she falls down once again, this time landing on the rocky hand of her savior. As the alien let her down, she first dusted herself off, before looking at the heaping figure with a shocked look, as if a delayed reaction happened within her body. Excuse me, but what the heck are you? She yells, before covering her mouth a slightly tinted face. Sorry about that. No harm done, he says, before lifting an arm towards her. My name is Gravitak. Gravitak? Now that's a hero name I've never heard before, she says as she accepts the gesture. My name is Momo Yaoyuzuru. While Momo smiled at her savior, Gravitak simply gave her a confused look. A hero name? I think you've got something confused, lady. But, that's your quirk, right? Your ability is to turn into this form, is it not? Her bangs twitch a little as she blinks. She pokes his rocky exterior as Gravitak sweat drops. And no, wait a second. This form's name is Gravitak. I'm actually human, just like you are, though I don't have the ability to create objects from nothing however, he answers. Gravitak then reached up to the Omnitrix dial on his forehead and tapped it. The resulting green flash forced the creation girl to shield her eyes, and when she uncovered them her jaws almost dropped halfway to the ground from what she saw. But my real name is Ben Tennyson. He introduced himself with a neutral expression, thanks for the help. Inside the Yaoyuzuru mansion, so? Ben rubbed his neck. I don't suppose you could tell me where I am exactly? Well, you're in the town of Musutafu. You're in a part of Japan. Momo asks. She was quick shake off her initial shock, albeit not entirely, and proceeded to answer Ben's question. Japan, he murmurs from atop a bed. The two were currently residing back in Momo's room. When Ben first entered the place, he immediately noticed how fancy everything was, but he wasn't going to be as rude as to just straight up ask about her family and her history. Do you not know what that is? Momo asks as she takes off her hairband, letting her hair flow down freely. By now, she had returned back to her nightgown, storing away her costume in a nearby closet. No, I know that is a country, I was just surprised. Earth looks futuristic, as compared to the last time I was here? He reveals to her. What year is it? Year? It's around the 20xx's. When was the last time you visited Earth, if what you're saying is true? The creation user asks. It is true, though the idea I'm getting is that this might be an alternative world. An alternate Earth. The last time I was in my Earth, the surroundings were not as clean and futuristic-like. It was the mid-2000s when I was last there. The Omnitrix wielder answers. An alternate Earth? That's a bit unbelievable, Momo admits. Well, you saw me come out from a wormhole, and you have the ability to make things from nothing. Speaking of which, what is that anyways? Switching the topic, Ben started to ask Momo about her abilities. You called them quirks, right? Oh, yes. I was assuming that the form you took on earlier was your quirk. I guess it has something to do with that thing on your wrist. She points at the Omnitrix. Ben instinctively covered the watch-like device as he frowned slightly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Momo smiles, and since you've asked, let me explain to you what a quirk is. Alright, I accept. Ben agreed as he started to calm down a little. Momo crosses her legs as she wonders where to begin her explanation. Well, first things first. What is a quirk? She begins as she smiles with a finger up. Quirks are a special, superhuman ability that an individual can possess. Quirks are generally unique to their user, and are classified in multiple categories. Momo first explains. Are quirks natural? It sounds like quite the extraordinary thing to have. Ben admits a little while gesturing her to go on. Certainly. Quirks are inherited genetically and typically manifest in children by the age of 4, at the latest. Children will either manifest one of their parents' quirks, or if the two are compatible, a new composite quirk formed by the fusion of the two. This composite quirk may sometimes give the appearance of the person having two separate quirks. However, there are even rarer cases, in which a child may manifest a quirk that is entirely unrelated from their genetic lineage, akin to a mutation, she bluntly finishes. And to her surprise, Ben actually understood all of that. She was about to apologize for going so quick, but he quickly shot her down with a considerate nod. It's like a genetic function that goes along with human evolution. But, if what you're saying is true though, there's a chance that people may not be born with a quirk, right? That is a thing, yes. Momo nods. The currently global population of humans have their quirks divided into the following categories: emitter, transformation, mutant, and quirkless. A majority of the human race, around 80%, possesses quirks, while the remaining belongs to the other 20%. So, in the case of yours, it would be considered an emitter class? Ben guesses based on her explanation. Correct. My quirk is called creation. It allows me to produce different objects, such as weapons and tools, from any exposed part of my body. Apart from living things, I create virtually any object. All I need to know is the understanding of the object's atomic configuration in order to do so. Momo smiles proudly. To demonstrate it, she holds her hand out towards Ben. Think of an object. How about a pillow? Ben decides, holding up the pillow that belonged to Momo's bed. She nods, and after concentrating for a second, the familiar glow she exerted a few moments before began to occur once more. After the light dissipated, a small puff was seen as the same exact pillow was created. Sitting on the palm of her hand, she handed it to Ben. He compared the two, their weight, thickness, material, etc. Interesting, he mutters. Momo smiles, but then adjusts her legs. So, what do you plan on doing now? She asks. Ben turned to her, dropping the two pillows. You can't exactly go back to the Earth you came from, I guess. Unfortunately, yes. Ben glooms a little. Momo looks down at the sad face she made. Thinking of a way to lighten up his mood, a light bulb forms in her mind, as well as in reality. Not accounting for that creation, the small glass creation shattered upon reaching contact with the floor, making the Omnitrix wielder flinch as Momo grabbed his shoulders. Why don't you live here then? Waking up early was one of Ben's strong suits. Heck, it was probably the best thing about the young man since his entrance and living in the Null Void. As he felt someone shaking him, the Omnitrix immediately opened his eyes to see that the sun was barely over the horizon. Just as he was about to get up, his early satisfaction from sleeping in a bed was crushed at the moment he felt the being thrown on top of him. Instantly, the young man jumped off the bed and found himself drenched in cold water. He then heard someone trying to hold back their laughter as he instinctively went for the Omnitrix. Looking to his left, Ben saw the familiar creation quirk girl named Momo Yaoyuzuru, who was currently laughing at the state in which Ben was in at the moment. He saw the metal bucket in her hand, realizing that she threw the water on him to wake him up. A scowl appeared on the young man's face. Really? You seriously threw a bucket of freezing water on me? If I didn't know it was you, I would have attacked, you know. Momo looked at him with a small smile and shrugged. You wouldn't wake up and I tried shaking your body, but that didn't work. So I decided to try something new. I created a bucket and I thought I could wake you up like that. Ben just muttered something under his breath, hoping that the older girl wouldn't hear him. Standing up, he began to look for his clothes. Momo noticed his strange gestures, merely giggling as he turned back to her with a frown. I took the liberty of having one of the maids clean your clothes. I have to admit, she was quite surprised with the materials that they were composed of, Momo reveals. Ben was currently wearing black and green pajamas, something that he thanked the girl for prior to last night. She didn't want him to sleep in the clothes that he was currently wearing, and if his story was correct, it would mostly likely have been a while since he properly cleansed himself. To Ben's embarrassment, she actually offered to help him, but he quickly denied her access. Well, they were made from materials from creatures in the Null Void. He answers her. I couldn't keep wearing the same thing for 2 years. Oh, right, you were in that place for 2 years. It's quite surprising that you were able to stay sane, the creation user says. I survived, but I did things that you'd probably not be proud of. Ben grunts. Anyhow, what should I change into? This, Momo smiles as she holds a butler outfit in front of his face. I take it you wouldn't like to freeload in here. I was going to talk about that, yes. Ben admits. You want me to work here as a butler in your household, I assume? Yes, but as my personal butler, you see. She adds. Well, if you hadn't noticed, I'm the rich girl type. That means that it's a bit harder for me to make friends. I had acquaintances from my family, but they were more like business partners. I get it. It's hard to make friends that see you for the person you actually are, rather for the things that you have. Ben smiles a bit. All right, I accept. Wonderful. Momo claps her hands. Momo had explained to her parents that Ben was the son of one of her friends. Making the excuse that his parents had run off on him, he decided to look into a friend that would try to help. Momo's friend would recommend him to try and find her, as she said, that the creation user was looking for a person to truly call a friend. And after hearing her story, they decided to let Ben stay with them due to her previous accomplishment of getting into UA Academy. And while he wasn't exactly thrilled to be wearing such an outfit, Ben nonetheless took a moment to dress after Momo exited the room. After putting the uniform on, he placed the wet pieces of his pajamas on a hanger next to a window, allowing the morning sun to begin its process of drying. Once he stepped out of the room, he saw that the room to Momo's room was slightly ajar. Fixing the black bow tie that he wore around his neck, he waited patiently for his new master to finish dressing, leaning against the wall next to the door. Typically, he thought that a girl of her caliber would take a little bit of time to dress, but unexpectedly enough, he didn't even have to wait half a minute. Ah, did I keep you waiting? Momo yelps out in a jittery manner, now wearing a white karate gi. Ben? She looks around, only to hear groaning behind the door she had a hand on. Oh my gosh. Quickly turning it back around, she gazed at the side of Ben's face. It was now red from her slamming the door against his nose, to which he grunted a little while rubbing it. She quickly apologized for her mishap, but Ben shook it off, blaming himself for standing at the incorrect location. It took a moment for the swelling to stop, but eventually, Ben was able to just brush the pain off. After confirming with Momo constantly that it wasn't a problem, she reluctantly accepted his decision. Returning to her perky smile shortly afterwards, Ben began to follow her towards the lower floors of the mansion. Passing by a long dining room that had an extravagant table, he could already see several other maids preparing what seemed to be food of some sort. Wait, what time is it actually? He asks. Momo smiles as she looks down on her watch. 6:30. She answers. While she expected her companion to flinch or react with some other kind of exaggerated expression, Ben actually smiled. It's nice to see the sun once again, though, he murmurs. Momo felt a little guilty from trying to prank him. Watching his somewhat dismal behavior, she made a promise to act a little more proper for his sake. Ha! Erua! The sounds of smacking and kicking could be heard from within a kendo room. The waxed floor was perfect for quick and subtle movements as Momo repeatedly slapped a shinai against Ben. She had given him a pair of blocking gloves with large red panels to allow himself to defend against her. Apparently, Ben had learned that Momo practices early in the morning, practically every day and out of her own self-interest. He was a bit surprised that she dedicated herself to doing so. Blocking the continuous swings onto his gloves, after doing around 60 or more routes, Momo ceased her assault. Ben took the weapon away from her, cleaning it off and handing her a towel to wipe her sweat off. The creation user's breathing was a little heavier than usual, but it didn't stop her from properly regulating her intake as she stretched her arms out. Thanks, she says. Ben merely nods as he also hands her a bottle of water. She quickly gulps it down, a satisfied groan being heard from her throat as Ben smiles a bit. I'm impressed that you're doing this every day, he admits. Yeah, but the best part is, she breathes in, is breakfast, she drools. Ben backs up slightly as she wipes her mouth, and before he could properly retort against her sudden claim, She grabs his wrist, zipping out of the room at blinding speeds. Momo's morning training took around half an hour, but her tired state didn't prevent her from immediately throwing her clothes off onto Ben like a rack. The young boy blushed a little as he held the sweaty uniform in his arms as Momo ran into her shower room, but nevertheless began to go to the laundry room, which was located on the first floor. Prior to today, he had studied the entire interior of the mansion, keeping note of all the locations which he would deem as important. Traveling to the room and interacting with some of the other maids that were on cleaning duty, he had a joyful time until Momo came out around 15 minutes later. She was mildly surprised, as was everyone, that Ben was quite proficient at household work, but he would merely shake it off as something that he could least do for her for granting him a roof over his head. The friendship between the two had grown quite quickly, giving Ben the confidence to say that he wasn't totally alone in this universe. Many of the household, including Momo's parents, saw this newly established bond as that of a sister and brother, even if Momo had to deal with Ben's silent tendencies and bluntness at times. After grabbing a quick meal from the dining room, the two started making their way to the entrance of the mansion. Since Momo's parents allowed him to stay with them, they told their daughter that he was her responsibility since she was the one to propose letting him stay with them, which the girl was perfectly fine with. The first time they went out this early in the morning, Ben was quite curious as to what the girl did. It was that day he found out that she went out into the streets of the city while wearing a casual outfit, heading for a secluded area where she could encounter a chance for something since the new school year at her school was starting up soon. Emiyn Academy was the name of this training school, one of the best from what Momo told him. It was an academy where students would learn and train to become heroes. Heroes in this world were individuals who used their quirks to protect civilians from villains, natural disasters, or any other kind of harm. Those who take heroism as a profession were referred to as pro-heroes, to which Momo was currently training to become. Upon traveling to Emiyn Academy, Ben would be waiting for Momo, as the girl was spending the morning observing the school's surrounds and interior. She had gotten recommendations to pass into the school, meaning that it was not required for her to participate in the Emiyn entrance exam, otherwise known as Plus Ultra. There were flyers all around the blocks surrounding the school that spoke of such exam. After taking one off from a nearby light pole, he began to read out from the description it held. According to what it said, incoming students that were not granted to the school through official recommendations are required to do so. An exam, huh? He says as he looks towards the building. As he does so, from within his pocket, an object vibrated. Taking it out, it was revealed to be a smartphone, though Ben initially had trouble adapting to this newer piece of technology. Momo's contact was currently on screen as he swiped right to accept the call. Putting the device to his ear, he was immediately welcomed by the loud voice of his mistress. Ben, get inside the building. You've just been given a wonderful opportunity, she yells, ending the call immediately afterwards. Ben's eye twitches as he chuckles a little sarcastically, rubbing his ear in response to the loudspeaker. Well, onwards and onwards, I guess, he chuckles. The entrance was a fair distance away, and since the sun was really hot of all days, Ben decided to use the Omnitrix after covering his face from the burning hot sky. From underneath his uniform, the Omnitrix's watch face glowed as the signature flash engulfed him. This time, Ben was replaced with an alien resembling an anthropomorphic battery. He was green and black in color, with plus and minus symbols on his back similarly to a battery, and he had a gray and white lightning bolt-shaped marking on his chest. He stood roughly a foot tall, had pointy legs, and had 3 fingers on each hand. On the top of his head was a hole in which green electricity released out. He had green, almond-shaped eyes, and wore the Omnitrix dial on his chest. Floating up into the air, he transformed into a bolt of green lightning, zipping to the front entrance in quick succession. The door was an automatic one that opened personal, so he did wonder if Momo knew he had a way to get in. Would she go out and open the entrance to let him in? Too late for that, because he merged with the electronic device, traveling through the networks of circuitry around the entire school. Now then, where is, from within his electric state, he possesses a surveillance camera that was located in a room with Momo, and what seemed to be a white animal of some sort. He mostly resembled a standing humanoid mouse but possessed dog-like paws and a bear-like face. He had black eyes with a large scar going across his right one. He had a long tail and sported an elegant suit with large orange sneakers. "Yaoyorozu-san," he calls out. The two look up to see the camera sparking for a bit, until Ben purges himself out as a bolt of lightning once more, landing in front of the sitting duo. "Oh, Ben," she blinks. "Sorry, I didn't tell you where to go." "It's all right," he says. Turning to glance at the creature, he bows slightly. "Sir." "Oh, why hello there, you must be the friend that Yaoyorozu-san was speaking of. You're Ben Tennyson, yes?" He stands up. "Yes, sir. This form, though, is called Buzzy Shock." He properly introduces himself as the Omnitrix dial on his chest flashes. The two were once again forced to cover their eyes as Ben replaced the small alien. "A human? Oh, that must be your quirk then," he says, before gasping a little. "Ah. Where are my manners? I am Nezu, the principal of UA Academy." The two shake hands. Nezu then gestures for him to sit with Momo as he himself sits back down. "So, about the proposal you were saying, Yaoyorozu-san." "Proposal?" Ben turns to Momo. "Well, I was thinking, even though you seem to be a person who likes to do housework, I'm more of thinking that you're the type of person who likes action more," she starts. "I suppose," Ben admits. Nezu chuckles a little. "And that's the thing. From what I've heard from your guardian in this matter, you do not know about the standards of quirk usage in the public, correct?" he asks. "Because if you didn't, the main reason there are heroes is because of the exploitation of quirks that an everyday person can use to do things." "Villains," Ben mutters. "People who use their quirks irresponsibly to do petty crimes and the like." "Exactly. And while we would all like it for everyone else to freely use their abilities, we all have to know the responsibility that comes with having superpowers. I run this school in order to develop individuals willing to put their lives on the line for benefits of those who can't defend themselves. Whether they be criminals or nature itself, our quirks can do so many beneficial things." "I see. What are you proposing then, Mr. Principal?" Ben decides to get to the point. Nezu smiles in response. "Now, I have something important to tell you, Mr. Tennyson. I think you've got the traits of a hero in the making. So, as a result of that, I would like for you to take a look at something," Nezu said, not wanting to beat around the bush at this point like Ben wanted. He needed to get out of the way early. "And that would be?" asked Ben. The intelligent animal took out a piece of paper from a nearby pile and handed it to Ben, who looked hesitant at first, but took the paper from the hero. At first, Ben wondered if this was someone trying to recruit him or simply threaten him. Either way, it was important to someone if they went through all this trouble to find him. "Well, let's see what he wants," he told himself. Opening the piece of paper, the young man would read a note that would change his fate on this earth. His eyes widened as he looked back at his accomplice, who merely nodded as he folded his arms. "Mr. Tennyson, I would like you to partake in the upcoming UA Academy entrance exam. From Yaoyorozu-san's recommendation, and to my own observation and feeling, it's what I'm proposing," he says. Ben looks down at the slip, having a full transcript that would allow him to partake in the school if he were to pass the exam. It was full of information that was already filled out. Test marks, name and age, changed to an appropriate age after Ben told Momo his real age, and a whole bunch of other traits. He reads through it, thinking about the opportunities and consequences he would attain if he were to accept this offer. "If I accept it, I'll be able to travel the world freely under the guise of being a hero. However, that means that I might attract more than enough attention to my side." He compares the risks and rewards. "Ben, what's your decision?" Momo looks at him with an anticipated expression. Nezu and the girl waited for open as he began to open his mouth, but before he could answer though, a massive explosion could be heard from outside. Ben immediately averts his gaze as he runs towards the nearby window, with Momo following shortly. "What was that?" she yells. Nezu stands up as well with a disturbed look. Hearing a beep from within his pocket, he picks out a small communication device. "This is Nezu. What is it?" "This is Death Arms. Villain activity in the blocks near UA, sir," a voice yells out. "I'm currently with Kamui Woods, but we need backup pronto. The enemy is utilizing an electrical quirk of some sort, ARG. Death Arms. Death Arms, can you read me? Nezu frowns, ending the call once he heard static and looking at Ben Tennyson afterwards. Alright then, Mr. Tennyson, I have another proposal to you. What is it? Ben replies while opening the window. Momo looks at him with worry as Nezu stands tall. Intercept and assist the apprehension of the villain. If you successfully manage to help those two pro-heroes, you'll be guaranteed a transcript to take the exam. Hold the enemy off until reinforcements come, or even defeat the villain if you can, he proposes. I accept. Ben responds, taking his black top off. He turns back to Momo. I'll be back. Wait, let me go with. Just a second, Yaoyuzuru-san. Nezu interrupts. I wanted to observe Mr. Tennyson's abilities, so this will be a good preview of things to come. Yes, sir. She humbly sits back down. Ben leaves his top on the nearby couch as he jumps out of the window, running out of the vicinity and towards the streets. Well, let's see how he'll do. Nezu smiles as he sits back down. Picking up a remote, he activates a nearby television screen, with the viewing of the criminal activity shown to both. Grabbing a tub of butter popcorn from out of nowhere, he grins as he offers some to Momo. Popcorn, he offers. Screams and shouts of people in terror rippled across the streets along with the growls coming from those that were causing it. The denizens of the town were currently under siege from a figure resembling a gray phantom, and the situation was growing darker by the minute as they saw him garnering energy that was pouring out from the walls of the buildings around him. It was a race to see what would be first, the collapse of the defenders or the villain's raid in charging in. Putting up what defenses they could, the two heroes, Kamui Woods and Death Arms, fought back to protect their homes and the people, but given the fact that they were a rather small squadron and they were on their own terms of fighting back, there was much ground to cover and way too many people to cover. Kamui Woods wore a black unitard with a wooden helmet, wooden gloves that reached past his forearm, a wooden belt, and wooden shoes. Death Arms wore a large headband with a yellow and black caution pattern. His shirt only covered his arms, leaving most of his torso and abs visible, and on each of his wrists he wore two heavy metal bracelets with the same color pattern as his headband on the sides and wears a light blue pants. His belt also had the same color pattern. We can't hold him back for long, Death Arms, driving a fist into the core of an electric projectile that was aimed at him. Many of the spectators were forced back as the two couldn't hold off the attacks much longer. Hope seemed lost until they saw something strange though. Numerous sparks flew past them, wrapping around the projectiles and crushing their bodies into spectacles of light. Those that remained had their attention diverted back to a familiar battery alien that began to fly in. The villain narrowed his transparent eyes as he generated more projectiles, throwing it in Buzzyshock's direction. Absorbing them like last time, however, he uses the added energy to speed up, ramming his body into the chest of his adversary. The villain growls as he lands on the floor with a hard thud. Gah! What? I'm supposed to be untouchable, he yells. Who are you? Buzzyshock, after ramming him, transforms into a lightning bolt to hide his true appearance. The two heroes that stood behind him could only stare in shock at what they were seeing. None of your business. Now, if you wouldn't mind. Go and fall. Buzzyshock utters as he zips into his body. The villain shudders in pain as he clenches his stomach. Shortly afterwards, his eyes started to widen as his body started to flash. Gee, get out of me, he yells, his body glowing a brilliant yellow before dimming to a halt, his human body remaining in a brown suit as he dropped to the floor. Kamui Woods quickly dives in and catches the villain, sighing in relief once Buzzyshock leaves his body. Who are you? Are you the reinforcements that Nezu sent? Death Arms runs up to him. Kamui Woods stands up, joining him as the two began to question him. I just heard that there was someone threatening people, so I came in to intervene, that's all. He answers before flying into a pole and zipping away. Hey, wait. Damn, he's gone. Death Arms scratches his head. Who was that? I don't know, but he took out the villain with as minimal movement as required. The wooden hero acknowledges. We may have a new vigilante on our hands. A vigilante? Well, haven't heard that word in a while, he admits as he looks down at the defeated villain in Kamui's hands. Well, you certainly dealt with that situation fairly quickly, Mr. Tennyson. Nezu smiles. a splendid job. It wasn't much. I merely recognized the type of quirk the villain was using, and in response chose a form that would be best used to deal with the situation. Buzzy shock just happened to be one of the few I had in mind to deal with electricity, Ben states. That was quite impressive though, Momo gleamed as she sat next to Ben. The Omnitrix wielder sweat dropped as he turned back towards the principal of UA. Nezu nodded as he handed him the form once again. Well, as I promised, he started, you'll be guaranteed a chance to partake in the entrance exam. The choice is all yours if you accept, Mr. Tennyson. Ben looks down at the paper once more, though not nearly as long as last time before the incident occurred. On the television shown next to them, the local authorities, as well as some other pro-heroes, were currently shown to be helping out with the damage caused by the villain. Setting the paper down, he glances at Momo before answering. If Yaoyorozu-san has to be dealing with these types of crooks on a daily basis, it'll be a bad thing if she were to get attacked. I'll be accepting this, but merely as a way to keep my watch around her. Ben, come on, don't be so modest, Momo insisted. Nezu merely smiled though as Ben wrote his signature on the sheet. No, I completely understand his motives. A hero is a person who protects, and whether it's an entire crowd or a single person, a sense of self-sacrifice is what truly defines such a being. Nezu counters. Ben hands him back the paper, with the mouse-like creature nodding once more. So, when is the exam? I read a flyer on it outside before coming in. UA Academy's entrance exam consists of a written and a practical test, with the latter being the more important of the two, I assume. Ben, now accepted the offering, began to gather information. Nezu nods. Explaining the fundamentals to the two, he went into detail what kind of scenario would most likely occur during the event. Momo and Ben graciously absorbed this information as he went on, with Momo actually taking notes of this until he ended. After a few minutes, Momo took a look on her clock, gasping a little. Oh, I think we've overstayed our welcome, Mr. Principal. Do you have something to do? Ben asks his mistress. Placing his top back on, Momo sheepishly twirls her hair as her stomach begins to grumble. By now, after all that happened, it had reached about noon. Ah, lunchtime. Nezu chuckles. I shouldn't keep you any longer. Remember though, the exam will be taking place on February 26th. Bowing as she and Ben got up, Momo proceeded to exit the building with her companion in tow behind her. As they exited the room, another individual entered the room. He was a very skinny man with angular features and long limbs. He had spiky, disheveled blonde hair with two bangs framing the sides of his face. He had a very long neck and his eyebrows are absent, and wore baggy clothing. Nezu-san. He calls out while glancing outside. Oh, you had guests. Ah, Toshinori-kun. Nezu smiles. Please, take a seat. The skinny blonde nods as he sits down on the couch that Momo and Ben were recently on. So, how have you been? He asks. Well, all right so far, he says. I found someone though. Oh, you've finally found a successor to inherit your quirk, I see. Nezu smiles. Are you sure this lad can handle one for all though? Ah ha ha, well, that's what I'm currently training him to do. While I had the physique to easily use the power of one for all, this one needs to tone his body to at least use it. He admits. If he were to inherit and immediately use the quirk, his bones would shatter from the backlash. Well, he has until the entrance exam to do so, Nezu says. You think he'll succeed by then? I'm sure of it. He's a bright young lad, encouraged by heroes of all nature. Toshinori grins. I hope you'll look forward to his performance during the exam. You and I both, buddy. I'll have to warn you though. What do you mean? He asks. Nezu smiles as he crosses his legs in a sadistic manner, something that the blonde flinched in response to. He won't be the only surprise at the exam this year. After that incident happened, time seemed to pass quite quickly in the Yaoyorozu household. Because of the necessary material that would be tested on during the written exam during the entirety of the day for said trial, Momo made it her duty to teach Ben all she knew, well, to a degree that he could pass with flying colors. It didn't help Ben though that he was pretty much learning material meant for a high school freshman. Momo got a pretty vague idea about Ben's level of education. He was stuck in the Null Void for 2 years, and taking into account that he was 10 when he first got trapped, his education level was that of A. Elementary level. She gulps as Ben grumbles. You got a bit of catching up to do. Well, on the contrary to everyone's belief, I'm actually quite proficient in schoolwork. Must I tell you that I was too lazy to actually learn in the 3rd grade because I already knew the material, and chose C for every slot in my tests? I literally passed with a B+ average, he boasts. That's not something to be proud of. She slaps a ruler on a table next to him. Ben flinched. She adjusted a pair of glasses she wore, her outfit changed into that of a tutor's. She had explained to Ben that despite him most likely going to be proficient in the practical exam, if he didn't take his studies seriously for his written part, he would fail. While Ben himself didn't really care, it did anger her to a point that she gave him an hour lecture about the benefits of having a higher degree of education and how her family was known for being one of the high spectacles of society due to their well-known levels of education and abilities in the field of their work. Over the course of a month and a half after January 10th, from which Ben arrived on this earth, she would drill the knowledge into his brain, whether from her excellent tutorship, to the point of using machines to install knowledge into his head through sleeping. Days and nights passed, mornings and nights went on for the now daily life of Ben Tennyson as he began his life in the Yaoyuzuru household. While occupying himself with cleaning, dealing with the usual shenanigans that Momo started to get herself into, as well as everything else, it was a joyful month and a half that passed. And then, on February 26th, and here we are. Ben looks up as he held onto a small duffel bag. He was currently wearing a black long-sleeve shirt with a single green stripe, brown pants, and a pair of black and white sneakers. He sighed as he closed his eyes, turning to look at the building he stood in front of, with the 2 golden letters screaming out to the world, UA Academy. A large banner reading out the words, UA Academy entrance exam location was currently posted on the entrance. This was the place, and after taking a few steps he notices a young man that seemed to be a few years older than him with a nervous but friendly aura around him. This admittedly brought a smile to Ben's face, to see people wanting to become a hero, although he was sure that his philosophy about being a hero was very blunt to what the concept was to the majority attending the exam. Many people would have different reasons for becoming one. Fame, fortune. There could be all sorts of things for someone to do once they became pro. He sighed lightly and shook away his unnecessary thoughts. He didn't need anything distracting him during this exam, especially if he wanted to move on through the process as smoothly as he could. While becoming a hero wasn't the utmost important thing to do, he felt an obligation to serve the Yaoyuzuru family for their hospitality. That, and he could also gain many opportunities if he were to become one. So with that thought in mind, he walked past the various sculptures of heroes and into the building. Move out of the way, Deku, an annoyed voice growled out. Kachan. Deku turns behind himself. While other students continued to stroll along, Ben stopped to turn around himself. Just from hearing his voice, he was already starting to get annoyed. His appearance just gave off the aura of a bully, despite his proper dress code. Typically enough, many bullies didn't have the decency to dress properly. Said duo were shown to be wearing the same black gakurin, meaning they were from the same middle school, but compared to the one who responded, who had green eyes, messy, dark green hair with black highlights and 4 symmetrical freckles underneath both cheeks, his acquaintance bore ash blonde, spiky hair and sharp red eyes. Don't stand in front of me, or I'll kill you, he bluntly says. Deku flinches a little in a sheepish manner as he steps to the side, attempting to be friendly with the blonde. Yep, typical bully behavior. Ben rolled his eyes. Morning, Kachan, let's both do our best, he tries to say, only to have his familiar acquaintance ignore him. Several people though could be seen murmuring his name as he continued to walk on. Hey, isn't that Bakugo? The one from the sludge villain incident? One whispered. Yeah, hey, it's the real thing, another pointed out. Slime villain? Oh, right. The news did mention an attack that happened roughly a year ago. I'm guessing that those two were in the epidemic of that, especially that Bakugo guy. Ben surmised. Averting his gaze from the back of the grumpy blonde, he turned back to Deku, who sighed in relief. Oh lord, I was just scared of him out of habit, he mutters before shaking his head. No, I'm different from before. I've trained with all might. Remember those 10 months? He clenches a fist as he tries to take a confident step. Ben, however, just gazes down as he trips. Tripping on his own foot, he immediately began to go to the ground. Ben instinctively dashed and caught him in his arms after performing a slide, noticing a girl in front of him trying to tap his shoulder. Her hands seemed to possess little paws that were reminiscent of those of an animal's. "Ah, you alright, you too?" she asks the two. Deku, while not processing this for a moment, quickly blinks several times as he looks at Ben dead in the eye. "Hey, it's kind of bad to be tripping out on the first day, you know," he states as Deku stands up, flustering a little as Ben stands up himself. As he dusts himself off, he turns back to the girl. "Yeah. I was assuming you were going to use your quirk or something. Those little pads on your fingers seem to be able to do something, correct?" He points to them. "Ah, good guess." She smiles. Thanks for that, Deku turns to Ben. The girl also puts on a look of wonder as well. "Oh, speaking of which, you kinda look like a foreigner. Your Japanese is pretty good though," she says. "When do you learn it?" I'd rather not say." Ben averts his gaze for a moment. He couldn't tell them that the Omnitrix had a program called a universal translator, which meant it would translate practically any language to the one most suitable for its wearer. Deku and the girl look at each other before smiling. "Well, alright then. Anyhow, my name's Ochako Uraraka, nice to meet you." "Ah, my name's Izuku Midoriya. I'm pretty sure you heard my friend call me by the name Deku." "That was Katsuki Baguko." Midoriya glooms a little upon saying his name. "Likewise. The name's Ben Tennyson. And you guessed right, I'm sort of a foreigner, yeah." The youth gives them a small smile as he shakes hands with the two of them. After the exchange, Ochako looks at a watch located on her right wrist, gasping a little. "Oh no, we should speed things up, or we'll be late." "Late? Ah crap, you're right." Midoriya blinks as he looks on his phone. "Come on, let's go." Running up the stairs towards the entrance, Midoriya and Ochako grin as they slam through the entrance. Ben followed behind them, but was walking just a little fast. He knew the urgency was high, but he wanted to take things a little slow for the time being, after all. "This is only the beginning," he says as he grabs the air with his left hand. The Omnitrix glowed as he entered the building, his figure becoming a shadow as the start of the UA exam begins. And there you have it, folks. The first chapter is now complete. Now, let me go and explain a few things. 1. Ben's Omnitrix still has the master control function enabled. This crossover, as well as my other stories, takes place after the finale of Ben 10 Season 2. Back with a vengeance. Since he's been stuck in the Null Void for 2 years with the Omnitrix not coming off him before Kevin and Vilgax could tear it off him, he still has that almighty feature turned on. 2. Like my other stories as well, it's been a little thing of mine to have Ben be treated sort of like a younger sibling by some part of the cast. In the case of Fairy Tail, it was Urza. For RWBY, it was Blake. Regarding Boku no Hero Academia, I'd say Yaoyuzuru fits that category quite nicely, so I decided to have it be the thing for this crossover. 3. Classifying Ben as a hero will obviously bring attention to him. Since the exam will be closely monitored by the staff of UA Academy, you can expect quite the uproar from the cast of the series, and perhaps event changes to some of them. Perhaps even the involvement of a certain league of, you know. And that's pretty much it. I think I did an alright job for this first chapter, but let me know in the review section for suggestions I should add to this story. Boku no Hero has been a favorite of mine even before the anime came out, with Kirishima and Asui being my favorite characters. So, without further ado, I'll see you all in the next chapter. Go Beyond. Plus. Ultra, 741 Chapter 2, Entrance Mayhem. You know, I did not expect for this to blow up. It was even more than the first chapter of The Huntsman from the Void, for Christ's sake. I guess with the third season coming fresh out, people are looking for more Boku no My Hero Academia content. Well, luckily for you guys, I'm here to serve. So, welcome back to my Omnium Academia. I have to admit that I kinda rushed the little bonding moment between Ben and Yaoyuzuru, but I think it's alright granted that I kinda wanted to get into the action scenes a little quicker. Anyhow, let's go over the reviews and whatnot. 1. Yeah, I was kinda rewatching Hayate for the third time when I'm making the first chapter. Since the manga ended in April 2017, I've taken the time to also reread the entire manga. Kinda wish Hayate ended up with Hinagaku. 2. Regarding ships, I don't really see him developing a romantic relationship with anyone due to this Ben being different from the others. He may form small friendships with the various students in UA and whatnot, but it's hard to say otherwise for relationships higher than that. I'll leave this idea to you guys to think though, so hit me up. 3. Yes. The Master Control will be staying for this. Now I realized that this makes this Ben incredibly overpowered, but I suppose that for stories like this, you've gotta have a scenario where he keeps his full power in at least one of them, right? 4. Expect clashing between Ben and Bakugo. Interference from Mineta's perverted traits, some chance at brutal fighting scenes and otherwise the typical characteristics from this colder Ben. I have a feeling he'll get along greatly with Asui though, with the two of them being honest with their thoughts most of the time. 5. The guest's review about quirks being affected by the Omnitrix is interesting. While it may or may not determine quirks to be a genetic splicing error, it's a fair point to look into. Quirk users, like Shoji, Tokiyami or Koda are fair candidates to look into in particular. And that pretty much sums a bit of the review section. I was gonna make this chapter longer than it already was, but I didn't want to cram so much into one chapter. Don't want to be like chapter 46 of the Null Fairy, ha. Anyhow, let's get right into the chapter then. I own nothing related to the subject of Ben 10 nor Boku no My Hero Academia. Please support the official releases, and a happy reading to you all. A big thanks for over 50 follows and favorites, over 25 reviews, and already 1,000 views. Chapter 2. Entrance Mayhem. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be, Ben whispered to himself. Once the written exam had ended, Ben followed the directions of the staff and arrived in front of a double door. To the side it simply stated, UA Academy Hero Course Exam Orientation. He expected the written exam to be difficult, and even as he was glancing around the classroom he was assigned to during the test, he could see many of the other examinees having trouble. He guessed he really did have Momo to thank though. The material that was on the test was nothing he had ever seen beforehand. Heck, technically before this, he was still at an elementary schooler's level of learning, so he was more than thankful for his mistress' tutorship over the endeavor. As he entered the room, he could see Uraraka waving over for him. Ben walked inside and seated himself on the available seat. He took a look at his surroundings and was reminded that it looked somewhat similar to a college lecture hall, albeit far dimmer than usual. He had seen it once before when he went on a field trip, but proved to be a mindless interruption. Students began taking seats left and right, chatting among some friends that they either made a long time ago or just today. As he looked around, he could feel his shoulder being tapped. He blinks once to see Uraraka smiling at him sheepishly. "Ah, how did you do on the written part?" she asks. Ben shrugs in response. "I think I did all right. To be honest, I thought it would be more difficult," he admits, surprising the girl a little. "Was the English or math section more difficult for you?" "Oh, definitely math. I forgot about the variable substitution parts," she chuckles nervously. "I don't think I failed though at least." "Well, as long as you pass, right?" Ben smiles a little. "Hey, it's starting." That whisper caught their attention within the silent room, causing them to turn towards the giant screen in front of the hall. It turned itself on to reveal the standard UA logo for all of the entirety examinees to see. The lights around the hall flicked on like clockwork, until it revealed a man standing on the podium. He was a tall, slender man with long, spiky blonde hair and a small mustache. He wore a pair of headphones with the word, Hage, written on the headband and a pair of sunglasses. Ben assumed that he was also a pro hero, as his outfit was a bit bizarre, consisting of a black jacket with an upturned collar that was complete with studs. He sported a tan, studded shoulder pads, black pants with a red studded belt, black boots, and black fingerless gloves. His neck was also completely covered by a directional speaker. For all of you examinee listeners tuning in, Welcome to my show today. Everybody say, hey. The man crosses and swings his arms out for the rest of the audience to respond. Uraraka looks around with an awkward expression growing on her face as everyone remains silent. Putting his ear to the crowd, he maintained his smile regardless of the non-responsiveness of the examinees. What a refined response. He chuckles. Fine then, I'll quickly present to you the rundown of the practical exam. Well, it's about tea. Are you ready? YEAH? Once again, the silence of the audience fills the room. Ben groans a little, but then begins to hear Midoriya murmuring some stuff from a row below him. Bakugo, who was sitting next to him, was trying to ignore his rambling while a tick mark appeared on his forehead. Oh God, it's the voice hero, Present Mike. Oh my God, Midoriya gleams. I listen to him every week on the radio. Deku. Bakugo utters. All the teachers at UA are pro-heroes, the green-haired teen continues. Shut the hell up. The blonde barks. Anyhow, as it said in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting a 10-minute mock urban battle after this, Present Mike yells. The screen behind him shifted to show the building they were in, splitting off into 7 different colored boxes. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, you'll head to your specified battle center. Okay. He points his fingers out. Silence followed once more as Ben dug into his pocket and brought out a small pamphlet that he was given. He and the rest of the crowd ignored the next loud, okay. As they began to read off the information placed onto it, Ben scanned for his test location that was listed down, with it saying Battle Center G and identifying his number as 1210. The screen once more shifted and gave view to a rather compact city, however alongside it were 3 silhouettes. 3 different types of mock villains are stationed in each battle center. You earn points for each of them based on their level of difficulty. He begins to explain. So, hit and run tactics, huh? Bakugo narrows his eyes. Your goal, dear listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the mock villains, of course. Attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are prohibited, Present Mike continues. Before he could continue on with his explanation, Ben and Uraraka could see a hand being raised. He had a clear and leveled voice as he opened his mouth. Excuse me, may I ask a question? Present Mike nods, pointing at him as a spotlight shines above the questioner's head. Okay. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If this is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake, he loudly proclaimed. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. Well, that at least sounds a bit Norma, and in addition, you over there, with the curly hair. You've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. He called out towards Midoriya. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. Ben's neutral expression dropped to a frown. Did he really have to be rude for Midoriya's admiration? He narrows his eyes a bit as he opens his mouth. Would it kill you to calm down a little? What? The young man blinked, not expecting someone to talk back to him. He and the rest of the crowd turned to Ben, with Uraraka glancing about in worry. Ben, she tried to calm him down. He's just excited to be participating in this exam and is just admiring the hero presented in front of him. You didn't see anyone else bothering to speak out about him, meaning that they didn't really care. Ben looks down at the man, who is revealed to be a lean-built individual with glasses and black hair. But it's just rude. Can't you feel a little bit of annoyance to his murmuring in a place of instruction? He counters. Yes, but it's better to not cause a scene by calling him out, because it ends up creating things like this. Ben immediately shoots back, making the man sweat a little. He wasn't wrong, after all. Present Mike's smile dimmed for a second before returning back. Okay. Examinee number 7111. Number 1210. Thanks for the great message, but let's get back on track. He then said, allowing a 4th silhouette to take shape. The man identified with number 7111 sighs a little as he sits back down, with Ben folding his arms in a semi-stubborn manner. Uraraka sighed in relief as things started to go back to normal. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. That guy's an obstacle, so to speak. There's one in every battle center. An obstacle that will go crazy in narrow spaces. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to defeat it either. Present Mike began once again. The previous silhouettes made sense before in Ben's mind, measuring battle capabilities by totaling the points earned, but when a single obstacle exists that you don't have to nor have any incentive to fight exists, the only thing that he could assume was to test the disengaging or retreating capabilities of examinees. Weed out the hard-headed and foolhardy examinees right off the bat that were too greedy with the way they were doing things. However, to do either of those, the fourth mock villain must have had a massive amount of strength or some other kind of threat to warrant examinees to the point of them having to avoid them. And so, I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. That's it from me, Present Mike concluded. Ben glanced around as murmuring started to go around the room. This time, the man in glasses had no excuse to call anyone out, as a question of curiosity made its place. However, before you leave, I have a gift to bestow upon every single one of you. He halts them. It's our school motto. Motto? I wonder what it is. Uraraka wondered out loud. Midoriya and Bakugo seemed to know what was coming up though as she and Ben looked down. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes," he begins. That actually sounds quite the respectable thing to go beyond. Ben blinks as Present Mike's eyes could be seen from his sunglasses. Immediately afterward, the screen behind the hero changed to that of an extravagant phrase. Tension could be felt from every examinee as the signature words of UA exploded into view. Plus, Ultra, Ben was admittedly a little speechless. He would not be able to forget that quote, even after months had passed. As everyone else agreed with the dazzled expressions growing on their faces, Present Mike grins as he points to everyone once more. Now everyone, good luck suffering, he jokes. Despite the less than encouraging parting words, Ben let a small smile take hold on his face as he and the rest of the audience began to leave the room. Big, was all Ben could say after around half an hour. He stood in front of a pair of giant steel gates with a number of other students, barring his way into the large faux city. Even from outside he and the others could hear the sounds of the mock villains resonating from within. Battle Center G had slightly less people around, most likely due to being one of the last centers. It was where all the remainder went after the other centers were full, but inversely that would mean that there were slightly less villains to deal with within the city itself, in order for the battle centers to not show favoritism. Competition for points would be fiercer, Ben realized. And with that in mind, he decided to get a look up at his competition as he tugged on the outfit he changed into for the exam. It consisted of a green one-sleeved long shirt that covered his left arm, primarily to hide the Omnitrix. The rest of the outfit was that of black shorts with knee guards, keeping the same black and white sneakers he wore before. He saw various things, such as a quirk that allowed one to grow spikes from their body, thorns for hair. One of them had earphone jacks on their ear loops. Ben was mildly surprised with the selection, but his attention partially glanced over to a girl with orange hair tied to a ponytail that rested on the side of her head, as well as green eyes. She wore a black and blue tracksuit as she stretched her arms, before enlarging them. That looks like the stereotypical power a normal superhero would have, he commentated. Why does that remind me of an old cartoon from long ago? Are you staring someone beyond me? The girl suddenly asked, looking a tad bit miffed but putting on a slight smile. She also seemed awkward though, probably because they were somewhat next to each other. Oh, my bad. Ben apologized. I was just curious about the various quirks. It was just that yours didn't seem to be noticeable until you enlarged your fists. She smiled, softening a bit. That's fine. Most people usually have quirks that are definable by visual effects. Quirks that work with simple body enhancements a little uncommon after all, especially if they don't change your body by much. She allowed her eyes to roam his body, widening slightly. Are you a foreigner? Can I ask about your quirk? She then asked. Knowing that the question was going to be asked sooner or later, Ben made sure to prepare for such a contingency. Simply raising a hand, he raised an eyebrow. My quirk just lets me transform my body. Simple things like changing my exterior and the like, he replied with a small smile. She widened her eyes at the sudden sight of it. Oh, that's pretty useful. You could probably use that in order to blend in with the crowd if you were on a stealth mission, she stated. It seemed that her earlier wariness was caused by his expressionless look towards the area. He supposed that it was sensible. Letting people know your quirks somehow had a soothing mental effect. Not that many people notice it, but when people know what your quirk was, they gained an opportunity to allow topics to open up between the two, without making it awkward. This increased interactions between both parties. I've been told that, Ben admitted with the scratching of his head. The girl giggles as they begin to hear the sound of the gates. Well, good luck. Here's to hoping we both pass, she says as she lets a fist out in front of her. Ben responds with a nod as they do a fist bump. Walking together to the front, the crowd of students stood ready for the start of the exam. From atop a nearby tower, President Mike stands ready as he activates his quirk. Ben all of a sudden got a weird feeling in his chest as President Mike opened his mouth to yell. Okay, stall art. Suddenly, the colossal door that was previously shut had opened without anyone knowing whatsoever. Despite this sudden occurrence, it didn't bother the young Omnitrix wielder. The moment he heard President Mike's voice shout out through the speakers, he was already in the mock city, dashing along with the crowd. He had fought against aliens, against beings that broke the expectations of humanity, situations where a split-second decision could mean the difference between life and death. So by the time the rest of the examinees noticed Ben within the city, he had already gone for his left arm, not even bothering to look at what was happening as the Omnitrix activated. Blinding everyone, they all gasped to see another crystalline humanoid-like chromastone once the usual flash vanished. However, he was obviously shaped differently from said alien. His body was composed of durable pale green crystals. He sported 4 crystal shards on his back and had a sharp head, wearing a uniform which was black on the right half and gray on the left with a black patch on the left shoulder where the Omnitrix symbol was. Lifting his right arm up, it morphed from a large fist and into a slick green blade of crystal. Glaring at the mock villain in front of him with a cold face, he sliced in half without hesitation, cutting it from its waist. Everyone could only stare in as the robotic body that used to hole laid on the ground in front of him. Let's go, the orange-haired girl yells as she punches one villain away. Everyone snaps back to reality, running along and into different directions. It appeared that Ben had struck them silly, but the result that they were looking for was passing, and not even an awe-impressive transformation would stop them from proceeding. President Mike stood from his position, humming in interest as he talked into a radio. Well, Ground G has officially started. You guys getting this? Slice after slice, smash after clash, the green alien known as Diamond Head continued his onslaught of mock villains as he swung his dual blade arms mid-air, slicing apart 3 additional villains in quick succession. Another 3 points. He silently notes as he landed. He had gotten up to 21 points in total as a result of eliminating 7 rank 1 mock villains, 4 rank 2 villains, and 2 rank 3 villains. So far, he had not encountered the class 4 villain. He wondered if anyone else did, but judging from the lack of screaming of people, he thought wrong. Despite his head start into the exam, he noticed that the villains were more widespread and based on his observations, actively seeking those whose quirks caused a larger commotion. His projection of weapons and augmentation of body physiology, while superb in dealing with the machines, did not cause enough of a commotion that would draw in the villains. Within the city, there were no other examinees around him, all having moved further into the city. This was to be expected, as most of them ran straight towards the center. Diamond Head, on the other hand, stuck to less easy-to-ambush areas and destroyed villains that wandered the outskirts with quick and deadly moves. In the Null Void, it was kill or be killed, eat or be eaten. His experience in the place greatly enhanced his hunting instincts, which served him well so far. But since this was an exam constructed to bring out the special abilities within its participants, Diamond Head had finally figured that if he were to continue like this, it wouldn't end in a satisfiable ending. Clearly that plan wasn't working, so he decided to amend it by venturing into the center as well. Time to move in then. Hopefully he could earn some more points by. Ah! A scream drew his attention. His eyes widened slightly as he turned to the direction it came from. Without hesitation, Diamond Head jumped into the air and shot out crystals from his palms. He was smart enough however to know that there were cameras keeping an eye on him, so he made sure that his movements wasn't too crazy. As he was about to land, the crystals grew out form a crude slide, using momentum to leap further and faster into the city. Sliding into another corner after surfing on a slide of crystals, he immediately took note of what he saw. The person who had earphone jacks was currently paired up with another person who had a tail with a hairy tip. "That's a big villain." The earphone person, revealed to be a girl, yelped. "How are we supposed to beat it?" "We're not," the tail man yells. "It was an optional thing to defeat, remember?" Their combined movements were a little sluggish, and no matter what, they weren't moving from their spot from the giant foe they were facing. Instead, their arms were raised, eyes focused and bodies ready to move at any second. But why though? Diamond Head wondered why for a second, before getting his answer the moment he laid eyes on what was behind them. They were defending a fallen examinee, the orange-haired girl to be exact. Her ankle had been twisted, with a bad bruise on the lower part of her leg as she struggled to get up. "Erg," she groans. "You two, just leave me." "No," the tailman yells. "The rules said not to harm a fellow examinee, but there's no rule that said we could help." "Help? Oh, how stupid of me." Diamond Head mentally face-palmed. That was odd feeling he had during this entire test. The presentation that President Mike gave out said that people could gain points by defeating villains. But there was in fact an alternative way. He said that no unheroic acts were allowed, which meant willingly abandoning allies was a very big no in the school's books. Meaning that there was another method in gaining points, this particular method being protection. Acts of heroism would grant points too, but the majority of the examinees were too clouded in their heads with looking for points that involved neutralizing enemies. That must have been the reason for including the Class 4 villain, in which Diamond Head could assume was the one in front of him. Understanding the situation, Diamond Head smirked. Bolting forward with mild reinforcement in his legs, he surprised the three examinees as he skidded in front of them, slamming his palms into the ground. A moment later, a mound of crystal could be seen trapping the villain's legs. "Sorry, thought I could help," Diamond Head says as he turns around. "You guys alright?" "It's all good," the girl said, giving him a thumbs up. "Any longer and we would have been toast." "I agree. That was some nice timing," the tailman says as he goes for the orange-haired girl. Her eyes widened a little upon recognizing Diamond Head. "Oh, it's you," she smiles. "Thank you. Save the thanks for later," Diamond Head says though. "We gotta take care of this one first." "Should we though?" the earphone girl asks as the tail man secures the orange-haired girl into a nearby building entrance and joining back. "This is the Class 4 villain. If we let it run rampant, it'll only cause more havoc and become a threat for everyone else. We have to take care of it now," he calmly says. The villain was starting to break out of his prison as they went on. "Well then, any ideas?" the tailman proposes. The Petrosapien remains silent for a moment, taking a second to look and analyze his opponent. After realizing something, he turns to the duo with a nod. "I have an idea," he says, turning to the tail user, and then to the earjack girl. "How hard can that tail hit? And you, what does your quirk do specifically?" "Me? My quirk allows my jack-shaped earlobes to be inserted into all sorts of objects and channel the sound of my heartbeats into them. I have custom speakers used to amplify that specifically," she answers. "Enough to break metal if I hit hard enough." "Why?" the other one answers next. The crystal alien simply nods once again as he turns towards the villain, who is just about to break out. "You'll know what to do. Follow my lead," Diamond Head smirks as he begins to run off towards the villain. The two couldn't believe what he was doing, but began to follow him regardless. Breaking free of its crystal trappings, it was the only thought that ran in Diamond Head's mind as he saw the giant lumber-like structure above the buildings, a colossal hand raised and smashing through buildings like they were nothing but paper. The giant villain was obscenely larger than the other three mock villain models, and was powerful enough to destroy buildings. And above all, it was dangerous. Dodging a smashing blow to the ground by rolling, the Omnitrix dial flashed green, blinding the two behind him as a new creature replaced him, causing them to drop their jaws. Replacing Diamond Head was a blue, lizard, fish-like creature. His arms were fairly long, with 3-fingered hands and short legs that ended in stumps. He had 4 shark-like fins and sharp teeth. Having small, squinted green eyes and a black stripe around his eyes and face. Behind his eyes were pronounced scales and what appeared to be gills. Wearing black clothing which covered most of his body. A white shell was seen covering his chest as the Omnitrix dial was located on his left hand. Okay, first, a gem guy, and now a blue lizard. What the heck kind of quirk do you have? The Jack girl yells out as they avoid the blow as well. Never mind that. He yells in response, opening his mouth and aiming it at the arm that was still in the ground. Firing a long-range freeze ray that isolated its target in ice on contact. The two blinked in shock as he began to run on all fours. The villain struggled to get its arm out from its frozen prison. Following the blue alien's lead, the earphone and tail pair began to skate on an icy path he created from his ray. He continued to plaster the gigantic construct with ice as they circled around it, jumping along with the duo behind him as the villain released a volley or missiles from its canister located on its back. Go for its legs. Ben yells as he releases another ray, freezing both legs as he swung his open mouth across. The two quickly run in, narrowing through a rubble of debris before sighting their targets. The tailman yells as he jumps, spinning in the air multiple times before slamming tail as hard as he could into the frozen limb. Breaking in one foul blow, the earphone girl quickly joined up, plugging her jacks into the amplifiers on her forearms. She then slammed the amplifiers onto the villain's legs and channeled a powerful heartbeat through them that shattered the ice, effectively destroying the other leg. With none of its legs present, it began to slowly fall, crashing into few buildings as it fell onto its back. Hell yeah, she screams with satisfaction. Nice, now get back, Ben yells. The two quickly disengage as the blue alien gallops in, creating a final, giant ice slide that he began to ride. As his allies landed, they turned to see him flung into the air. Now what? Tailman yells. Ben floats above the body of the fallen villain. With its final free arm, it attempts to go and release one last smack, but luckily for the shapeshifter, his reflexes allowed him to blast the arm with another ray, skid down on it, and then push off to dive right it down the center. He grins with a cruel smile as he blasts it right in the center of its cold exterior. Drop dead. He yells as the Omnitrix dial flashes. Everyone who happened to watch as a green flash replaced the blue lizard alien with that of a creature resembling a humanoid dinosaur. He was around 12 feet in height, possessed hard, brown skin, and a sort of beige color towards the center of his body. Having stegosaur-like feet, a long brown tail, he wore a black and white uniform, with the Omnitrix dial located on his right shoulder. Jesus! Both of the two yelled in shock. The gigantified Ben grunted as he rocked his fist back, tearing straight through the ice panel that his previous form created. A loud explosion was heard from the center as he then jumped out, with sparks and smoke soon coming as a result of multiple explosions coming out from the remains. Landing next to the two, he dusts himself off from the rubble that got on him. The two were nearly speechless as they looked up to his face. Ben merely gives them a smile as another flash reverts him back to Ben. Lovely. Ben attempts to joke. Nice job. Raising a hand, the two were then released from their shocked state, giving Ben a high five in response. Oh, I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tailman chuckles himself out from his surprise. I am Ojiro Mashiro. My quirk is the utilization of my sturdy tail. Ben nods. He and Ojiro then turned to the girl next to them, who sheepishly rubbed the back of her head. I don't know whether to be amazed or scared. Whatever, you're pretty cool. Name's Jiro Kyoka. Ben Tennyson. Ben introduces himself, with his two new acquaintances being a bit surprised. Who? I thought you looked like a foreigner. Jiro admits, your Japanese is pretty good. Yeah, I get that a lot. The green-eyed youth scratches his cheek. Jiro and Ojiro look at each other before giggling a bit. Huh? What's so funny? Ben inquired. The tail user merely shook his head. What? It's nothing serious. He tells him, it's just a little funny to see such a person so enthusiastic about combat to be a little awkward. Awkward is an understatement, the earphone jack user snickered. Ben rolls his eyes, but nevertheless smiled as he began to turn around. "Well, let's continue. Shall we?" he says. The two stop their humorous reactions to snap back to place, nodding as they all went in different directions. The staff department of UA Academy kept their eyes leering on all the monitors, evaluating examinees alongside their co-workers. Nezu sat with a smile in the middle of the crowd, with Toshinori beside him. The skinny blonde was quite surprised with this generation's lineup of quirks, although one of them, a man with black hair and what seemed to be bandages worn like a scarf, thought otherwise. None save for a handful of examinees were even worth looking over in his opinion. However, the handful he had in mind were among the top of the crop, so to speak. He was Aizawa Shota, otherwise known as the hero, Eraserhead. Shoji Mezzo, a student in Gallery B, displayed maneuvers that amplified his resourcefulness of his quirk usage to detect villains and exterminate them through brute strength and technique. He was among the few in his mind that got his attention. Asui Suyu, while not his top pick, did not exhibit hesitance in dealing with villains, remaining level-headed and calm enough to deal with situations as they rose up in her eyes. Though Aizawa was not sure whether she was calm due to her physiology of being like a frog, or just from the calm nature of the girl herself. Iida Tenya, the student who called Midoriya out. A built textbook student that excelled in physical activity due to his quirk. Instead of going for a vantage point and eliminating the targets, he ran off into the thick of things and analyzed situations on the fly. Dealing with anything that come his way by using his mobility and quickly moving to the next he can locate, made much more viable due to the speed at which he could run. Then there was Bakugo Katsuki, the explosion boy. It suited his name. The obvious impression he first thought of when he looked at him was similar to what Ben thought: rude. However, despite those flaws, there was no denying the skill and pure innate battle instincts that overflowed him as he was dealing with mock villains. Using his quirk that created explosions to cause commotion, he kept drawing in more villains, and repeated the cycle to quickly gain points. It didn't really sit well that the brat seemed to be cursing a bloody storm just from the way his lips moved, but he supposed that this day's generation was different in terms of sociability. But, in all of that, his eyes narrowed as he turned to the screen's broadcasting gallery G. The examinees that were thrown in there were somewhat lesser than the other battle centers, and in honesty, Aizawa wanted to evenly split all the examinees across the battle centers. Due to a time constraint though, they were unable to, which meant that there was more of an opportunity to specially record and track the examinees that were currently fighting. While Ojiro and Jiro, for example, were adapted at using their quirks to suit the situation around them, the one and obvious person that he, and now Toshinori and the rest of the group with him, was clear. Ben Tennyson, the unknown shape-shifter that suddenly appeared. Was there any news of individuals who could transform? He asks everyone. Not that I heard of, Eraserhead. A hero beside him spoke out, addressing him by his hero name. A person resembling a humanoid block of cement with black eyes and gray hair tied into a ponytail was the one who answered. His body shape was evenly blocky all around his body, and his lips were pulled upwards. His hero costume consisted of a sleeveless brown suit that included yellow stripes, shorts, and an elongated collar. He also sported gray shoes with yellow soles. It's remarkable though. Another hero called out. He was a slender man with dark hair and glasses. He had large blank eyes and trademark exposed teeth. His hero costume consisted of a tan trench coat that covered most of his body. Underneath was a skin-tight, black suit with several gold stripes rising up from underneath his trench coat and disappearing under his helmet. His helmet was black and with a gold jawguard that ended in a circle-shaped hinge joint where his ears were. Another frame came from the hinge, going over his cheekbones and meeting on his nose. He looks a bit young though. Toshinori tilts his head. Mr. Principal, don't tell me this was the person you were accounting for on our last meeting? Maybe, maybe not. Nezu simply says. Just watch. I have a good feeling about this kid. Aizawa thought otherwise with a suspicious look on his face. Already he could tell that Ben didn't seem to be a normal kid. The moment the exam started for Gallery G, the boy rushed right in without hesitation and had cleaved through a mock villain with ease, practically with no effort. It was a bit surprising that he had practically no emotion as he did so, reminding him vaguely a little about himself in regard, but what has this kid gone through to be so deadly? He asks himself. Aizawa kept an eye on him throughout the practical exam, noting on how he had weaved around villains and struck them down before moving around the area with as little judgment as possible. He was not roaming aimlessly either, unlike the other examinees. He positioned himself away from corners and alleyways, areas where he could be ambushed. However, it did not seem to be on purpose, more likely a force of habit from training or the like, most likely the latter on his part. Ben had battle instincts and a level-headed attitude, an admirable outlook to have during a multitude of situations, though he seemed to be a little two-headed. The brat had stared at objects that could cause death in the face, but regardless of that he took care of them with as careful precision and effort required. Although it was not surprising to see that he was calm in the face of the minimal threat that were the mock villains. Even displaying some of unusual cooperation skills when he teamed up with Ojiro and Jiro for the 0-point villain was a bit of a surprise to him and some of the staff. Why haven't we gotten records of someone with abilities like his before? Aizawa asks again. I don't even think he's shown us half of what he can do. And also, that Midoriya kid. The one with the green hair. Toshinori froze a little as he said that, though only Nezu seemed to have noticed. The moment the 0-point villains appeared was when the literal beat dropped. On two separate battle centers, Midoriya Izuku on one, and the surprise transformer in the other. Midoriya suddenly had leapt from the ground and smashed the 0-pointer onto the ground with one solid and killer punch to the face. However, in doing so he had shattered his arm and legs. Luckily he was saved by the girl he tried saving, whom was Uraraka. However, that luck was not something he should be relying upon. It was abnormal. Someone with a self-harming quirk or even one that they couldn't control well would obviously be a liability in their future. They'd both be unreliable and short-lived career-wise. However, it didn't seem to be the case when his fellow peers voted on his performance. Ben, on the other hand, he could have dealt with the 0-pointer on his own, no doubt about that. He had displayed enough of his forms and their abilities to dictate that he could have easily tore a hole straight through the gigantic villain if he wanted to. It seemed like he was trying to hide his abilities, most likely as to prevent any unnecessary attention from him and the staff. It was a little weird though, as the whole point of this exam was to show off your quirk and your ability to act in a mock situation. By now, the exams had ended moments after. He watched as a fellow staff member, Recovery Girl, healed Midoriya of his injuries. He wanted to scout out both galleries, but he had no way to help other than to escort students out from the cities if he were to do so. He wasn't really allowed to leave the booth anyway, due to the fact that he had to grade the examinees. Aizawa sighed. Instead of prattling on with his monologue observations, he should have been busy checking through the written exams at the moment. But here there were situations just begging of an individual of his caliber to investigate. On the brighter side though, due to his actions the two boys had earned a substantial amount of rescue points from their actions. Though Midoriya's were a little more suicidal than Ben's. They would pass and be handed off into his class, which meant he would be having a crazy year this time around. This didn't bode well for his psyche. Knowing this, Aizawa turned to the exit. I'm going to be pulling an all-nighter, aren't I? He grumbled as he dragged his body out from the booth. Are you alright? Momo asks. You seem to be a little more happy than usual? Oh, how so, Yaoyorozu-san? Ben asks as he takes off her sweater for her. The creation user smiles as she pokes his cheek. You've been smiling a little more often. She answers him. Ben blinks, touching his own face in regard for what she said. Really now? I haven't noticed, he admits. I guess because of the recent amount of action I've been involving myself in, I've been able to express myself more openly. You're telling me? I asked the principal to send me the footage of the practical exam, you know. You're quite the fighter, I have to say again. She smiles. Although I could tell that the Null Void still has affected you a bit. And probably will for the rest of my life. Ben says as he closes a hand. It's an icky feeling that'll be with me. It's become a part of my life. Momo smiled a little, patting his head in response. Ben's eyes widened a little until she finished. Yaoyorozu-san? I didn't say to get rid of it though. It's made you the person who you are today. Never forget the person you are. Don't try to be someone you aren't, even if it may seem to be a good idea to do so. She reassures him. Ben blinks, confusing in how to answer a little inspirational talk. A week had passed since his partake at the hero exam, meaning it was now early March. His thoughts were swimming and he couldn't quite shake the feeling of excitement, like Momo pointed out. His first scenes of action after a while since leaving the Null Void, on the ground of Earth. Even if this place wasn't exactly like his own, fighting on familiar turf made him a little better. Some interesting things had happened since his coming into the city and participation. After around a day or so, a police investigator had arrived at the Yaoyuzuru household. To Ben's surprise, the man was quirkless, which reminded him of investigators from his own world. The policeman, who was named Tsukachi, explained his reason for approaching the household. Apparently, the presentation of Ben's alien forms had intrigued much of the staff members when he partook in the exam. He was hoping to maybe get some information to where the origins of his quirk came from, but Ben quickly answered that it was a family secret. The second was of the news of his own passing. The exam results explained what counted toward his end crediting. Villain subduction, heroic assistance, as well as other factors. It surprised Momo that heroics were to be a part of the exam, being noted as rescue points. Ben found out about it partway due to Ojiro's wording of the situation back then, but he should have paid a little more attention to present Mike's explanation. He said that unheroic acts were to be unforgivable and unaccountable towards their grading, but he never said anything else about being heroic. And with the results came a letter, which was also a hologram to Ben's surprise. An envelope came a week after the exam as promised. Ben obtained said letter during his morning run of chores, and immediately showed it to his mistress. The first thing they saw were the results themselves, and then the letter, which was from someone that made Ben frown a little. It was as said as Nezu appeared in the hologram in his office. "Hello, this is Nezu. If you've received this letter, you've passed the practical and written exam. Good work. So, you managed to pass the exam through a combination of villain points and several rescue points. In total it should be 34 villain points from the destruction of the mock villains, and those added to the total of 36 rescue points. 10 points came from helping out the examinee that was with those other 2 students, and the remaining were from collaborating yourself under pressure to act alongside those 2 examinees. Add all that together and you got 70 points in total, putting you as one the top of the examinees. Personally I believe that you could have performed better, but it seems that you were trying not to associate much attention to yourself, which is understandable in your case. I'm a little sucker for interesting scenes though, so your several minutes of acting out with those 2 was taken into consideration. Not that you cared about that anyway probably, which I know you didn't, hee. As such, you're being placed into the Department of Heroes, in Class 1A. Prepare request for a design for your hero costume and submit it to the official school website section specifically for you before classes start. If you don't, you're using the physical education uniform. Don't slack off now, and have a good rest of your day. That is all. The staff and I are looking forward to welcoming you to UA in April." Ben held the letter and began waving it around to see if he missed something else, but handed it Momo to see if she found something he missed. The letter was just so, Nezu-like, so to say. Ben sighed and walked to the dining room table with Momo. "Well, let's just eat for now. We can design the costumes later." Momo nodded, placing it in her pants pocket as he brought several trays of food. Over the course of living here, he had learned much from the other maids to the point of being capable of performing culinary arts, something that the Omnitrix wielder began to take great pride in for some reason. Perhaps because he was too reminiscent of his grandfather's bizarre way of cooking. "Congratulations for getting in though, Ben," Momo added with a smile. Ben could not help but smile in return. "Thank you, Yaoyuzuru-san." Despite the silliness of Nezu's letter, he was perfectly fine with how everything went. Now if only he was told about designing a costume sooner though. The left button is for left clicking. If you want to do specific things like copy and pasting, the right button is for that. Momo instructs. Ben sat over a desk with his mistress beside him, both of them currently overlooking pieces of paper filled to the brim with designs while looking on a computer. After dinner had finished, Momo decided it was best that they both worked on the costume. Despite what anyone else would say, it was good for any one hero to have their own, unique appearance. Any glaring features in the designs would be key for identifying a specific hero after all. Ben was wondering if he even needed a uniform though. His alien forms automatically generated uniforms of their own that correlated to Ben as a whole, so it was the question in mind. Momo managed to convince him that it was the first form, his human form, which people would be recognizing first before he transformed, since his quirk was still classified and labeled as transformation. Well, the Omnitrix already generates a uniform for your transformations, correct? Momo asks him once more. Ben merely nods in response. Then we need something that correlates to those then. The color schemes of my alien forms are in direct sync to the Omnitrix's color scheme. The white, black, and green colorations are what give the design to the creatures that I take the form of. Ben explains. Depending on the species, it could accommodate a uniforms to various lengths. Such as, Momo gestured him to continue. Some aliens don't require clothing, as it may inhibit their ability to perform. Others may be able to wear a full suit. If you watched the footage, you could see that those three forms were like that. Diamond Head's was a half-and-half bodysuit that only covered up to his torso and not his arms. Arctic Guana's trait is being able to use a beam of ice, so it'd make sense to cover up as much as possible. And the last one? That humongous, dinosaur-looking transformation. Momo shuddered a little upon remembering the sheer size of it. That was Humongosaur. I tend to classify names I give my aliens based on their traits. Humongosaur has the ability to sextuple in size, so the Omnitrix provides a uniform that is able to adapt to his changes. He finishes his explanation. I see, Momo muttered, humming a bit to herself, but blinking as if she had a brilliant idea. You're a fighter capable of adapting to practically any kind of situation, so how about? What are you suggesting, Yaoyorozu-san? Ben asks. Her eyes glistened as she pointed a finger at him. Let's add a bit of utility to your human form then. Maybe a pocket for bandages and pain relievers? You already excel at combat, so why not focus on support then for your human form, she suggests. Support? That would be smart to have. Being a hero isn't always about gallantly facing a villain and fighting a battle, Ben says. That's right. A hero not only fights to protect, but also stays to support, Momo smiles. Ben scanned over the base design, trying to find something to add after discussing these few previous ideas. There was already boots meant to traverse in multiple substances, for convenience sake and for better footwork should the need arise to fight in his human form. There were 2 pouches attached to the main jumpsuit that could be used for carrying supplies that were located on his hips. Should the need arise, there were also slots located on his shoulders that would contain substances meant to subdue criminals. And also, on the back, there was an additional function. Well, I'll be working on the designs with my quirk. Anything else you wanted to add before I finalize the prototype? Momo asks her butler. Ben thinks about the idea for a second, before grabbing a piece of paper. Sketching out another idea, after around 5 minutes or so, he handed the sheet to his mistress. The first thing she thought to react to was how detailed he was about the design he wanted for this specific object. No, not object. Weapon. This was a weapon meant for his human form, in order to correlate to her suggestion. She gives the boy a surprised glance, before nodding. I'll see what I can do. You should sleep. In all seriousness, you're going to need all the rest you can get. She says. Ben raises an eyebrow, but nonetheless leaves her alone to go to his own room. Momo waits for him to go out, before turning back to her work. Having him sleep early would benefit his performance in the long-term effect, especially since there would likely be something planned for the students when they arrived at the school. Momo knew that Ben was a night walker, but sleep was really going to be important these upcoming weeks. And perhaps it was best to just let him deal with that. After all, he was strong enough to pass whatever test they had, but she wanted to make sure. She held the design in her hands and blinked at the colorization. Maybe she could do a little something here. A little black and white was too bland, so maybe a peacekeeping look of green. She smiled at the thought of that as she placed a pair of glasses on her nose bridge. She was going to have a blast at designing this as she took her shirt off. It was now the first day of school. Momo had woken up early as usual for her morning training of 6:30. Ben, however, was different. He had gotten up so early in fact that the sun had yet to risen. He always had a habit to wake up during obscenely early hours from his time in the Null Void, but it was particularly true in this case seeing as he had slept in a location that was much more comfortable than anything he could have obtained in that damned space of red and black. He had made breakfast before the rest of the house had awakened and packed a boxed lunch in his bag for himself and Momo. It was all done in a leisurely pace, seeing no reason to rush himself. After all, the trip to the school building itself wouldn't take so long, as Momo arranged for a car to drive her there. However, Ben didn't want people to get the wrong idea. He knew how his mistress had tried to make friends that saw her for the person she was, not for the person that had things. After much persuasion, she decided to let him arrive separately from her. After he had finished prepping for the day, he returned to his room, gazing upon his uniform that he and Momo obtained a few days prior. The standard male uniform consisted of the following: a light gray suit over a white dress shirt and dark green dress pants, along with a red necktie. The suit displayed a varied detailing of navy blue marks on the cuffs, parts of the collar, as well as the shoulder area. Ben wore his usual black dress shoes from his butler outfit, as the school had no regulations on footwear. He decided to bring his sneakers though. Walking out to the hallway of the second floor, Ben looked up. The trapdoor that led to the attic and to the roof was visible, with an idea growing in Ben's mind to pass the time. Climbing off to the roof, the morning sun was just about to go over the horizon, meaning that it was now 6:30. Checking the Omnitrix, the time was right on schedule as he began to hear footsteps around the entire household. Well, good morning to everyone. Ben smiles a little as he lays down, his eyes looking up towards the sky. The mornings were typically pretty hectic, but since he woke up early to do everything, all he heard was the sound of the trapdoor opening half an hour later. Ben. Momo calls out to him. He opens a single eye as he sits up, before turning to face her. Good morning, Yaoyazuru-san. He greets her. Waking up even earlier than usual and leaving no one to do the morning cooking. You must be feeling quite energetic then. She commented, walking out onto the rooftop with her own uniform on. Sorry. I felt pretty good as I woke up. He apologized honestly. It's a brand new day, a brand new term, it's been almost 3 years since I've attended a school. Well, she mused, taking note of the sincerity with not so surprising ease, since I was sleeping like a baby, I would say that you did a good job with preparing everything without waking us up. Well, that's good. Have you eaten yet? He then asks. I prepared a high-carb meal today. I have a feeling that we're going to be doing physical work today. Yes, and it was very good. She grins, patting his head. Now then, shall we depart? Remember what we said, mistress. Ben then gave her a look. Momo pouts a little, before sighing. I'll be leaving first then. It's class 1A, right? Yes. Do you have everything you need? She reminded him. He nods in response. Good. Then, may you have a safe trip, Yaoyazuru-san. Ben says as he stands up. He picked up the backpack he prepared, slugging it around his shoulders as he began to run off. Jumping off the roof, Momo covered her eyes momentarily as the flash of the Omnitrix came into view once more, this time replacing Ben with a creature resembling a humanoid manta ray. He was red in color, with 2 black lightning bolt-like stripes coming down from his shoulders. He had yellow horns extending from his nose, gills underneath his arms and yellow patagia which he used to fly when he leapt off from the roof. Wearing a full-body uniform of black and white, the Omnitrix dial was located on his chest between the stripes. Seeing the flying alien going off into the distance, Momo smiles a bit as she slaps his cheeks. All right. Time for the orientation. The standard time for most classes in Japan were quite early. Compared to the time schedules held back within his own country, the United States of America, these early times made it practical for every student to manage their time with due care. Back when he was younger, Ben was like a typical kid his age. Wake up almost late, do a little mediocre in school, messing around with kids his age, etc. The Null Void changed everything though, but it didn't seem like all the changes were bad in a way, such as when he arrived at UA. Class sections were categorized depending on the student's performance in the practical and written exam, their preferred goal, and class size. Class 1A and 1B were for the Department of Heroes, in which those who passed the exam and were leading towards the path into becoming a pro would go to. Students would learn everything they need to know to become excellent heroes in service of the community, and work towards the qualifications necessary to be allowed to use their quirks in public spaces. For those who didn't qualify for the latters, the Department of General Education was the area down below. They focused more on education itself, with those pursuing for college and other future education following this route. Those who had high grades could potentially be transferred into the hero department. These included classes 1C, 1D, and 1E for the first years. Lastly, there were the other two departments, support and management. Support could easily be interpreted. Developing support equipment that helped heroes out on the battlefield. With a workspace stocked to the brim with all sorts of executive tools, the department provided an unmatched creative environment for those who chose to go into that department. The classes in this section included those from classes 1F, 1G, and 1H. The Department of Management focused more on founding and managing hero agencies to executive producing heroes. These sections were focused on classes 1I, 1J, and 1K. However, even though he gave himself plenty of time to arrive, saying that he arrived early was an understatement to a point. Not a single student was even present by the time he approached Class 1A, which was labeled by a giant brown door with its initial colored in a blood red bordering. There was also a back door located a few meters off. Well, easy does it, Ben shrugs as the door opens for him. He walks inside, the view full of the room being presented to him. It actually took a while to locate the floor and specific room and area, but Ben was honestly feeling relieved. The classroom wasn't anything over the top, nor was it as grand as the auditorium from the orientation. It was humble and welcoming, with a tad smell of freshness to it. To allow students reprieved after being sent through rigorous training to be happy about their placement into this class perhaps. Whatever the case though, it certainly didn't feel like the typical classroom from elementary environments of his past. There were supposed to be 20 seats for each first-year class, but Ben noticed a 21st one located all the way in the back. It was probably because of Nezu's involvement with his placement that this seating chart was a little off, which actually made the young Omnitrix wielder a little interested. Shrugging once more, he sat down at said seat, placing his bag by the hanging strap located on the side of the desk. Getting into a comfortable position, he then looked over at the clock that hanged over the entrance of the room, before closing his eyes. It was now 7:40. Classes would start at 8. From underneath his sleeve of UA's uniform, the Omnitrix's hourglass glowed. Several green data screens began to form, circulating around Ben's head as text and images started to fill in the displays. Master control access. He mutters in his mind. Immediately, the screens began to dilate and spin rapidly. This continued on for a few minutes, until Ben's eyes opened at the sound of the doors opening once more, the screens disappearing immediately. Revealing the honor student that wore glasses reminded him of Issei, who stared at him with minor surprise. Oh, a student who appeared earlier than me. Wait, you are, he muttered, before shaking his head and walking towards him. Greetings. Ben sits up. I think we got off onto a bad start at first. My name is Ben Tennyson. Ah, hello there, Tennyson-san. I am also sorry for my behavior from before. I'm from Somei Private Academy and my name is Iida Tenya. I hope we can get along. He smiled as he walked towards him, exchanging a handshake with the Omnitrix wielder. I'm a little surprised that you're a foreigner though. I get that a lot. Ben repeats to the umpteenth time. Iida smiles again, but then looks at where he sat. Why are you sitting all the way in the back for? Pardon my suggestion, but it would most likely help if you were to move up. Ben shook his head. It's fine, Iida-san. Let's just say I had to catch up to even take part in the exam, making myself having to learn more than what was necessary. I should be fine if I take regular participation into account for the classes. He said, giving his reasoning. The less studious should be up front. Iida looked somewhat surprised at those words, however he simply nodded with a smile. I see, you're quite nice to consider the matter of your peers around you. Let us both do well then. Yeah, Ben replied, watching as he walked away and seated himself near the exit of the back door, which was seat number 4. The seats were labeled starting from the front door and moving down towards the bottom. It was near the back as well, but considering his tall body and sturdy posture, Ben wasn't surprised that he was placed there to uphold the chance for his future classmates to get a better look on the board. As time started to pass, more and more students started to fill in the room and its seats. Ben and Iida would occasionally greet and exchange a bit of information with their new peers. As no one knew each other much, it was suitable for everyone to talk. Well, it didn't actually matter right now, because once class started all of them could introduce each other. All classes started out with that activity anyway, so it should be fine, at least what Ben remembered from his own time in school. Naturally, Ben's eyes wandered around to study the appearance and possibly the quirks of his fellow classmates. He could see all his peers from where he sat, so he just simply stared at each individual for a small while. There was a guy that had tape-like dispensers on his elbows that were easy to identify through his uniform, a guy with a bird head, and a guy with multiple limbs attached together with webbing. Although some of them had strange appearances, there was no doubt that their placing here meant that they qualified to be heroes. He took this information relatively well, even after learning the fact that there was a second class with relatively the same amount of students too. If he was measuring this correctly, there were over 40 teenagers that had earned the right to be nurtured into heroes. It certainly would be interesting to see how all of these individuals would grow as they progressed through this school. Some of the individuals were those that Ben had recognized. The two, Ojiro and Jiro, smiled at him and spared no time walking towards him. Ben, it's good to see you. Likewise, Ojiro-san. Ben exchanges a handshake with him. It's good to see you too, Jiro-san. The two began to dwell in some sort of talk until class started. However, right as they were about to get into a good part, the slamming of feet could be heard. Jiro was the first to turn, with the blonde and brunette following suit. What now? Ben groaned internally. Was there someone already causing trouble? Oh, exactly as he thought. He hated the universe for giving him the correct answer. Do not put your feet on the desk. Iida's voice could be heard as he yelled. Instantly, the class's attention was drawn away and instead transferred to two specific people. One was Iida, who seemed to be glaring and barking with a professional posture, and the other was, sitting with his legs on his desk. He looked rather familiar to Ben, recognizing him the moment he. Ha! Bakugo growled out, sending Iida a nasty glare. From where Ben sat, he and the others could see the two perfectly in sight, with the brunette sighing. This guy again, he blinks in annoyance. If he was here, no doubt that this class would be lively. Whether that was a good or bad thing, it was leaning in a well-known direction already. Don't you think that it is rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made these desks? Iida berated. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Not one bit. What junior high did you go to, you side character? He taunted with an arrogant smirk that was reacted with a scandalized face from Iida. Ben frowns upon recognizing the angry blonde. Whether he was arrogant or if it was pride, he wasn't surprised that he made it into the class. His quirk, which matched his name, was probably the other thing that made him stick out. Iida reacted with shock for a moment, but calmed himself down to reply. I attended Somei Private Academy. My name is Iida Tenya. Somei. An elite then, HMPH. He grunted, not even bothering to introduce himself in turn. Judging from the way he sneered with arrogance at everyone else in the class, he had absolutely no intention to do so. Looks like I'll have fun crushing you. What? He blurted in shock at the words of his fellow classmate. Do you truly aim to be a hero with that kind of attitude? Kids would cry if you swore at them like that. The rude teen already grew bored of Iida and gazed away rudely with a snort. However, that rude gaze seemed to focus onto a certain brunette. Naturally curious despite the distaste of each other being made clear, Iida followed with his gaze. Ben. Iida muttered, and in turn the entire classes did the same, finding a young man. Hey, looks like Midoriya's here. He simply smiles. Everyone else then turns to said greenhead as he appeared at the door. This then caused that same young man to panic at the sudden spur of attention. The boy in question seemed to be trying to gather himself to greet them but fell short when Iida left and walked towards him. No doubt being subtly glad that he was away from the rude teen. Good morning. Iida greeted, I am from Somei Private Academy. Ah. The nervous teen interrupted. And my name is, Iida trailed off, no doubt being caught off guard by the interruption. In doing so he stopped his movement and remained frozen like a statue, most likely processing what to do next. I'm Midoriya. Nice to meet you again, Iida-kun. He greeted with a friendly yet awkward smile. Iida seemed to gather his bearings, but fell silent in silent contemplation. Midoriya, you realized there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? He declared, surprising some students with the new information. I had no idea, I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. I apologize for my rude remarks during the orientation. It was nothing, honestly. Midoriya smiles nervously, before turning back to Ben. Oh hey. It's you. Sup. Ben raised a hand. It appeared that Midoriya, and a few of the students in the class including the rude teen were confused somewhat. They remained silent in hopes of learning why and what they were missing. Ben was not so confused. He already learned of the rescue points system by himself. However, from the faces that those few students told him that they had managed to pass the exam through faux villain points alone. Especially Bakugo, who looked the most confused. No doubt had thoughts in his head that tried to figure out something he missed in the exam. It was from his face alone that Ben could tell why. Bullies will be bullies. He smirks as he leans his chin on an arm. He had passed with just the villain points, and only villain points. How many villain points? Ben assumed that he was at the top for that category given his destructive quirk. If he learned to adjust his attitude, then the rude teen could become a hero worthy of being praised upon. It appeared that with his focus on the blonde teen, Ben had missed the arrival of the last missing student, Uraraka. She was about to enter the room when. Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. And then a drowsy voice interrupted their antics. Ben actually stood up upon hearing this ominous tone. It reminded him of a certain alien warlord. While the bubbly girl's demeanor changed into a silent panic, Midoriya on the other hand had peeked over her shoulder downwards to see Aizawa laying on the floor in a sleeping bag, a dull, yellow one at that. Is that a sleeping bag? Uraraka, and Iida sweat drop in shock. Aizawa remained in his unanimous position, not even blinking as he did so. This is the hero course. He says, unzipping his bag a little to suck on a small plastic juice pouch in one gulp. The three remained shocked long enough for him to stand up, exiting the bag completely. Sheesh, it took you 8 seconds to completely shut up. He grunts. Time is an essence, kids. You lot need to learn more about courtesy. Talk about blunt. Ben chuckles inwardly before blinking. Wait, this is our teacher. Is he a pro hero too? Midoriya blinks in surprise. Stepping into the classroom, he gave each and every student a once-over. Ben noticed that his gaze lingered on him for a little while longer than the rest of the students as the trio that remained standing returned to their seats. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota, he said lazily. There was no emotion in his voice, save for the few traces of subtle twitching his eyes seemed to have. Nice to meet you. Everyone else seemed to react with a little awe and/or shock as he then reached into his sleeping bag, pulling out a uniform that consisted of a short-sleeved navy blue shirt with a white stripe and red trimmings, and pants of the same nature. This was the physical education uniform. Alright, this is going to be sudden, but put this on and move along out to the PE fields. Aizawa blinks slowly as he gives everyone a uniform. Momo and Ben looked at each other, with his mistress raising an eyebrow. I guess his gut feeling was right. She thought. Ben didn't have a good feeling about this though. Since this outfit was short-sleeved, that meant that the Omnitrix would be exposed. He just prayed that Aizawa wouldn't question him about it. Wait, what about the entrance ceremony? One of the students, Kaminari Denki, asked. He was ignored though. Okay, so we're going to be doing a quirk apprehension test. Aizawa suddenly says. Everyone reacts negatively as they all gathered outside after dressing into the PE uniforms. Wait, what about the entrance ceremony? What about the orientation? Uraraka yells in question. That's what I was asking earlier. Kaminari yells in agreement. Aizawa sighs though as he turns his back to everyone. If you're going to become a hero, you won't have the time to be attending lively events like those. He explains. This is a place meant to train future heroes, after all. That's what UA's selling point is, our unrestrictedness. Yeah, but aren't there heroes that do attend to those types of things in their free time? The brunette's sweat dropped. The rest of the students seemed to had agreed with her with similar facial expressions as he turns to the series of track lines in front of them. They seemed to be distance markers for some sort of throwing activity. You see these things here, right? You guys should have been doing these things since junior high. He points down to them as he holds up a tablet-like device to them filled with various trial-like activities. Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. Midoriya says. Ben raises an eyebrow in interest. Nowadays, Japan still uses statistics based on scores gathered from tests like these to conduct averages. That's right. Aizawa replies, turning to Bakugo. Bakugo, you were at the top of the results for the practical exam, yeah. The blonde raises an eyebrow to that, but nods in response. What was your best result for the softball throw in junior high? He then asks. 67 meters. He answers. Ben calculates the distance from meters to feet, as that was the system they used in America. Of course, he had learned that the customary thing to do was use meters and the likes for measurement. Approximately 220 feet. He resulted. Alright, now try to use your quirk while doing so. Aizawa proposes as he takes out a softball. This ball will survive through pretty much anything. Bakugo takes the object from his hand, looking down at it before walking over to the next circle over. Snorting, he sent a threatening glance at Midoriya. He then stepped into the chalk-drawn circle. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay within the circle. Aizawa instructed. Hurry up. Give it all you've got. With a calm intake of air, Bakugo stretched his throwing arm and stared ahead. Alright then, stancing his body like a professional baseball player, he swung his body back for a second before he rushed his entire body forward, a murderous overlapping his face as he did so. Ben could feel the slight amount of blood. No, this wasn't bloodlust in any way. This bully had no idea what bloodlust was like. Die! He screamed as he threw the ball, blasting the surprisingly intact object high into the air with a well-timed explosion. It soared above the low clouds and drifting in the sky, only to impact down to the earth like a little bouncy ball several seconds later. Ben watched Midoriya shudder a little. From what Bakugo said, it seemed to be a trademark phrase of his. As the ball came down, Aizawa recorded the distance, revealing it to be a screaming 705.2 meters long. Knowing your maximum is the most rational way to form your foundation of being a hero. He explains. Everyone seemed to have begun to get excited for this, even Momo as Ben glanced in her direction. But, over 700 meters. Damn, that's far. Kaminari chuckles nervously. But this looks super fun now. Another student, Ishido Mina yelped. She had pink hair and skin, with her sclera being black and her irises yellow. She had a pair of yellow horns protruding out of her head. Yeah, we can finally use our quirks for something fun. A male student, Shiro Hanta grinned. He had black hair, with his elbows now exposing his cylinder-like shape. This is what it means to be in the hero course. Fun, huh? Aizawa mutters. Ben and Midoriya notice his change in tone as everyone ceases to smile in excitement. You lot all have 3 years to become heroes, and that isn't long. You really think you'll have that kind of mindset for that entire time? Everyone gulps, which satisfies Aizawa's answer. With a growing smile, he says something atrocious. Alright then. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 of the tests will be judged to have no potential. They will be punished with immediate expulsion. Huh. While everyone else reacted with stunned looks, Ben cups his chin in suspicion. It didn't make any sense to do such a thing. What was he trying to do? What reasoning could he have to have pulled that out of nowhere? Was it because everyone was treating this lesson as a joke? Ben knew how hard it would really be to be out in the field, but they had 3 years. More than enough time for them to all mature. There was no need for that punishment, so why? Aizawa glanced around, seeing more of his students hyping themselves up, but for a desperate look on their faces. Instead, they were hyping themselves to not fail, to not face the bottom of the barrel and to not allow their dreams to be crushed. In fact, from what he could see, Midoriya seemed to be having a panic attack, grasping at his hand in worry. It wasn't just Midoriya, but one of his students seemed to be pretty calm in all of his sudden proposing. Ben was honestly sure he was going to pass if he used his forms for most of the tests, and for the ball throw he already had a specific one that was perfect for that situation. His primary goal was to pass, but not to stand out that much. Already he could tell that Aizawa was giving him a look that wasn't friendly to say the least. That, and even if he was last in most of the tests, if he managed to beat the person in last and barely pass, he should have been fine. The rest of the students continued to mumble and jitter, but it was then that Aizawa raised his voice again. He wanted to continue this facade for a little while longer, this time in hopes of trying to get Ben under the pressure as well. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students, Aizawa declared, raising his hands and clearing away the hair that covered his face. Staring at it, Ben and the rest of the students saw the sadistic delight he would be drawing from the following hours. Welcome. This is UA's hero course. Ben grinned, something that Midoriya and some of the other students noticed as he cracked his knuckles. All right then, I accept. He declared. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered in unfairness. Heroes are the ones who reverse the situations. If you're with your friends at Mickey D's after school, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Well now, Ben mumbles with a smile. Go beyond. Plus ultra, right. Show me then. He taunted them, beckoning the students to take a step further with his finger, a sickeningly sadistic smirk once more taking shape. It was made all the more daunting once they realized he had used the school's own motto as justification for this madness. Overcome it with all you've got. He says. 741 Chapter 3. Enrage on. I think I might have gone a little far with this, but, let's go anyways. Every time I wake up, I see notifications of follows, favorites, reviews, good lord. I mean, sure, there's a few Boku no My Hero Academia and Ben 10 crossovers, but I guess people are getting back into this one. So, welcome back to my Omnium Academia. I say, I had a little fun making this chapter, but it was kind of hard to choose whether Todoroki and Shoji to fight against Ben, or Iida and Bakugo. I guess the latter was already eventful enough since it's between the main characters. Anyhow, to the reviews and PMs. 1. Welp. I'm going for the Todoroki route. It'll be hard to have him fight Ben though. Because in the series, everyone makes note on how he relies too heavily on his quirk for his attacks. Yes, he's also physically fit, but we've never really seen him fight in close-quarter combat. 2. Like my other stories, all canon species from the Ben 10 franchise will be appearing, including the Andromeda Galaxy ones. Regarding Ultimates, they may become a part of the thing, but possibly after the USJ incident or a little beyond that. We'll see. 3. Ben acting as villain. It might be a fun thing to write. It'll allow Ben's savage side to take place, possibly showing bloodlust to the other characters. It'll be a strange to incorporate him into the exams though. 4. Regarding a Bakugo Ben fight, I'll be taking that into consideration, but not right now. I like the suggestions you made though, Ninjamon. That's the thing about Ben and the Omnitrix. It's kind of hard to write out a fight where Ben is a calculated fighter. Because that means he'll counter his opponents and make the fights short, which is something that you typically don't want something to happen in a situation like fanfiction, haha. 5. I did not expect so many people to choose Mina. Oh yeah, Deku x Froppy. Fight me. 6. XLR8. Or perhaps Clockwork. Find out in this chapter. And, yep, that pretty much does it up for the review section. I decided to let myself go a little further and make this chapter longer. Sheesh, at this rate, I may surpass that 19k worded chapter from the Null Fairy. So, the chapter. Let's go. I own nothing related to the subject of Ben 10 nor Boku no My Hero Academia. Please support the official releases, and a happy reading to you all. Thanks for over 50 reviews, over 70 follows and favorites, and almost 3,000 views. Hey, this got put into a community, nice. Chapter 3. Enrage on. Ben smiled inwardly. It was fun to see Aizawa in a confused mood. He had thought to use one of his speedier forms, but he wanted to create a first large impact for the rest of the class. However, it was then that he sighed in response to the current situation at hand. If he had just been a little more discreet, he would have managed to help everyone pass. Now, if he wanted to pass the test Aizawa gave, he would have had to give a reasonable tone down to his abilities, otherwise Aizawa would perceive his actions as suspicious to a capital S. The next few tests went a little more smoothly. The second one was for the grip strength test. Ben decided not to use his aliens for these upcoming few matches, as they required more physical strength and other human-like traits. While some of the other students displayed phenomenal ratings due to their quirks, he noticed that Midoriya seemed to lean more towards the normal category, which actually seemed to worry the greenhead significantly as the tests went on. With a grunt, Ben recounted his scores. In regards to all the following tests he had, the first to mention was the standing long jump. He had quite the leg strength due to surviving in the Null Void, even gaining the acknowledgement from those of Aoyamas or Bakugos, the latter using his explosions to practically fly across the sand pit. There was a similar result during the repeated side steps, which he had done admirably well despite being human. While all of these scores hadn't made much of a splash, especially considering that the Bakugo teen had reached a far better overall score than the majority of the class, it was still enough that it made most of the class scores shown to be arbitrary. In a perspective to Bakugo's scores, Midoriya had consistently done the opposite. So far he was sitting at the bottom of the totem pole. He had only managed to pass some of the other scores due to being a male, which granted him a bit more strength during those of the grip test. The green mop of a teen certainly had more muscle in his abs than most of their fellow classmates, possibly more so than even the wild Bakugo. Yet in spite of this, the nervous teen was performing quite poorly. Was it self-doubt? A lacking of clear imagery to focus on the objective? Whatever the case, Ben didn't know for now, but perhaps in the future he would learn. That's amazing. She got infinity. Zero cheered. Finally, one of the activities seemed to have Ben's interest. He was drawn from his thoughts as the rest of the class cheered in awe at Uraraka's throw. It was now the fifth test, ball throwing. Everyone knew that reaching infinity was an absurd number, but Ben supposed that with her quirk it would be like a chore. She could deny the effects of gravity on an object, which in and of itself didn't fully make much sense, but this was an alternate Earth. Perhaps her quirk also cancelled momentum in some form. Since if something lost its gravitational pull, it would begin to simply rotate around the Earth. Ben would have to look in about that. Tennyson, you're up next. Aizawa called, looking at his checkboard offhandedly. He wasn't going at the seating order, but he decided to put him after Uraraka after seeing her score of infinity. The brunette nodded and stepped into the familiar chalk-drawn ring, grabbing the spare replacement baseball from the floor that they had prepared. He ignored a glares that was sent his way from the Bakugo, unwilling to try provoking him further. It failed of course, seeing as his ignorance of said glares only furthered to intensify them. He smirked inwardly, something that Midoriya gulped in response to. I think Kachan's gonna go ballistic at this rate, the mop-haired teen predicts. Go all out on this one. Aizawa tells Ben. All out, sir. He glances at him. I know you've been trying to balance your scores in between using your human form and your transformations. It's been giving me this eerie thought that you're trying to help some of your classmates pass. He folds his arms. Ben was a little impressed with his observation, shrugging. Guess I can't help it then. As long as I don't leave the circle, right? Ben asks him once more. A simple grunt was all he got, but it was more than enough to her in Ben's direction. I accept this then. He grins. Gripping the ball hard, he turns to his right as he began to rock his entire body back. The moment he did though, Aizawa glares at the kid, his hair floating up as his irises glowed red. Midoriya and a few other of the students noticed this, with the green-haired teen's eyes wandering in realization to Aizawa's identity. That red glow, those bandage-like weapons around his neck. Is he, Eraserhead? He gasps. He's going to disable Ben's quirk the moment he. While the idea of Aizawa was to neutralize Ben's quirk, it had in fact backfired, as when the youth was about to throw the softball, the Omnitrix dial flashed green, the glow blocked by Ben's body. Everyone covered their eyes from the flash, only for several jaws to drop, eyes to widen, and some to almost piss their pants from seeing Homungosaur in his place. Right before he threw the ball, the Vaxasaurian sextupled in size, with one foot barely still on the circle as the yelled, throwing the ball as hard as he could. The welcoming backlash came in the form of waves of wind that crashing against the people behind him. From his vision, Aizawa rose an eyebrow in intrigue, and more importantly, shock. He had gotten the idea that his transformations were just that, a quirk that composed of transforming his body, a quirk categorized as transformation. So why? Why couldn't I erase it? He glares at the giant stegosaur-like creature. Aizawa could only keep silent. If not for his bandages covering his mouth, he was certain that the students would have seen it. His open jaw of surprise. This kid, this suddenly appearing shapeshifter, had thrown a softball hundreds of meters using a transformational quirk that seemed to have been ignoring some law of physics. Even more surprisingly, even as he grew in size, his mobility had practically remained the same as he went on with the gesture. Looking down to his machine, even compared to the likes of Bakugo and Uraraka, the former and latter taking advantage of physics and supernatural causes, Homungosaur's score was a result of pure, raw, unadulterated strength. From afar, Momo could be seen smirking a little with pride as her teacher looked down. 876.98 meters. Almost 900, huh? Homungosaur closes his hand. Interesting. The scary thing was that Aizawa was sure that the brat could have thrown the ball even further. He wore confidence on his face when he first took a hold of the ball, with the grace and skill that even the most prominent of most of the power-developed quirk users could apprehend to. This only drew in another question though. This was only of the few forms he showed at the practical exam. If they could all be as useful like this one, Ben Tennyson most likely had the best opportunity to be considered. A one-man army, how many forms does this kid have? He silently asks as Homungosaur reverts back to Ben, walking back to the other students. They were pretty much swarming him with questions as Aizawa growled. Yaoyazoru, you're up next. He calls out. Good luck, girl. Ishido grins. Several other of the students agreed with cheers and smiles, with Ben smiling in response to the friendly nature of his classmates. Now, if only Kirishima, a red-haired teen, could stop nudging his head. Aizawa looked at her with a slight interest as he checked her profile. A quirk that allowed her to create any non-organic object there was to her knowledge. Someone with a quirk like that could easily be targeted as someone with any path. She could pursue in the science departments, or anything she wanted. Her quirk was perfect for any situation. She had gotten in his class with a recommendation alongside someone else in his class, Todoroki Shoto. Perhaps she would seek out the boy later on to compare and contrast how they use their quirks. It would be a smart move considering that. Bang! Asterisk. The screeching echo of an explosion drove Aizawa from his thoughts as he stared back at Momo, or more specifically, Momo's creation. Of all things to be creative with, she certainly took the cake with the fact that she loaded her ball into a missile launcher of all things. A vastly more reasonable approach as opposed to the method that Ben had used despite the similarities in ideation, yet he could not fault the results. Aizawa took a glance at the numbered result on his tracker. 707 meters. He calls out. Momo smiles as she wipes her hands. An admirable distance, not quite reaching Bakugo's score, but close enough. They both used explosive power to achieve their goal after all, so it wasn't surprising that the explosion caused by the teen, whose main power was the use of explosions, could reach further than a man-made device. Alright, Midoriya, you're up. He calls out the young boy. Midoriya quickly retreated from his smiling reactions to his classmates as he gazes at the pro-hero. Yes. Coming. He yelped. The young Omnitrix wielder blinked and turned his attention to Midoriya, who now stood in the chalk circle and gripping the ball with a conflicted expression on his face. What's wrong with him? He wondered, before hearing Iida's voice beside him. It doesn't look good for Midoriya if he continues like this. Iida voiced out, reflecting the initial thoughts that Ben had about the teen. Of course not, Bakugo mused with a grin, drawing a small bit of attention, pointing his finger at their nervous classmate. He's a quirkless small fry, you know. Quirkless. Everyone blinked. This seemed to shock Iida, who stared in disbelief at the claim. Quirkless. Are you not aware of what he did in the entrance exam? Ah. Bakugo in turn showed a confused expression. It appeared that Midoriya seemed to had performed quite the performance then for Iida to be reacting like this. What did he do? You know what? I'm going to take a look. He whispered as the Omnitrix flashed. Everyone was paying attention to Midoriya, more than enough attention to allow him to transform and not have his usual flash of green bother anyone. He was now replaced with another alien form, this one being a bit more humanoid. He was slightly taller than Shoji, had one green eye in the middle of his head with black skin. He had 2 antennae and a tail each featuring a plug on its tip. He had 4 fingers on each hand with similar plugs on the tip of each finger. He had only 2 front toes, with a white and gray stripe going down his chest. The Omnitrix dial was located on his left shoulder. Why was it that Midoriya was worried now all of a sudden? Was he not in possession of a quirk? But how did he pass the practical exam if he didn't have one? Feedback, come on, he thought as he began to see things through his point of view. This form allowed him to see a variety of energy-like readings. Before Ben could think of a definitive prediction, the boy had drawn his arm back, and in that moment, feedback immediately began to read off several highly calibrated markings shouldering off from Midoriya's right arm. It felt like veins of power opening up right as he was about to throw the ball, but he then seemed to have thrown the ball weakly, letting it lazily fly into the air only to bounce back onto the floor. Like a normal throw. What was that? Feedback glares at Midoriya's arm. There was a presence that he had felt, something that felt extremely familiar to some foes that he used to fight against. No, it wasn't that different, it was vaguely similar. Similar to what though? He didn't know. All he knew was that his tendrils were itching to find out. He smelled something good in the air for a moment. Midoriya gawks at the lousy performance. The robot recorded the result as a measly 46 meters, something that everyone blinked in confusion at. Why was it so? I erased your quirk. Aizawa reveals, eyes red and his appearance of a hero truly showing. Huh. The green-haired boy turned to his teacher. Aizawa narrows his eyes as he goes on. That entrance exam was definitely not rational enough, he muttered, bandages flying over his body as if possessed. While Feedback could not see the gaze that he held from where he stood, he was sure that Aizawa was glaring his heart out based from the withering complexion that the teen had. Even a kid like you was accepted. He grumbles. You erased my quirk. The young teen widened his eyes and drew himself back, narrowing his eyes on something on Aizawa's person as if he had come to a realization he previously had. Those goggles, I knew it. You can erase other people's quirks with your quirk just by looking at them, you're the erasure hero, Eraserhead. Erase quirks. Feedback frowned. That's a pretty useful ability to have. If someone were to fight a user that primarily relied on their quirk for combat, most likely the latter wouldn't have much experience with CQC. Eraser. I don't know him. I've heard of him, he's an underground hero. Midoriya had shouted that last bit out, so the majority of their class had learned about their homeroom teacher's identity. Despite the murmuring however, Feedback could only focus on a fact that he had forgotten. He hadn't noticed until now, but Aizawa tried to erase his quirk. Realizing that he couldn't disable his transformations probably curbed his expectations to an uncontainable degree. From what I can tell, you can't control your quirk, can you? Aizawa asked, drawing the alien from thoughts once more. It appeared that the teacher had hit his mark as evident from the step back that the teen had taken. Even from here he could hear the jittering of his bones. Do you intend to become incapacitated again and have someone save you? He glares at him. That's not my intention. He was cut off when the bandages lashed forward and dragged Midoriya closer to him. I wasn't finished speaking. The hero interfered. Aizawa's glare, with his hair flying wildly above him, most likely a side effect to his quirk perhaps. Maybe the bandage thing was also a side effect. Whatever your intention, I'm saying that it's what those around you will be forced to do. Midoriya widened his eyes. In the past, there was an oppressively passionate hero who saved over 1,000 people himself and created a legend, Aizawa proclaimed. Even if you have the same reckless valor, you'll just be docked and turned into a useless doll after saving one person. Midoriya Izuku. With your power, you can't become a hero. As the deafening silence filled the practice field, Feedback saw the despair and confusion that wrought across the nervous Midoriya's face as he gloomed down. Emotions of most of the students across the crowd also steeled in response, not wanting to incur his wrath. Feedback did not like this. The silence that enveloped the class was suffocating. He could not help but narrow his own gaze at the teacher, whose bandages had let Midoriya drop to his feet and wrap themselves back around him. "I've returned your quirk, you have 2 turns for the ball throw," he said, turning and walked back to his original stationary zone. "Hurry up and get it over with." First, the unreasonable punishment of expulsion. And now the denial of a student's ambition. Just what was going in their teacher's head? What was Aizawa's goal? Feedback grits his teeth, but he couldn't just go and interrogate Aizawa. He was just a student of the school, not someone of equal standing. Perhaps after the assessment test, he could try to drive out an answer. However, that might be a bad idea, seeing as how irritated Aizawa was at his earlier actions. He certainly could have taken a fight with him if he wanted to, but that would prove to be nothing but a waste of time. If he couldn't act, then all he could do was think. Feedback tuned out everything, even the discussion that his classmates had around him in favor of the muttering teen. He could tell that Midoriya was nervous, he appeared close to retching, but above all he was afraid, and yet, despite all of that, why was it that he couldn't help but feel that the teen was not going to break? "Do we have a go-getter in our ranks?" he surmises as he watches him. Everyone seemed to had discussed their own version of the situation. Immediately looking back, Midoriya took a step back with a determined expression, far more so than when he had initially thrown the baseball. Rearing his arm and beginning to throw, everyone watched with hawk eyes as Feedback began to feel the familiar power coming back. He smelled it, that familiar scent once more, and it came from Midoriya. He could feel the power not radiating from his entire arm, but the moment that the teen was about to throw the ball, at that very frame, Feedback could sense a tinge of power from the tip of his finger as WHHOOOOSSHH. Asterisk. All previous thoughts were blown out of the water, a gale wind vaguely reminding Ben of one of his forms, one as strong as one of 4 arms claps echoed across the field as the ball flew to the sky, breaking past the low-hanging clouds before landing somewhere after the 700 mark. It was miraculous, thrilling, but what in the world was that? Everyone gasped as they recovered from their shock. Feedback let his now curious eye drift to Midoriya, the latter's arms still outstretched from throwing. However, he had a keen eyesight alongside his other senses, so it was no surprise when he saw Midoriya's broken finger. "Backlash," he muttered. There was humongous strength, but the durability of a newborn's egg-shelling. Like a filled glass cup that was about to crack open and flow out completely. A quirk that allows immense strength at the cost of a limb. No wonder Midoriya was always nervous. With a quirk like that, he had the potential to do more harm than good, especially since the overall harm applied more to himself than to others. But, Feedback realized that Midoriya planned to use only his finger, rather than his entire arm. Aizawa-sensei. With a slightly triumphant smile on Midoriya's face, he faced Aizawa gripping down on his fist, blatantly ignoring the searing pain he no doubt felt. It spoke of endurance and determination. "I can still move." The erasure hero bore a grin unlike any other. Which was when Feedback finally realized why he was doing so. He was testing Midoriya. Testing him to prove his worth. Midoriya's situation was different from everyone else. While Ben himself had a quirk that would be considered lethal and dangerous, it could be trained and used non-lethally as well, as he did so many times in the past. Midoriya's quirk on the other hand was almost self-destructive in nature, almost as if he had never trained in its use whatsoever. Add in the super-destructive power that it no doubt possessed, he would be a danger to not just himself but all of those around him, be they villains or civilians. That was what Aizawa was looking for, to see if Midoriya had the potential to control this awe-shattering power of his. He got over 700 meters. Kirishima gawked in surprise. Awesome. Finally. A hero-like record. Uraraka cheered. But his fingers swollen though, Iida blinked. It wasn't just swollen though, it was broken. The sheer force of backlash from Midoriya's stunt broke the bones in his index finger, leaving it with a horrendous coloration. That was exactly like during the practical exam as well. What a strange quirk. While everyone seemed to had reacted with more or less positive results, feedback notices Bakugo sweating with shock as he reverted to Ben. The blonde teen seemed to be in denial of what he was seeing. Ben's eyes widened as Bakugo's palms started to explode, dashing right towards the green-haired Midoriya. Oh no you don't, he glares at him, dashing in hopes of getting in front of him while the Omnitrix flashed. Hey! Tell me what's going on, Deku, you damn bastard. Bakugo yells with a hinge of murderous intent. No. You tell me what's going on. You. Ben, now as an alien, coldly said to Bakugo as he suddenly appeared between him and Midoriya. Wah! The blonde grits his teeth as he bumps into the figure. In front of him was a yellow, crystalline rock monster with green eyes. He wore the Omnitrix on his chest. Get out of my way, stone face. You should remember that you're here to become a hero. Settling a personal vendetta like this just reeks of villainy. Ben calls out. Ben, I'm not sure that's a great idea, Jiro yelled in worry. Momo was nearby too, nervously sending glances between both Ben and Bakugo. However, she was standing prepared to stop a confrontation as she had her hands ready for creation. I'm not telling, Bakugo. I'm just suggesting. Ben tried to reason, not eager for conflict this early in the school year, despite holding in his own growing emotions. If you do this, then it'll be harder for you to become a pro. Calm down. Suddenly, Bakugo was wrapped up in bandages. A look sent to Aizawa and could see the signature glowing red eyes of the teacher. Bakugo struggled and gritted his teeth in confusion at the sturdiness of the cloth. What in the? Why are these bandages so hard? They're weapons for capture made of carbon fiber woven together with metal wire made of special alloy, Aizawa claimed, giving the transformed Ben a glance as he turned back to Bakugo. Geez, don't keep making me use my quirk over and over. Aizawa's eye twitched. I have dry eye, for Christ's sake. Comma. It's such a waste, since his quirk is so amazing. That's what everyone was thinking as Aizawa continued to restrain Bakugo. A little later, he sighs as the bandages unwrapped from Bakugo and returned to him. We're wasting time. Move on to the next test in the gym. He turned and walked away, but Ben could not help notice something about Bakugo. In his eyes were anger, hate, frustration, surprise, even betrayal to a degree. He sighs as he turns away, reverting back to human form. He's got to learn to control his temper. I don't know the history between those two, but if it's so bad that he'll attack him, maybe I should find out about this for myself. He thought with an interested expression growing on his face. Fortunately for the class, Bakugo had calmed down somewhat. Ben stood among the rest of the students on the track field after the ball throwing test concluded. The next trials went a little more smoothly, and without much conflict. Ben had achieved a somewhat above average score in the sit-up challenge in his human form, as he presumed that it would be a little awkward to be doing exercises in his alien forms. Aizawa himself had spot him, due to the fact that there were no other students to do so. It was due to this proximity that he heard him complain about having a non-even number of students in a class. Next event was the seated toe touch, which he did above average in. His body was flexible to aid in his freestyle form of fighting and if necessary, adapting to other techniques. The long-distance run was a little funny to be, but that was mainly due to the fact that instead of running full power from the start, he had merely jogged his way at a steady pace towards the finish. Aizawa didn't complain, but he had to put some effort into putting himself a steady ace. He was also sure that a certain wheezing earphone girl sent him a dirty look at that, and not just her as well. Many of the students learned that they did not have stamina levels compared to Ben. Iida and a few other students were a few exceptions, but the Omnitrix couldn't blame them. Surviving in the Null Void was like living life to the death the entire time. After the tests were over, Aizawa yawned as he looked down at his device. Okay, I'll quickly tell you all the results. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. Ben glances at Momo, who merely smiles with a shrug. That meant that there was nothing to worry about then. For anyone in that matter. Aizawa then pressed a button on the device and the scores were displayed in a holographic chart. Ben had ranked 5th, just one above his fellow classmate, Tokiyami. The teen with the bird head was someone he got fairly along with, as Ben felt it was cool somewhat that his appearance was as it was, which surprised the latter. He turned to glance at the rude teen, noticing the surprising fact that the blonde bore no smirk. Bakugo sent Ben a small glare and turned away to focus on something else. He smiled. Luckily the teen wasn't going to start anything so soon after he was restrained by Aizawa, but he hoped that behavior to change soon, hopefully. If it were to get worse, then, it'd be a problem. Bakugo had talent in using his quirk, that much was obvious. Anyone could tell from the innovative movements he made during the first assessment test. All he really needed to do was work on that attitude. While it wasn't much of a surprise to see Midoriya at 21st place, Ben was surprised how his other friends were. While Jiro wasn't as athletic as the rest, she made it fairly into the leaderboard, Ojiro too. A glance sent Midoriya's way revealed the teen staring down at his closed fist in defeat. Ben didn't understand why Midoriya seemed to look so downcast, perhaps he had misheard what Aizawa said. They had to be last place in all of the tests. Midoriya was certainly not last place in the ball throw. Aizawa smirked and pressed the button again to retract the final scores. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. He blurted out, a crazed grin followed soon after that. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. What? Of course that was a lie. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. Momo folds her arms. You didn't really think he would do such a thing on the first day of school, did you? It was kind of obvious, if you think about it. Todoroki simply says. Ben glanced over to get a good look at him. His hair was half white, half red, with a burn mark on his left side. He had heterochromia, blue on the left, black on the right. While the majority of the students cheered quietly in relief and started some small talk with one another, Aizawa shoved the device into his pocket and applied eye drops. With that, we're done here. He then made to walk away. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom. When you get back, look over them. Turning to leave, he first took a slip out of his pocket and handed it to Midoriya. Midoriya, have the old lady fix you in the nurse's office. Midoriya grabbed the sheet, which prompted the man to turn away. Just a reminder though, tomorrow will be packed with even more rigorous tests. Prepare yourself, he sent a slight look to the rest of the students. That goes for the rest of you too. Once he was out of sight, everyone sighed in relief. Kaminari and Kirishima were chuckling a little as they began to talk with one another. Some of the other students took this time to properly get acquainted with each other. Oh, I thought I was gonna die, Uraraka sighed. I'm not the type of girl to excel in physical activity. It is good if you invest in it though. Iida insists. A hero must always be able to be on the move. You never know when something might attack you. For all you know, it could be something underneath your bed. I have a hard time believing that. Midoriya said while smiling, holding his finger. Ben looked down at the broken index finger. Cupping his chin, he looked around for any secluded area. After spotting one such area, while everyone was busy chatting, Ben came and tapped the green-haired teen on the shoulder. Hey, Midoriya. Got a second? He asks. The teen turns from Iida and Uraraka, blinking in surprise. Ah, Ben. You really surprised us during the ball throw, you know. He smiles. Iida nods in agreement as he adjusts his glasses. Especially during the 50-meter dash. How did you get a time of 0 seconds? I must know. He insisted as he began to shake Ben's shoulders. The brunette sighed a little with a smile, but then turned back to Midoriya. Well, maybe another time. Midoriya, can I speak to you for a second? He asks again. Oh, sure. He blinks. The two gathered at the gymnasium. While some of the students, including Momo, were a little curious at the duo's get-together, they eventually paid no heed to them as they stood in the shade. So, what did you want to talk about? Midoriya asks. He was genuinely curious. Someone, whose quirk was the ability to transform into various creatures, wanted to talk to him. Well, first, about that injury. He points down to said hand. Oh, what about it? He gulps a little. Ben noticed his tinge of slight nervousness that showed itself for a second. Ah, don't worry. I'm just offering to help heal that finger. He smiles. Huh, how? Midoriya responded with a curious look. Ben shrugs. Do you have a form for that? Well, sort of. Don't tell anyone though, alright. I don't want anyone to figure out about this. He whispers. The mophead gulps, before nodding in response. Alright then. With the flash of the Omnitrix, Midoriya covered his eyes on reflex, opening them again after a second to see Ben replaced by another form. He was now a robot-like alien with skin that was made of copper, with black stripes and a transparent piece of green circular glass on his chest, revealing gears inside of him. He wore a black and white shirt, with the Omnitrix dial located on the glass on his chest. AA robot. The green-haired teen stated. How many forms do you have? That, Midoriya, is for you to discover as we proceed through the school year. Ben says in a German accent. You may call me Clockwork in this form. Clockwork explained his name, and then asked Midoriya to hold his broken finger up. The teen reluctantly did so, and after so, Clockwork held his hands between it. Phasing a green energy between his arms, a few seconds later, Midoriya's eyes widened. There was no longer any pain in his finger. He even moved it a couple of times to make sure. What did you do? Did you heal it? Midoriya asked with a gleaming smile. Clockwork has a finger up in denial. No. I merely restored that finger to a previous state. I reversed the time in that particular area to the time before you busted it with your quirk. He explains. That's why I named this guy Clockwork. Chronokinesis. This is the form you used during the 50-meter test. Midoriya realizes. Clockwork smiles. Keep it a secret though, alright. He asks. Aizawa is already suspicious about me. Sure. Oh, I know. How? How about I tell you a secret about myself then? I feel bad keeping information that could be bad to tell out. He proposes. Clockwork reverts back to Ben, with the brunette raising an eyebrow. Alright then. What are you proposing to tell me then? He asks. It's about my quirk. Midoriya looks down. If you're going to be telling me about the traits of your quirk that you want secret, I'll tell you about mine. That was surprising. It was only the first day and already Ben was getting to know a secret of a friend. He wasn't sure about this, but he decided to dwell into Midoriya's proposal. With a slow nod, the green-haired teen gulped. Well, first of all, I used to be quirkless. He reveals. That wasn't that surprising to Ben. He exhibited traits that proved otherwise. This quirk, the one I just used, I inherited it from someone. Wait, what? I thought quirks were genetic, that it was unique to one bloodline through generations. Ben blinked in confusion. Now he was interested. Yes, typically, that is the case. However, the special thing about this quirk is that the previous user can transfer it. The name of this quirk is called One for All. One for All, Ben echoed the name. Just the name reeked of power. One for All allows the user to access stockpiled power, which grants the user momentary superhuman strength at destructive levels, increased agility, increased hearing, and superhuman speed. Midoriya began, as if quoting someone. That reminds me of a certain hero. Ben admits. Midoriya nods. And I request that you keep this part a secret at all costs, Ben. Please. Midoriya pleaded a little. Ben nodded seriously, with Midoriya smiling in response. Thanks. You see. I was surprised though. Ojiro admits with a smile. I didn't think you of all people would interfere with Bakugo-san's rampage. I seriously thought you two were going to fight. Jiro jokes. That would have been something interesting to see. Well, I suppose, Ben smiles a little. If that continuation were to commence, most likely he and Bakugo would have likely fought. He was sure he could take care of the explosion user, but there was the risk of possibly revealing multiple transformations to Aizawa. He had already revealed 4 of them to him. Diamond Head, Arctic Guana, Homungosaur, and his most recent transformation, Rocks. It was a little over noon since it was technically supposed to be an orientation day. Ojiro and Jiro asked Ben if they could accompany him to the nearby station. However, he replied to them that he lived a little closer, so there was no need. Jiro's smile fell and she nodded. I see. Well, alright then. What about you, Ojiro? You're home nearby too. He shook his head. Nope, I can go with you. Hey, isn't that Ben-san, Jiro-san, and Ojiro-san? A familiar bubbly voice called out from behind the 3. This time, They all collectively turned to face the figure of the ever-happy Uraraka, with Iida and Midoriya behind her a few feet. Jiro widened her eyes. Oh wait, weren't you the Infinity Girl? Yeah. My name's Uraraka Ochako, nice to meet you. She smiled as she grabbed her hands. Wait, why are you all referring to me as such? Ojiro smiled. Because of that time during the ball throwing test. It was a thing to see, wasn't it? Indeed, Iida agreed. Midoriya and Ben could only chuckle in agreement. Everything seemed to be nice and sturdy, until. Grawl. Asterisk. Uraraka clapped her hands, ignoring the monstrous sound that was her stomach before looking at everyone gathered. I was going to go home straight away and eat, but since we're all here, I guess I can bring all of you too. To where, Uraraka-san? Ojiro tilts his head. I don't believe we follow. Could you explain further please? Iida added in as he stood next to him, head tilted as well. Well, around where I live, there's this really yummy all-you-can-eat sweets shop. She giggles. I was thinking we can all go there since we burned up quite the amount of calories. Sure I can, it's basically free food too if you eat your amount. Who can turn down sweets? Jiro said. Ojiro chuckled. What? You know, if Kaminari-san were here, he would joke about you having a feminine side to yourself. He says. Uraraka and Midoriya giggle a little as Jiro's face goes a little red. What? That Sparky head said that. Oh that's it, I'm kicking his ass in the next class tomorrow. She barks. I'm going to need the energy. Let's go. Iida smiles. In that case, I see no problem then. Relaxation at such a time is certainly welcomed, especially if Aizawa-sensei has a similar lesson planned for us tomorrow. It would do well to learn about each other vividly. Learn, huh? Ben and Midoriya smile at each other. Uraraka nodded, not really having understood what he said but went along with it anyways. Great. Follow me. It's near the station down the road. This place feels fluffy. Ben immediately says. The scenery had changed a little bit. Trees grew out of the sidewalk as only a few people leisurely walked about in peace. It was quiet area, despite the time for students leaving school to be around now. This is it. Uraraka bounces a little as everyone looks up. In front of them was a store named Rabbit House. It was a comfy, cozy-looking cafe with a curved roof and a hanging sign with a rabbit engraved into it. The front was shown to have two windows with wooden boards that can be opened and a single oval window at the very top which seemed to lead to an attic. Entering the shop, a jingle was heard. The cafe's floorboards were made of a dark and old type of wood. Most of the booths are also made of wood besides the main island that connected to the bar. There are also a few pieces of art created by various individuals, hanged and posted in frames. You're right. It is kind of fluffy. Midoriya agreed with Ben as they entered. What kind of sweets do they serve here, Ochako-san? Jiro settled down with Uraraka and Ojiro, with Iida, Midoriya, and Ben on the other. Oh, all kinds. Just take a look at the menu. The Gravity user quirks around, showing the earphone jack user her personal favorites. They have this as today's special. Oh, and I definitely recommend this one as well. The guys could only sweat drop at Uraraka's composure. As Ben and the others took their time to look around the menu, the Omnitrix wielder noticed something out from the corner of his eye. Is that? He frowned a little, not in annoyance, but in surprise. Iida and Midoriya caught his glance, looking in the same direction and reacting similarly. Yaoyazuru-san. Midoriya calls out to the creation user, who sat a few tables across from them. His mistress practically choked from a cheesecake as she turned to them in surprise. Huh. Oh, Midoriya-san. She wiped her mouth. And the others too. What a coincidence. Uraraka smiles. You like this place as well, Yaoyazuru-san. The cheesecakes are so sweet. Indeed. She answers. Momo then noticed that Ben was giving her a smug grin, as if saying, I thought you were going to go straight home. She responded with a little cheerful whistling as she began to dwell herself into her talk with the gravity quirk user. It was an enjoyable place to be in until everyone went back home for tomorrow. The next day was surprisingly normal for the morning. Instead of being thrown into a series of sudden exercise tests and other threatening exams by their homeroom teacher, Aizawa actually proceeded to take attendance and proceed like a typical homeroom teacher. However, the lingering thought of the harder trials that he was talking about the day prior still echoed in every student's mind. Midoriya and Ben specifically were a little more suspicious of his wording of the idea, the two wondering what he had in mind for today's Hero Basics training. And speaking of mornings, Ben had quite the experience with the English class taught by Present Mike. Being an English speaker himself, he excelled in that class, even more than Momo. The Omnitrix's universal translation gave him the ability to interpret any language, and even to its written counterparts to an extent. He enjoyed the time during this, correcting everyone that made a mistake with a shit-eating grin the entire time. The whole class of 1A had even deemed him as the English demon, a funny remark he had to admit. The cafeteria was humongous. Dubbed as Lunch Rush, as tribute to the hero who served the food there, it was a large food court with many venues for students to buy their food at low prices. There were several long tables, each with 10 chairs to sit on. Chinese-themed decorations and large double doors were located, giving the place a unique look as compared to the rest of campus. Said hero even came to ask the various classes about their opinion on his food. Midoriya, Uraraka, Iida, Ben, and Asui were currently sitting together. White rice is comfort food, is it not? He gives them a thumbs up. MMMHPHMMMPMHMHMPMHM. MPHMMHMPM. Uraraka Muffle talked in response to her question. While Midoriya was busy fanboying over the pro hero in front of him. Do you require assistance, Tennyson-san? Iida asks Ben with a sweat drop rolling down his cheek. Clink, asterisk poke, asterisk stab. Stupid chopsticks. How do you even eat like this? Ben grumbles as he tries to use a pair of chopsticks. He attempted to grab a piece of tomato with the chopsticks, trying to follow Iida's instruction on how to use them. You must hold the sticks in a way that causes an inverse directional confronta. Ah. Screw it. I'm doing this in my own way. Ben drops the sticks as the Omnitrix flashes green. Everyone turns to see him transformed into a creature resembling a humanoid toad hamster hybrid. He had swampy green skin, tanned stomach and muzzles, black digits and black-green spots on his tail, limbs, and bumps on his back. His eyes were now sharper and green. He also had whisker-like lines. His teeth were now more aligned with visibly sharp canine teeth, and he possessed a short that was straightened. He wore a black open front suit with white oversleeves and white bands around his legs and white padding under his three-toed feet, with the Omnitrix symbol on his left hand. Oh, that's a new, oh my. Midoriya was about to record this new form, only to be visibly shocked by what he just saw. Iida and Uraraka reacted similarly, but Lunch Rush. Wonderful. I've never seen someone eat my cooking in such a manner. Oh, this is exhilarating. He sings. Thank you for the inspiration. What Ben had currently done, was literally swallow the bowl that contained his food, whole. Out from his giant mouth, 4 green adhesive tongues came spangling out, devouring the entirety of the plate. Ben burped, before spitting the plate out intact, clean and absent of any germs. Lovely. At least to Lunch Rush as he ran back into his kitchen. I just witnessed something disgusting, but also amazing. I can't decide which is worst. Midoriya comments. Uraraka faints, with Iida catching her while staring at Ben. You truly are mysterious, Tennyson-san. He simply says. Whatever. Ben rolls his eyes. That's what upchuck is for. And hey, that food was pretty good too, so I'm not complaining, you know. He makes a fair point though. Asui simply says as she sips on a cup of tea. That's a pretty nice group of tongues though. I am honored to be praised, Suyu-san. He bows. The frog-like girl pats his head. Su-chan, Ben-chan. She insisted. It was now the afternoon. The standard class curriculum had ended and it was time for the course classes to take hold. Namely, the Hero Basics training that everyone in the Hero department of Class 1A was looking forward to. Whether if it was out of fear or excitement, it was still going to occur regardless. It would certainly be an interesting class. Being able to learn the basics that were cultivated by time, simulations of various situations in the real field of being a hero. Several generations of heroism could not have gone past without someone at least writing down such knowledge, but there was also a need to practice in real time. As every student sat in their seats, they all began to become excited from just hearing a specific set of footsteps. Midoriya seemed to be particularly pumped for this. Ben knew the reason, because it was none other than I am. Coming through the door like a normal person. An extremely bulky man appeared. Ben's practical image of an almighty hero couldn't really describe the weirdness he was feeling, but he could at least say that his grandfather would have a grand expression at the entrance of All Might. His resembled a typical Western comic book superhero. He had short blonde hair with two distinct bangs that stand up over his head. His hair often casted a dark shadow over his face, hiding everything but the colors of his eyes. His costume consisted of a Silver Age outfit, a skin-tight jumpsuit of red, blue, and white. The top was primarily red with white stripes wrapping around parts of his torso. His lower half was blue, with white squares circling on his thighs. Wearing golden yellow bracers, belt and boots, a grand blue cape finished his outfit. So, this is All Might. The one who, Ben turned to Midoriya, deciding to put his thoughts away for the time being. It's All Might. Kaminari cheered. He really is a teacher. Another student, Mineta Minoru yelled. He was smaller than the rest of the class, even from the likes of Ben. He had a big head, with his hair resembling grapes. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Ishido and Asui say at the same time, the former jumping up in excitement. All Might stepped onto the stage jovially and faced them all with a smile, or rather, his signature face expression. Ben couldn't not help but not notice the aura he exuded, being similar to that of Midoriya when he activated One for All, but as a massively larger presence in All Might's case. He was reminded once more of an intergalactic villain he once fought, though he wasn't quite at the same level but somewhat similar in a way. All Might scanned the room, eyeing the various individuals. He smiles a bit upon viewing Midoriya, but as his gaze went towards Ben. So this is the young man that Principal Nezu told me about. I'm getting the strangest of vibes when I gaze at him. He notes, before turning back to the class as a whole. I teach hero basics training. All Might said. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. Your grades depend more on this subject. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today. He drags a card out of his costume. Upon reading it, Ben felt slight tension creeping into his left arm as a wide grin formed on his face. The card said, Battle. Combat Training. On to go with that or these, All Might then declared, throwing a finger to the plain and empty wall. As if on cue, the wall near the blackboard extended out. It revealed suitcases with neon green numbers upon them. It was the most noticeable feature that everyone had been waiting for. It was over the top, yet signifying the budget that the government had for hero courses in general. These are costumes made based on your quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. He revealed. Ben then glanced at Momo, who sat on seat 20. She simply gives him a smile, making the boy wonder what kind of design she had constructed for him for his own costume. A giant cheer was heard from Ben's classmates, all of them excited to don their specialized clothes. Ben himself was not as excited, but he could see what made it so exciting to these teenagers. Up until now, they must have only daydreamed wearing such things. Ben was somewhat already used to this with his forms having their own uniforms generated by the Omnitrix. After you change, gather in the ground beta. All Might states as he leaves the classroom in a zip. Everyone immediately starts to stand up and squabble towards the lockers. Ben stood in the back, waiting with a few other of the more rowdier students to get their costumes. After around a minute or so, the last couple of students, Iida, Midoriya, Asui, and Ben, walked up to their respective lockers. Ben could hear Asui riveting in joy a little as she took her outfit out. Seems like she likes how it turned out. He smiles, before opening locker 21. Inside it was. Somehow, I was actually thinking about some of these, he blinks, taking the first part out and checking the back of it. And she made sure to include those, awesome. Ben was going to enjoy this. It fitted perfectly. Much like everyone's costumes, they were designed based on personal preference and the like. Inside the guys' locker room, everyone was seen interacting with their lockers, placing on parts of their equipment, and so on. Ben was a little surprised by some of them. While of them, like Ojiro and Tokiyami, kept simple designs like a GI or simply a cloak in mind. Some of them, like Ida's, Ciro's, and Bakugo's, were a little more fancy. Ben's costume consisted of a skin-tight black suit with the Omnitrix logo on his chest. Wearing a black and green utility belt, there was a slot on his hip, containing various supporting substances. He wore black boots that had green soles, with green and black knee guards present. Wearing a short black top, glowing luminescent lights were shown to be located on his shoulders. His left sleeve was equipped with a small device that was covered by a green shelling, with the Omnitrix exposed just underneath. On the back of the upper top was a small, magnetic backpack. To finish the outfit, he wore a green visor that came attached with a pair of communicator headphones. It would allow Ben to scan various objects in the vision of the battlefield. Wow, all black and green, huh? Kirishima grins as he slaps his back. Wait, whoops. Careful, Ben sighs, picking up a small, circular disc. What is that? Ciro asks. Something that I've kept for a while. I've incorporated it with my costume. Ben smiles as he places it on his back. The guys hear it snapping in place as Ben checks the rest of his outfit. He's always full of surprises, isn't he? Midoriya chuckles. Iida nods in agreement as he places a silver helmet on himself. It covered his entire face save for his eyes, which gave him the appearance of a knightly figure. It will be soothing to see us all in action. He states. Let us go. Yeah. All the guys, excluding Bakugo, Todoroki, and some of the other quiet students yelled. They all left the room together, with Midoriya last with Ben. As they began to walk out towards the exit that led to ground beta, before Ben and Midoriya crossed, the Omnitrix wielder looked back to view his costume. It was hilariously obviously on what it was based on. It was a green full-body unitard with a red belt, elbow pads, knee pads, and gloves, along with his red boots. He also wore a mask with long ear-like protrusions that resembled All Might's haircut, and a respirator with a smile on it. Midoriya, Ben's expression turns to a silly smile. Huh. He stumbles a little upon seeing him crack up a little. What is it? I know you're a fan of All Might, but try not to make it so obvious. He chuckles, slapping his thighs. I bet he's gonna snicker a little upon seeing it. Midoriya gawks, tugging on his ears. I guess so. Well, it just shows how much I appreciate him and all that he's done for me. Yeah, I can see that. Ben resumed to his neutral look. Anyhow, what I wanted to say was, about your quirk, one for all. Immediately, the teen tensed a little. Oh no, I'm just going to give you a suggestion for it since that time I saw you using it during the ball throwing test. Oh, sure then. Midoriya calms a little. Ben holds up a single finger with his left hand, letting the teen gaze at the Omnitrix as he visor-covered face smiles. Try to circulate all of that energy into your body, instead of just at the time you need it. Like a buff from a video game. Turning back to face the exit, Ben began to stroll through, leaving Midoriya by his lonesome as he gazed down at his hand. He squeezes it a few times, trying to register the words that his fellow classmate just said. Into my body as a whole, and not just when I need it. He repeated. Yes. You are all here. All Might voices out with his gallant tone. You know, they say that the clothes make the man, ladies and gentlemen. Because out here, be fully aware that from now on, you are now heroes. Aizawa wasn't here for this session, but if we were here, no doubt he'd send a few odd looks towards the costumes towards some of the students. The costumes that other students had eye-catching traits in Ben's, yes, but some less than others, for various reasons. That's great, everyone. You look as cool as the shining sun. He compliments on everyone's outfits. Now then, let's begin, you zygotes. As All Might came across the excited faces of his students, like Ben had predicted beforehand, albeit not in a serious remark, he had sent Midoriya a not-so-subtle stare, covering his face slightly to snicker. Ah, he did do so. Midoriya chuckled in his mind sheepishly. He turned to Ben, who merely shrugged. Those are some nice outfits, you too. Asui calls them out. Her costume consisted of green and black skin-tight suit with yellow linings, which imitated a frog's skin markings. She also wore goggles, gloves, and boots with a frog-like design. Despite her boots being shaped like frog feet, Ben and the rest of the class knew she had 10 toes. Thank you, Asui-san. Midoriya blushed a little while rubbing the back of his neck. Ben smiles in response to her compliment while leaning close to the teen. Hey, do you have a crush on her or something? He genuinely asked. Midoriya's face exploded from the question, his respirator almost snapping off. I don't dislike her. I'm just not that good with girls, you know. He hastily responded. Ben responded with a shit-eating grin as Asui tilted her head. Ribbit. She blinked. All Might puffed his chest out. Now, it's time for combat training. Sir? Iida asked, raising a hand. This is a battle center from the practical entrance exam. Will we be conducting urban battles again? That's a good question, young Iida. All Might points at him. However, we are not having urban battles from like before. So what are we facing then, sir? Kirishima interjected. All Might gave him a thumbs up. I'll be getting to that in a bit, young Kirishima. All Might exclaimed. Now then, most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. He began explaining. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals, in this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. Well, not if you're an intergalactic warlord that doesn't even need to do so. Ben joked, reminding himself of Vilgax. All Might glanced at all the students, clearing his throat. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight in indoor battles. It will be a 2 versus 2 scenario, but for one of them, it'll be a 3 versus 2 due to an odd number of students we have. Without basic training? Asui asked, placing finger on her chin as she pondered the question. All Might shook his head. No. This will be like a real battle to understand those basics. In a controlled environment where we dictate what is acceptable, the key in the battles this time is that there will be no robots to defeat. Then how will the battles be conducted? Momo proceeds to ask. Can we go and beat the crap out of them anyways? Bakugo goes. Will we be facing an expulsion if we fail to succeed? Uraraka gulped. How will we be paired up? Iida asks. He couldn't continue to last long as students from Class A as they began to bombard him with questions. Despite being able to hear their pleas, he would not be able to handle the onslaught of questions due to the speed in which they asked. Guys. Midoriya tries to get everyone's attention. Ben could see All Might sweating a little as he tried to process everything. I'll answer all your questions. But first, listen here. He sighs. Everyone looks as he takes a small slip of paper out from his costume, which they all assumed was some sort of script for today's class session. He begins to read off of it as he opens it up. The situation you all will reenact is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to either catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. Placing the sheet away, he then smiles as he brings out a small orange box that was labeled, lots. And for the teams, we'll be determining those by drawing lots. They're being decided so haphazardly. Iida asked scandalized. Some of the other students reacted similarly, but All Might chuckles. Pros often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies, so maybe that's why. Midoriya explained, loud enough for all to hear. Iida glances at him, nodding in understanding. It'll be cool to see how we team up with. Since it's random, there's all kinds of possibilities. Kaminari proclaims. Yeah, you don't know what pairs might work best with one another. Kirishima added. Pairs or not, the one who gets 3 members on their team will have the strangest battle of all. Ben however thinks. An additional member to any team can change the outcome of situations in all sorts of bizarre ways. All Might laughed to himself. It's fine. Let's do this quickly. It took a bit over a few minutes but the teams were decided. Team A consisted of Midoriya and Uraraka, with Team B being Shoji and Todoroki. Team C was Mineta and Momo, and Bakugo and Iida for a one-sided nervous Team D. Team E paired up Ishido and Aoyama, while Sato and Kota were on Team F. Kaminari and Jiro came as one for the pairing of Team G, while Team H was the bird and frog combo of Asui and Tokiyami. And then came the last pairs. The first was Team I, the 3-man team consisting of Ojiro, an invisible girl named Hagakure, and Ben. The last team was Team J, which made Kirishima and Zero a team. After all of that, All Might nodded, both of his hands stuffed in black and white boxes labeled villain and hero respectively. Then, the first match will commence, with these two teams. He rose his hands out, holding two balls. These guys. He held out a black D ball and a white A ball. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. It had to be them. Everyone turned to Bakugo and Midoriya. Everyone else, head towards the monitor room. All Might then instructed. We shall be observing the match from inside. This was probably going to involve conflict very early into the match. Ben and the rest of the gang knew of Bakugo and Midoriya's hate-hate relationship, and since Ben knew that his green-haired classmate was having a bit of trouble with his quirk, no doubt it was going to end in a destructive finish. Even with the things he said to them, it was highly unlikely that Midoriya would show progress on the first match. Something the matter, Ben-san? Hagakure asked as the rest of the students made to follow the teachers into the monitor room to watch the match. The brunette spared a glance to the two teens, sending each other hardened stares. No, it's nothing, Hagakure-san, he muttered as he walked to the monitor room with her and Ojiro. The tail user who could that Ben was thinking about something though. After around 10 or so seconds, they arrived inside the monitor room. The room was dark, with the only source of light being the multiple screens that were displaying the environment and the match that was about to begin. It was a tad bit crowded in the room, but luckily since every student wanted a good view of the screen, they pushed themselves so close to it that the area near the back was practically empty. Ben took his place near the back, transforming into Humungosaur so he could see from the back, allowing everyone else to crowd the front to see. His teammates had taken their spot in the middle ground. Now then, let's see how this first round goes off, All Might says as he places a communication device into his ear. All right, All Might here. The hero speaks through the microphone located in the monitor room. It broadcasted to Bakugo and Iida, who were currently inside a 3-floored building. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. Prepare yourselves. Iida and Bakugo were currently on the 5th floor. The main feature was that of a large black and red bomb. Inspecting it though, Iida learned that it was merely paper match, but still a goal for the hero team nonetheless. It pains me to act as a villain, but I suppose we need to know how they think in order to truly learn. He recalls. Hey! Bakugo yells from the entrance, turned away from Iida. The engine user turns in response. Deku has a quirk, right? He asks. Iida frowns, placing his helmet on. Well, you saw that monstrous strength he had, right? We all did. It seems to carry a lot of risk though. But, I have to ask, why are so fixated on Midoriya-kun for, becoming angry from just the mentioning of him? None of your business, 4 eyes. He growls. Iida was about to retort against him, but the calling of All Might shuts them up as his voice is heard through the building. Now then, let's start the first match of the indoor person-to-person combat training. Teams A and D, begin. All Might recommended for everyone else to watch, but their attitudes quickly dropped. Immediately as he started the match, Bakugo had left his teammate and began hunting down Midoriya, leaving Iida alone to guard the weapon. Luckily, Iida had practically total freedom to roam the room that he guarded, given the fact that these close quarters were easily able to be zoomed by his quirk. This ultimately left Midoriya's team at a disadvantage. Their only heavy hitter being a nervous glass cannon, which left Uraraka on her own to deal with Bakugo's teammates after Midoriya had prompted them both to flee, granted he would break his arm again after using one for all. Time seemed to pass from the position the students stood in, until around the 2nd floor, which consisted of a maze-like interior. Bakugo ambushed Midoriya and Uraraka. Sheesh, a surprise attack. That's not manly at all. Kirishima barked. None could fault Midoriya's performance though. He had managed to counter the first attack and was able to subdue Bakugo for a little while, allowing Uraraka to disengage from the duo as requested by Midoriya. Bakugo began an assault on the green hero in training, with the latter blocking and occasionally countering his moves as his teammate vanished from the area. As Bakugo rocked his arms back to propel himself, Midoriya saw this and ran from the scene, leaving the explosion boy to follow with an impatient growl. Avoiding him at turn by turn, Eventually Bakugo began to purposely use his quirk in hopes of taunting Midoriya to come to his person by himself, destroying doors and other places he thought the mop head might have been hiding. By the time Uraraka had reached the 5th floor and encountered Iida, around 9 minutes of the 15 given had passed. Gasping at this, Midoriya stood up from his position, and was about to run when Deku. Bakugo growled. His appearance was consisted of a fitted black sleeveless V-neck tank top with an orange X with the top half borders his shirt collar. His costume also had a seemingly metallic neck brace fashioned and used as a collar with 3 holes in both sides. His sleeves reached from within his large grenade-like gauntlets to his biceps. His belt, which also carried grenades, held up his baggy pants with knee guards. He wears a mask that had large, flare-shaped cloth. Kachan. Midoriya turned. One of Bakugo's gauntlet pulsed red, something that Ben didn't take lightly for. These are loaded, just saying. He says, lifting his grenade gauntlets up. Now then, why don't you use that quirk of yours? Are you saying you can win even without using it? Aye. Are you underestimating me, Deku? He smiles eerily. Midoriya shakes a little as he takes a roll of white capturing tape out, giving the blonde a fixated look as he fully turned to face him. Control. Focus on control, power, on the entire body. Imagine the microwave. He muttered several things in his mind as he faced Bakugo. I'm not scared of you anymore. Bakugo grits his teeth in response to his words, before calming down and grinning. Well then, I supposed I won't have to tell you this if you already know, but I'll do so anyways. He points his right gauntlet in his direction, clocking it in place with his left arm. My quirk, explosion, lets me sweat nitroglycerin from my palms and allows me to detonate it at will to create explosions. The more I sweats, the stronger my explosions become. Wait a minute, All Might blinks. What's the matter, sir? Ojiro asks. Everyone could see All Might's expression dropping a bit as a pin reveals itself from Bakugo's grenade gauntlet. A grenade? Wait a minute. Homungosaur's eyes widened. He's not planning on. If they made this the way I asked, then these gauntlets will store the nitroglycerin in my palms to an absurd amount, and young Bakugo, stop. All Might yells. Bakugo however grins as he pulls the pin, the barrel of the gauntlet beginning to light up. If he dodges, then he'll survive. If I don't hit him, then it's all good. He pulls it out completely. Out from the barrel of his gauntlet came out a monstrous and powerful explosion, something that made Midoriya almost piss his pants. Oh crap. Midoriya jumps to the side, leaning against the wall as the explosion tore through the building, crashing out from the building and shaking the entire field ground. Young Midoriya, respond. All Might calls out. He could hear the green-haired teen panting frantically as he got up from the floor, his mask torn out and his right sleeve shredded. For the love of All Might. Is that even legal to own? He yells as he stands up, turning around to view the destruction caused by Bakugo's weapons. He frowns as he sees Bakugo's left gauntlet pulse. Son of a. Come on, use your quirk, Deku, Bakugo says as he emerged from the smoke. From atop the 5th floor, Uraraka attempted to snag at the target, but was intervened by Iida, who had begun to take his villainous persona to a hilarious level. Midoriya began to analyze Bakugo's equipment as the blonde tried to taunt him into using one for all. He quickly went for Uraraka, learning of the current situation. A vein of anger popped onto Bakugo's head as an eye twitch. This son of a, he was going to use his other gauntlet, however. Young Bakugo. The next time that you use that, I'll be stopping the fight, and your team will lose. All Might called out, making him frown. He holds his ear. To use an attack on that large of a scale is practically inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. Whether if you were a hero or a villain, it would be a foolish move. You'll be losing points for destruction. Grr, then we'll be settling it with our fists then. Bakugo roars as he blasts himself to Midoriya. The green-haired teen gasps as he ends the transmission in an attempt to counter-attack, but it was then that the blonde drew another explosion out to dodge his incoming punch, and then blasting Midoriya's back in quick succession. He changed his course. Momo noted. He did so by using a blast that doubled as a smokescreen, using that momentum to do so again and blast the green-haired guy's back. Todoroki properly explained. Yes. Getting that fine of a hit by going against inertia meant that it required adjusts to the powers of his explosions. She then concluded. Even though he seems to be a loud heart, he's a genius in according to instinct and battle. Homungosaur concluded. It was then that everyone flinched slightly upon sensing the presence of the dinosaur alien. Come on, Deku. Bakugo yells as he runs in, slamming his arm in a big right swing. He then grabbed Midoriya's right arm, and used explosions to quickly spin around, smashing his back like a whip onto the ground. Gah! Croaking as he landed on the floor, Bakugo growls again. You're below me, damn it. He barks. As Midoriya struggles to get up, he began to think of what he could do. It was obvious that at this point, using One for All was his best chance at ending this confrontation once and for all. Thinking of what All Might taught him and what Ben said, as he glares at Bakugo before running to the edge of one of the nearby windows. Hey, what's he doing? Kirishima cocked an eyebrow. You've been like this ever since we were kids, have you been underestimating me since all the way back then, you piece of shit? Bakugo screams as he begins to walk in Midoriya's direction. Sir, you should stop this. Tokiyami says. No, that's not it, Midoriya responds with a low voice, before yelling. It's because you're such an amazing person. That's why I want to beat you, you big dummy. Quote. Homungosaur's eyes widened slightly upon seeing a change in Midoriya's expression. Focusing on his figure, he flashed and transformed into feedback once more. What are you going to do this time, Midoriya? He wonders. Don't give me that crap, you goddamn nerd. Bakugo returns the gesture as he dashes off. Feedback focuses his Cyclopean eye as he begins to see the same energy signature emitting off from Midoriya. This time, however, it wasn't just concentrating on his right arm. It was vague, but a tidbit of One for All was beginning to surge into his body as a whole, like a thin spread of empowerment. All Might gazed at both their faces as Midoriya ran off to join Bakugo. These are the first passionate emotions he's shown, other than, I want to be a hero. This will be necessary for you to progress through the future, but. Through the screen, the students could only see Midoriya and Bakugo running through the hall to slam at each other, but Feedback saw something else. One for All was seeping into Midoriya's entire body, not just his one spot that he wanted to release it from. He was. Imagine the microwave, control the spread. Focus, Urarg. He screamed in his mind. Midoriya was feeling pain. Pain, surging through his entire body. While his arm was more or less filled with more of the stockpiled power provided by One for All, the rest of his body had become engrossed in it, even if it was just by a little smidgen. Instead of placing all of that concentrated power at one point in his body, he had taken the advice of Ben. It was obvious in a way, since All Might's own body was a prime example. All Might was a perfect example of speed and power. His toned body was balanced by speed, allowing precise blows and enhanced reflexes. Midoriya was only thinking about the power that he held. If there was a way to not do that, but instead try and circulate the power of his quirk throughout his entire body, similarly to All Might, then it might have been possible too. Quote, question mark, exclamation mark, quote. All Might's eyes widened slightly. He was not sure if anyone but Feedback was able to see it, but, Midoriya, his body, coming out from it were little sparks of turquoise. Feedback mumbled in surprise. One for All, full, cowling. Midoriya dubbed this feeling as his speed increased ever so slightly. Rocking his arm back, he closes his eyes for a second as a large explosion begins to form in Bakugo's hand. Midoriya, you. Sir, this looks bad. Stop it, please. Kirishima protests. All Might's hand was shaking as he said so. The hero wanted to do so badly, but. Sorry Ben, but, Detroit. The two began to violently yell. Right when the two were going to make an impact, All Might decide to go for it. Both of you, Santo. Uraraka-san, now. Midoriya yells, interrupting the hero. All Might gasps as he and the rest of the students looked back onto the screen depicting Uraraka and Iida. I got it. She yells back, grasping onto a nearby pillar that supported the building. Iida bore a look of confusion as she did so, with him wondering what was going to happen. Water, Iida tried to yell, however. SMAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA Instead of going head-on with Bakugo, everyone watched as Midoriya aimed his arm up for an uppercut, releasing the power of one for all up towards the ceiling. It didn't take long for the powerful attack to completely smash through all the ceilings until broke through the 5th floor, leaving a giant hole in the entire building. On said floor, Iida desperately held onto the weapon, unaware of the attack until he turned to see the sudden gale of wind. What in Ingenium's name? His jaw would have dropped, but his mask prevented him from doing so. Alright. Uraraka grins. Activating her quirk, she disables the gravitational pull of the now broken pillar, and as she eyes the countless spectacles of debris in front of her. Improvised special move. Comet home run. She yells as she whacks them all towards Iida like a baseball player. He frowns as he begins to block the rubble, silently thanking the developer of his armor as they bounce off him like mosquito bites. Ow. Gah, son of A, you really called it a home run, Uraraka-san. He yells, only to see her jump across the chasm between him and her by using her quirk on herself. Wait, oh no. Release. The gravity user yells as she touches her fingers. She smiles with relief as she grabs onto the mock weapon like a koala. Iida yells in sorrow as she successfully captured the objective. Success. She cheers. No. Comma. As Iida's cry of defeat echoed down to the floor, Bakugo and Midoriya were on. The blonde could only look up in anguish as his body shook from irritation. That's what, from the start, you were underestimating me, aren't you? He roars at Midoriya as he looks back at him with a hysterical look, only for it to dissipate slightly upon seeing his body. I wasn't going to use it. The green-haired teen mumbles. From the aftereffects of the Detroit smash, Bakugo could see his classmate down on the ground. His right arm was broken, and his costume was torn to shreds. He could see blistering marks all over his body as he struggled to stay on one knee. I wasn't going to, because my body can't handle the impact, he slowly explained. Aizawa-sensei told me about it, too, but. Deku, the expression on Bakugo was immeasurable. Shock, hate, confusion. This was all I could think of to win. He held in the pain. His left arm was used to mitigate the damage from Bakugo's attack, leaving it almost charred. Bakugo was able to say another thing, but from both teams' ears, as Midoriya fell to the ground as a result from the pain, a timer goes off. All Might slowly revealed. Hero team wins. They lost the battle, but won the war. Tokiyami surmises the entire situation. All Might watched from inside the building as a robotic stretcher was brought in to bring Midoriya out from the premise. As it passed him, he gazed down at his body, monitoring his injuries. His arms, his legs, his face, everything. He noted. Looking around, he sees Bakugo standing in shock as he looked down at the hand he used to detonate an explosion on Midoriya. My right, that damn nerd, predicted it. He growled. And on top of all that, he found a way to win the exercise. No, that means, if Deku and I were to go all out, would that mean he would? Panicking and heavy breathing was about to bring him down. Right when he was about to collapse though. Young Bakugo. All Might places a hand on his shoulder, bringing him out from his phase. Let's go back. It's time to review the results. Whether you win or lose, looking back and learning from your experiences is a part of life. A few minutes later, All Might returned with Iida, Uraraka, and Bakugo in tow. Bakugo stepped back into the room, but instead of joining his assigned team near the front, he took to the back corner, the far opposite. His eyes were downcast and his hands seemed to lack the usual clenching that he'd have. Something had to have happened in the match, at least emotionally. What exactly did happen? Feedback, now reverted to Ben, didn't know. From the lessons that they shared, the Omnitrix wielder knew that a silent Bakugo wasn't a happy Bakugo. Well, even if I say that. The MVP for this battle was undoubtedly young Iida. All Might called the situation back. Ben's ears dragged back on as he began to listen into the review. Me, sir. Iida blinked in surprise. It's not Ochako-chan or Midoriya-chan. Asui asked. All Might places his hands on his hips as he lets an interested hum out. Well now, why is that? Can someone tell me precisely why? He yells. Immediately, Momo dragged Ben with her and raised her in his hand. What? He looks at her with dot eyes. I have to make sure you're paying attention. She whispered. Ben rolled his eyes as All Might pointed to them. Ah. Young Yaoyorozu and young Tennyson. He smiles. Tell me then. This is because Iida-san adapted to the context of this situation's training. The creation user started. Everyone could tell that All Might was already surprised by her answer as she pinched Ben's neck. Ow. Well, according to the live footage from the match between teams A and D, Bakugo was obviously acting out on his usual vendetta of getting into trouble with Midoriya. And as All Might proclaimed earlier, his grenade gauntlets caused too much collateral damage to the building and his overall surroundings. He went on. Oh, I see. Well, and that's not it. Momo intervenes, making the hero flinch. In the same way, taking into account the self-inflicted damage that he took, Midoriya-san's plan was also quite foolish. Wow, way to be blunt, mistress, Ben's sweat dropped. I'll continue. Ben. Momo gawked. Regarding Uraraka-san, she got too distracted by Iida's humorous outtake of his attempt of acting like a villain. That was kind of funny by the way, Iida. Ben smirked. I suppose so. He chuckles nervously. Continuing on, Uraraka's final attack was a bit reckless. Had the weapon been real, she would have detonated it, killing everyone in the vicinity. She was only able to go out with the plan Midoriya went out with because this was a simulation. He finished. Yes. Iida-san was prepared for his opponent's arrival and assumed that it would be a fight over the weapon. Which is why he cleared the room of every object that Uraraka could have used as a weapon and I am beyond words to condone how happy I feel right now. Iida says as he faints as tears start to come out from his eyes. Whoa. Ishido blinked. Didn't think I'd hear a pep talk from you too. All Might nodded in his head. They said way more than I expected, and now I can't explain anything else. Well, I have to say, that was correct. He gives them a thumbs up. Ben could tell that All Might lost his chance to properly get into the explanation, but he was paying more attention to the pride that Momo was exerting. We should always start with the basics to develop a depth of training. We must strive to devote ourselves entirely and wholeheartedly, otherwise we cannot become pro-heroes. Well, let's begin the next match then, shall we? All Might, in a desperate attempt to switch the topic, brought the balls back out. We're going to be changing locations for this one. Fortunately for everyone else, the next matches went a little more calmly. The next battle was at Building C, which consisted of Team J being the villains, and Team G as the heroes. The crowd fell silent as they turned to face the screen, showing their classmate Zero trying to escape the coordinated assault of Tokiyami and Asui. Actually, it's quite funny to see that Kirishima got slammed into the floor like a nail by the bird teen's quirk. Tokiyami's quirk was called Dark Shadow. This quirk allowed him to host a shadow-like monster that he could materialize from his body and contract it back freely as a sort of extension. Dark Shadow was sentient and capable of speech, being always protective of his master no matter in which state it found itself. Tokiyami used this shadow being for a number of purposes, such as attack, defense, mobility and support. As Dark Shadow can extend very far from his body, he tended to have an advantage in terms of range. Because it can hold objects, Dark Shadow could function as a third arm as well. By nail, it meant Kirishima was a hard nut to break. His quirk was hardening, and it was quite simple. It gave him the ability to harden any part of his body, making it tougher than even metal. However, it didn't stop Dark Shadow from slapping him silly into the ground. Dark Shadow was used to distract Zero as Asui went through the 5th floor, which was littered with Zero's tape. However, being as agile and flexible as she was, it was like watching a frog burglar robbing a priceless artifact. The next match after that was that of Team C and Team G. With this scene, everyone learned about Mineta's perverted attitude. Not only from Momo herself, but he could have sworn he felt hatred coming from another location. A sudden sense of bloodlust. Jiro had used her earphone jack to locate the two, with Kaminari using his quirk, electricity, to destroy the ceiling above them. Momo and Mineta unfortunately did not expect this, and fell entirely flat on their bottoms as the other team quickly captured the point. The fourth match was that of Team F and Team E. Ishido made quick work of Sato and Kota by using her acid. After Aoyama shot a laser that destroyed the ceiling, the two screamed the entire way down, as the pink-haired teen had melted away all the floors below that. Feels bad for them. And finally. And so, the last match will be between that of Teams I and B. All Might didn't bother to bring the balls out for this one. And for this scenario, Team I will be acting as the villains, and Team B being the heroes. Ben grouped up with Hagakure and Ojiro. While he bumped fists with the tailed teen, he was unsure where to look at the invisible girl. He knew her quirk was invisibility, but since she was only wearing gloves and boots. Hey, Ojiro. The two leaned into each other's ears. Yeah, he replied. I never asked this until now, but, is Hagakure-san actually? Hush, my sweet summer child. He covers his mouth. Let's just go along with this for now, alright. I suppose. Ben scratches his head. Hagakure pops up between them, causing them both to blush a little. Whatcha guys talking about? She asks. About stuff. Guy, stuff. Ojiro chuckles. While the three were chatting away, Shoji and Todoroki gathered together. The white and red-haired teen looked in Ben's direction, a strange feeling he was getting when he gazed on his body. Well, this will certainly be interesting, but regardless, I'll be winning. He promises. Building B, the one next to the place that Midoriya and Bakugo destroyed, was the location for the final battle. Standing on the 5th floor, the villain team examined the object that they were supposed to protect. Like the others, it was simply hollow, a fabrication. It didn't stop them from thinking it looked lethal though. How do you think Shoji and Todoroki are going to come at us? Hagakure asks her teammates. Well, it depends on their quirks. Ojiro replied. Does anyone know about their quirks? Todoroki's costume gives off one possibility. Ben says, placing his visor on. It wasn't activated yet, so the other two could see his face through it. He had ice on one side, right? Oh, right. His quirk may be the use of ice. Well, regardless about that, let's get serious. Hagakure says as she strips herself of her gloves and boots. I'll get them when they come in. Ojiro and Ben's sweat dropped. As Ben pressed a button on his headset and activated his visor, he immediately gasped from what he saw. Ojiro, Hagakure, get on this, now. He yells, swiping off the disc from his back. Throwing it at the two, it opened up to become a long circular hoverboard. Wait, what's going? I was right. Todoroki's using ice on the entire building. Get on, now. Ben barks as the Omnitrix flashes. Ojiro and Hagakure get on hastily, their faces, well, one of them visibly showing shock at the technology that they were just riding on. As the flash dissipated, the two could see Ben replaced by a magma-based lifeform, whose body was composed of a bright yellow inner magma body covered by a dark red rocks. As a fire-based entity, his body radiated high amounts of heat. His feet had a slight oval-like design with only 2 toes and 1 back toe. The Omnitrix dial was located on his chest. Ah, so warm. Hagakure says as she and Ojiro hover over towards Ben. They could see the surrounding ice melt away from the heat he exerted. Heads up, you two. Ben says. Don't stay too close to me though, or else Todoroki might. A fire form now, huh? Speak of the devil. Walking through the frozen entrance across the room, Todoroki appeared. His costume was composed of a simple white dress shirt, white pants, white boots, and gold-colored combat vest. He also had ice covering his left torso and arm. The ice user observed the body of Ben. His ice was melting just from it being near him. He also took notice of the two behind him, which survived his first attack by hopping onto the hoverboard. He narrowed his eyes as he held an arm up. So, what will you do now, Todoroki? Ben says. Will you try to go through Heat Blast, or regroup with your partner? Neither. He replies as he stomps on the floor with his right foot. Immediately, a torrent of ice began to creep its way towards Heat Blast, the latter standing still as he did so. Ojiro and Hagakure quickly dodged and hid behind a pillar, but peeked their heads out. Unfortunately, that was the wrong move, as the minute they did so, they were almost roasted by a wave of fire. Todoroki's eye widened as he quickly formed a giant wall of ice to cover himself. After Heat Blast ended his attack, He was about to go over, only to gasp upon seeing the Pyronite's fist go straight through his wall. Tisk. He grunts. Ojiro, Hagakuri. Protect the objective. Heat blast orders as he lunges at Todoroki. As if Todoroki generates another wall, only for it to be destroyed by a simple swat from heat blast. You rely too much on your quirk, Todoroki. He says. You should also focus on close combat. Punching him straight in the gut, Todoroki grunts as he is sent down to the previous floor. The ice user glares at the fiery life form as he stands up. Clicking his tongue, he quickly dashed and generated a slide of ice. This caused him to speed up as he took out the capturing tape. Capture. Please, Heat Blast aims his palms at the teen. Todoroki's eyes widened as he rolled off his ice slide, avoiding a flamethrower that came out from his hands. Heat Blast begins to rush at the teen by propelling himself similarly to Bakugo. You'll have to do better than that. He barks, smashing into his body and destroying a pillar behind him as he crashed through. Todoroki was beginning to think about this situation. He had seen this form, as well as Ben's previous forms. It was practically impossible to get an advantage on him if you didn't catch him by surprise. As he got up and avoided a fatal blast of flames, he grunted as he went for his ear. Shoji. He yelled out. Back attack. Upon hearing that, Heat Blast glances back, hearing glass shatter from atop of the 5th floor. Taking this advantage, Todoroki grits his teeth as he slaps his right arm onto the ground. Generating a gigantic block of ice, Heat Blast turned his eyes, only to get smashed and trapped inside a giant glacier of ice that took up the rest of the room on the floor. Standing up, Todoroki pants a little as his right side began to slow down. As if his face was showing reluctancy, he focuses on his left side, which began to generate flames and maintain his body temperature. Upon balancing it out, he looks up. That should hold him until we get the objective. I think not. A sudden chill went down Todoroki's back. Turning around, he gasps at the sight of a fist that went for his face. He groans in pain as he is sent a few feet back, using ice to support himself from falling. So, you can use ice and fire. The voice revealed. Todoroki didn't like this one bit. As he stood up, he observed the new creature in front of him. Heat Blast was now a humanoid, moth-like alien. He had 4 wings and 2 antennae. His body was black with cyan patches on a majority of his body parts. Like Heat Blast, he had 4 fingers, and 2 toes in front, and 1 in the back. Wearing black and white unitard, the Omnitrix dial was located on his chest. What's wrong, Todoroki? Got a big chill. He snickers as flies at him. Todoroki immediately generated ice as he slammed his foot, giant ice spikes sparking in Big Chill's direction. However, right as they were about to hit, his eye widened upon seeing the moth-like creature's body becoming a blue phantom. Flying through the attack like a ghost, he formed back as he reached his person. Landing in front of him, Big Chill aimed his palm at him, shooting out an ice beam. What? Todoroki dropped to the ground, limboing out from the range of the attack until it reached the staircase to the next floor. He quickly turned back, only to have his arms grabbed by Big Chill. Let's have you go back down then, shall we? He grins as he becomes transparent, with Todoroki as well as they both seep down into the floor. It was obvious, but everyone in the monitor room was visibly surprised, All Might especially. No one knew how many forms Ben had, and whenever he did show one, it displayed superhuman traits of at least one kind. The students watched as Big Chill brought Todoroki to the 1st floor, already captured by the tape everyone was given. Whoa. That's freaky. Ishido jumps. A fire guy, and then an ice moth. It's crazy, right? Kirishima noted. It's like he has a form for practically every situation. I wonder if he has a frog form. Ribbit. Asui wondered out loud. Back on the 1st floor, Todoroki looked down on himself with mild dissatisfaction as he sat down on the floor. Big Chill reverted back to Ben, the latter smiling a little. You really have a form for everything, don't you? He looks up towards the green and black youth. Well, it's something I grew up with to survive. Sorry about all those punches. Here, let me have a look. He says, going into his pouch. No, go and finish the training mission first. That takes first priority. Todoroki denied him. These injuries aren't that bad to begin with anyways. You sure? Ben asks. Todoroki nodded. All right then. Acknowledging his request, Ben transformed into Big Chill and flew up into the ceiling. As he watched him, Todoroki closes his eyes as he grits his teeth for a second, before sighing. Fire and ice, should I use his power? No, I won't. He growls. Right, Ojiro-kun. Hagakure yelled as she held onto her classmate's back. Whoa. The tail user panicked. Not just from riding Ben's hoverboard, but from something soft on his back. He slid across the walls of the fifth while avoiding another punch from Shoji. The buff teen's quirk was called dupli arms. It was a bodily characteristic of his figure. Unlike a normal person, he possessed 6 arms that were attached by skin-like webbing. His quirk allowed these tentacle-like arms to have the ability to replicate parts of his body, such as his mouth, ears, and eyes. He could even duplicate his dupli arms. The thing about these duplicated parts was that they appeared to be enhanced versions of the originals. Swinging his 3 left arms, he narrowed his eyes slightly as the duo narrowly avoided his attack once more. Ever since Todoroki had him crash in through the building's windows, he had been trying to pass by them to get to the objective. While Ojiro had difficulty controlling the board, he would circle around the point, preventing Shoji from getting closer. Well, this is getting tedious. He had to admit. After a while though, the GI-wearing teen jumped off with Hokage. The board began to fly off and bounce off the walls, until everyone heard it being caught by a familiar Omnitrix-wearing youth. Shoji turned to see Ben standing behind him. Ben, you got Todoroki? Hagakure asked. That's great. Truly, Ojiro smiles. Shoji was a little surprised. He heard Todoroki's grunts and cries of pain from his communicator, but he wasn't expecting him to lose this quickly. What the heck did Ben do to him? Alright then, 1 down, and 1 to go. Shoji, what will you do? He asks with a smile. Shoji had initially proposed to fight, but in this situation, there's no point in fighting. He replied. Everyone was surprised to hear him speak, but nevertheless chuckled a little. This was a little fun while it lasted though. I'll say. Hokage giggles as she wraps the capturing tape around one of Shoji's wrists. From All Might and the students' screen, they all reacted with wonder as All Might announced the end of the match. Moments later, Ben and the others helped to treat Todoroki's injuries that he dealt to his face. Luckily for Ben, his specifications for vulneraries and other small medical supplies made it through. All Might blew into a whistle. Standing with the Class 1A students, they were right in front of the exit to Ground Beta. He gives everyone a thumbs up as the battles come to a halt. Good work, everyone. He salutes all of them. Other than young Midoriya, none of you sustained any major injuries. I admire your nature of taking this seriously. You all did a good job on your first training. It's quite surprising to have a proper class after Aizawa-sensei's hair-pulling class, Asui admitted, poking her face once more. It's a bit anticlimactic. Everyone nods to that, no disagreement there. All Might though spreads his arms out gallantly. Of course. We're all free to have proper classes, as well. Zipping towards the back, All Might bears all fare thee well. Well then, I must review the results with young Midoriya. Change and return, to the classroom. With a burst of speed from One for All Might blasts off through the exit, leaving a gale of wind in the faces of the surprised students. Once he left, they all dusted themselves off from the resulting dash. God damn. All Might's so cool. Kaminari grins, fists clenched in admiration. Wait, why was he in such a hurry for? Ojiro wondered. So cool, Mineta croaked. Ben had a look on his face that Momo knew all too well. Sighing in response, she stood in front of the class, generating a whistle in her hand and blowing into it. The loud noise brought everyone back to earth as she did so. Alright everyone, let's return to the locker rooms and meet up in the classroom after changing. Step up, she says. Come on, Ben-chan, let's. Asui was about to turn her back to face the Omnitrix wielder, only for everyone to hear a flash of green, and a trailing zip of speed passing by everyone. Whoa, that was even faster than All Might. Sato blinked. Was that Ben? Definitely. Sheesh, what's he in a rush for? Kaminari dusted himself off. Indeed, the class was full of mysteries. However, the first and biggest mystery was that of Ben. Midoriya had one for all, which was seen as a mysterious glass sword quirk by his classmates. But Ben, his transformations were seen as the strangest, coolest, or freakiest quirk they had ever seen. Would they eventually learn the origin of his powers? Lovely. Well, like I said, it was a bit hard to write the Todoroki and Shoji fight, but I suppose I did an adequate performance on the matter. Regarding Ben's hero costume, I made a DeviantArt for it, so check it out. Well, a few more things I wanted to talk about. 1. One for all in Midoriya. I kind of found it strange that Midoriya wasn't able to conceive of one for all, full cowling beforehand. It should have been a little obvious from observing All Might. And yes, while Toshinori was able to grasp and adapt the quirk quickly to his own body, Midoriya should have taken a quote from that as well. So, I decided to speed that up a little. 2. I like where I'm going with Midoriya's and Ben's friendship going on. I believe he can help him to develop his abilities with One for All, as well as interact with him during his misadventures in the later arcs. 3. Bloodlust aside, where do you think would be appropriate for Ben's cold and calculated nature to come out? I wanna write a chapter with a savage and/or violent Ben so much. Anyhow, that's all I wanted to say. So, with everything done and done, let me know what you guys think about this chapter. Toodles. Emiyn, out. 741 Chapter 4, Rescuing Villains. I welcome all to the start of the USJ arc. So, as well all know, let's start with the introductions. I hope this is going to be a good chapter for you guys. Time for a plus ultra introduction. Welcome back to my Omnium Academia. Things are getting good, so let's get right to the reviews and such. 1. Well, regarding to the pairings, I'm sort of still thinking if it's such a good idea to pair Ben up with someone, Maybe or someone else, kinda want someone near his age. Regarding other pairs, Kaminari and Jiro. Deku and Froppy. Fight me. Also, pretty much a best friend scenario for Ben and Asui. 2. Regarding the Andromeda Galaxy aliens, they won't be appearing in this arc, but as for when, tell me when I should be introducing them. I've been discussing Tamura's decay quirk against Ben's aliens with some other users as well. NRG came to mind, as his suit is only able to be destroyed by Titanite, and his true form is pure energy. Since Tamura's quirk works at different speeds for different materials, it's become an interesting topic. 3. Regarding Ditto, which situation do you think is good for him to appear? Let me know. It'll be an interesting thing to implement him into the story. 4. Clockwork's power, in which I presume, his time reductions can only prolong back to a few hours worth of injuries. So no, I regret to say that All Might cannot be healed by clockwork. It might work with the likes of Eri, but that's for another chapter. 5. You know me, Ben being the only one in another universe. Anyhow, that's all I wanted to say. Well, let you guys go and read on. As always, I own nothing related to the subject of Ben 10 nor Boku no My Hero Academia. Thanks again for nearly 100 reviews, over 130 follows and favorites, and over 7,000 views. I love Deku x Froppy. Chapter 4, Rescuing Villains. Midoriya. Ben calls out. Don't be too loud. Recovery girl says. He's still a little whimsy. It was now around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with Ben currently inside the nurse's office. Recovery girl was in charge of watching over Midoriya until he woke up, in which she predicted was going to be around now. With the twitching of his eyes and a slight groan, the Omnitrix wielder smiled a bit as they went over to him. Are you awake, young one? She asks as her face overlooked his vision. Whoa. He flinches a bit, turning to his side. Recovery girl, Ben. You're finally up. He grins. How are you feeling? A little tired. Hungry. He rubs his stomach with his left arm. Well, that's normal. Alright, up you go. Recovery girl says. Gonna have to put a small cast underneath that broken arm of yours, again. After detaching the IV attached to him and wrapping the rest of his wounds in bandages, Recovery girl finally lets him go. Ben offered to act as a shoulder to lean on, but Midoriya told him that he was well enough that he could walk on his own. Oh no, I missed the rest of the afternoon classes. Aizawa-sensei's gonna wrap me in his bandages again, he grimaced. Well, there's no helping you out there, dude, but on the bright side, Ben smiles as they reach 1A. Opening the door, Kirishima was the first to look over. Hey, you're back. He lets out a smile. Midoriya's finally up, guys. Huh. The green-haired teen blinked. Good work, man. The red-haired teen slapped his back as several other students started to crowd around him. Ben smiled a little as he scuttled through the crowd. I don't know what you said during the match, but man, you were so fired up. Hecka manly, I'd say. You fought against Bakugo, the guy who got first place in the entrance exam, man. Zero added. You did such a good job with dodging that giant explosion too. Ishido bounced a little. It was so cool. Sheesh. With how you guys acted in the first match, the rest of us had to give it our all too. Sato laughed, with Zero and Kirishima nodding in agreement. A little overwhelmed was an understatement to how he was feeling. Kirishima grins once more as he points to himself. Name's Kirishima Ajiro. He greets, gesturing to everyone. We were gonna wait until you woke up. We're all going over the training together right now, so you're just in time. I'm Zero Hanta. Ishido Mina. Your dodge was awesome. You all right there, Midoriya-chan. Asui popped up from her back. Midoriya blushed a little upon seeing her lean closely towards his arm. I'm Asui Suyu. Call me Su-chan. I'm Sato. Midoriya couldn't help but panic a little, but smile in return as he entered the classroom. Geez, you guys are really loud, you know. Tokiyami shrugged as he sat on a desk. Iida gasps as he begins to valiantly walk towards him. Tokiyami. Feet and bottom off, please. That desk is not a chair. He insisted. Jiro and Ojiro, who were standing next to him, chuckled a bit. It's not that big of a deal, is it, Iida-san? She shrugs. Ojiro chuckles a little upon seeing Iida's gestures. And what's with that arm movement? I cannot condone actions that disrespect the great men and women who used it before us. He broke with a humorous amount of arm shaking taking place afterwards. You're too loud, Iida, Tokiyami sighed. Ha! Iida never wavers, huh? Kirishima chuckles. As he finished his rambling, from the back door, Kaminari and Uraraka entered through, carrying several casings of documents. It seemed like he was trying to get a little info off of her, but as the gravity user spotted Midoriya, she rushed to check his body. Huh. Recovery girl didn't heal your wounds, Midoriya. She observes. It's because it would take too much of his stamina to do so. Ben explained. If she did so, he'd be still asleep. Why yeah, Midoriya said as he began to look around, only to visibly gasp at the lack of Bakugo in the room. Wait, where's Kachan? Oh, Bakugo. We all tried to stop him, but he just left for home now without saying anything. She revealed. Frowning, he immediately turned and began to run outside. Wait, Midoriya-chan. Asui called out to him, but alas, she could not stop him. Everyone watched as the green-haired teen jumped down the stairs, rushing out to catch Bakugo before he left the campus grounds. He's still stuck on that, I see, Ben said as he picked up his duffel bag and hoverboard. Walking out of the room with several of the other classmates, they watched as he and Bakugo yell at each other, though it seemed that Bakugo had gotten over his depressing loss from earlier, and seemed to be making some sort of declaration towards Midoriya. Even so much, All Might tried to intervene with the talk, though it was revealed that he didn't even have to do anything. As Bakugo finally left the grounds of UA, Uraraka, Asui, and Ishido leaned against the windows in an attempt to understand what they were saying through oral gestures. What was that? The pink-haired girl blinked in shock. A fated battle between men. Uraraka presumed. Midoriya-chan. Asui simply said as she did her usual gesture. You seem to be giving one-sided excuses. A fated battle between men. The gravity girl continued. Asui and Ishido sweat dropped from her one-sided expression. The next day on, Ben was mildly surprised with what he saw. He had learned about the news of All Might's decision to become a teacher at UA, and apparently it had gotten so spread out that the media tried to swarm the school in search of answers. He watched with mild comedic looks as his classmates were barraged by the media while they were trying to enter the school. Some were simple, some ignored the media, some were nervous wrecks or even threatened to attack them. We know who that was, but it was then. The four eyes came. Iida took great pride in his comment towards the media, lasting for minutes upon minutes with a very grand speech. By the time that Aizawa came in, he dragged the engine user into the building with him. About All Might, wow, you're really scruffy. A female reporter, along with many others, were a little reluctant towards Aizawa as they turned to try and intervene him. He's not on duty, he states, waving his hand out like he was trying to drive a fly away. You're disturbing the classes. Please leave. Wait, sensei. Iida struggles to get off from his grip as Aizawa turned around, but not before seeing Ben in the background. He gives him a lazy look before sighing. Get to class. Now. He mouthed out. Ben merely grins as he gets on his hoverboard. The media continued to try to interrogate the bandage user, with Aizawa grumbling in his mind about fame and being known by the populace. He wondered how All Might was able to deal with the media while performing hero activities. Grr, just a little time is fine. The female report grumbles. Just let me see all. Beep beep. Ben yells out as he flies above her head, landing in front of them. I wouldn't go beyond the gates if I were you. Wait, why? She growled as she tried to step forward. Ah, you idiot. Stop. Another reporter tried to grab her shoulder. From the top of the school gates, Ben and everyone else looks up to see three red lights beginning to glow. As if on cue, countless walls and other obstacles began to rise up from the ground, almost skimming the female reporter's nose. Ben shrugs, riding off into the building as the female reporter steps back in shock. What the hell? She gasps. Yep, that's the UA barrier. The other reporter sighs. You triggered it. That's so lame. The female reporter retorts as she turns her head. What the heck is that anyways? Well, if someone without a student ID or a valid pass tries to enter the school premises, then the security system of the school activates. There's sensors all over the school apparently. He explains as he lends a hand for her. What the heck, they think they're all so mighty and stuff, they could have at least given me a brief moment of commentary. She sighs. Ya think? We've been here for like 2 days. The male reporter says. They still won't say anything. From the other side of the street, a man with light blue hair walked across. He wore black pants, a featureless black V-neck shirt that exposed his collarbones, and red high-top sneakers with no socks. He smiled as he approached the crowd of media, coughing once to get their attention. Ah, may I have your attention for a moment? He calls out. Everyone stops to turn to him, with the man smiling as he holds. Huh, who are you? The female reporter frowns. And what's with your face? You need some facial cream, buddy. The man chuckles, placing 4 of his fingers on the wall in front of the media. He turns and gives them a disturbing grin as he leans on it. Would you like a way inside? Alright, take your seats. Aizawa yawns. First, I would like to commend you all for yesterday's battle. I saw the videos and the results. Now then, let's go over some stuff though. He glances at Bakugo first. Bakugo. You're a talented guy, so don't like a kid. Yay, he glances away, acknowledging his words but showing a reluctant front. I know. And Midoriya. Aizawa turns to him next. The green-haired teen flusters a bit. I see you had to settle it by breaking your arm again. Well, at least you tried to control it this time. You can't keep saying that you can't help it because you can't control your quirk though. I don't like repeating things, but as long as you can learn to control it, you'll be able to do a lot in the future. He then said, lightening Midoriya's mood a little. He brings his head up. But have a sense of urgency, Midoriya. You're gonna have to learn to do it quickly. Aizawa reminds him. Yes, sir. He grins. Also, Ben. He then calls out to the student all the way in the back. Everyone noticed his slight change in tone. A question. What's up? Ben sits up. Regarding that time from your battle, that ice form you used. What other powers does it have? I'm a little curious. He honestly says. Oh, yeah. I've been wondering about that too. Kirishima agrees. That was wicked, when he came out from the floor and stuff. Ben raises an eyebrow. Glancing at Momo, he wanted to get her confirmation, but all she did was shrug. Scratching his head, he sighed. Well, to put it shortly, while I'm in that form, I'm able to make my own particles move between other particles, converting myself to a non-physical being of energy, vibrating my molecules into a new quantum frequency, etc. Regardless, I'm able to ignore most attacks, physical dangers and gravity. He explained. What the hell? That's so cool. Ishido grins. I'd prefer to keep my abilities a secret though, please, he requests. Well, you answered the question. Alright then, let's get down to homeroom business. Aizawa yawns. And sorry for the late notice, but today, I'll have you take another test. Everyone gulps in horror. Decide on a class representative. He ends. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. It's actually a normal school activity. I wanna be class rep. Pick me. Kirishima was the first to pop out from his seat, arms flailing out frantically. Me too. Kaminari and Jiro raised their hands at the same time. It's a job meant for M. I'll be the leader. Ishido interrupts Aoyama's speech. Ben knew that this type of scenario was different from that of normal schools. Typically saying, students might feel that they're just taking on daily duties. However, in the case of hero training schools like UA, this is completely different. In the hero course, it's a role that allows a student to create a scenario in which they can practice being a pro hero that is leading a group. While the rest of his classmates were busy trying to frantically get the position, Midoriya tried to calm the situation down as usual. As he looked onto the eyes of Iida and Ben for support, he was glad to see former in a somewhat calm state, but with slight irritation growing in his figure. Turning to Ben though. Snore. He's sleeping. His sweat dropped. He watched as Momo tried to poke him away, with slight annoyance showing on her face as she continued to do so. Midoriya then began to hear the glasses-wearing teen utter a low grumble, until he. Silence, please. Everyone stopped their chattering to gaze at the source of the loud sound. Iida stands up as he readjusts his glasses, the light gleaming off of them in a supernatural manner. The screaming of Iida also managed to wake the young Omnitrix wielder, who groaned a little as one of his eyes opened. Being a class representative is a serious job. It is one that has you take on the role of having serious responsibility of leading others. It is not just a job for anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you, and so, if we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then I propose. Propose. Everyone echoes. An election. His glasses shine. But, as everyone looked up. It's your hand that's raised the highest though. Shiro and Kirishima point at him. Wait, why would suggest for anyways? Kaminari asks. Well, it's not like we've known each other for long. Asui notes. If you think about it, we don't really have any actual trust for the matter. If we were to vote for a person worthy of being the rep, we'd most likely pick ourselves. Right. Kirishima agrees with the frog-like girl. Don't you think that it is precisely why whoever receives the most votes here should be deemed to be the most trustworthy and considerable person? Aizawa-sensei, what do you think? Iida explained to his classmates, before turning back to Aizawa. Everyone could see the scruffy-haired adult wrapping his sleeping bag around himself as he did so. I don't care. Just decide before homeroom is over, he grumbles, sloping down onto the floor to sleep. Thank you very much. Iida bowed. Now then, let us proceed with the voting then. How do you propose we do that? Ojiro asks. Why, I have just the thing, Ojiro-kun. The glasses-wearing teen smiles as he takes a few pieces of paper out. Everyone watches as he cuts and divides them up into 21 equivalent pieces. I always forget that you're good with your hands, Iida-kun. Hagakure noted. After expending all of the sheets to the 21 present students in class, it took a few minutes for them to tally up the result. After Aizawa writes everyone's names down and tallies up their individual votes, the students finally began to skim the results of the poll. In first place, is Midoriya. He got 3. The bandage user pokes the board. What? Midoriya freaks out upon seeing the tally mark. I got 3. Who the hell voted for him? Bakugo growls. Well, it's better than you, dude. Shiro chuckles. The hell you say? And, 3 for Yaoyuzuru. Since Midoriya's surname comes up first, he'll be the class rep. Yaoyazoru, you'll be the deputy class rep, alright. Why yes, sir. Midoriya and Momo respond as they both approach the front of the class. Everyone could see the green-haired teen shaking like a stick as Momo sighs in slight disapproval. Quite vexing, she says. Ben withheld a snicker as some of his classmates started to actually like this arrangement. I think I like this matchup. Asui smiles. Yeah. And after all said and done, Midori is a pretty good guy. He can also get fired up when he needs to. Kirishima added. Yaoyazoru was pretty rad when she and Ben were going over the battle results, don't forget that. Kaminari adds. The rest of the class, minus a tad few, began to gibber amongst the interior of the room, sounding like ants until Aizawa couldn't take it anymore. Quiet down, you damn brats. Your first class is coming up. Aizawa reminds them, standing up with his eyes glowing red. There's a lot of people here today as well. Ben looks over the crowded cafeteria with a disheartened look. Maybe I should start bringing lunch. You know how to cook. Uraraka grabs his shoulders, shaking him back and forth with a smile growing on her face. What can you make? All sorts of stew. Can you please stop shaking me, Uraraka-san? The Omnitrix wielder's voice was zippy as his face went back and forth. Iida, Midoriya, and Asui could only sweat drop in sympathy. Ochako-chan, you're a little enthusiastic about food. The frog girl comments. But, it is quite crowded around here. Of course. Iida adjusts his glasses. That's because everyone in the hero course, support course, and management course meet in the same place. It's a place to settle down and have a leisurely time of conversation. It was now lunchtime. Inside of Lunch Rush's place of wondrous cooking, the five were taking their time scrumming down. Midoriya was still thinking about Class 1A's decision to elect him as the class rep as he poked at his food. I'm still thinking I'm not worthy of being so, he mumbles as he swallows a lump of meat. You are though. Uraraka disagrees with him as she happily gulps down a cup of tea. Why do you still think so? It will be fine. Iida adds on as he wipes his mouth. Your courage and judgment at critical moments make you worth following. We can all agree on that. That is why I voted for you. You voted for me. Midoriya's eyes widened slightly. But didn't you want to be the class rep, Iida? Uraraka turns to the glasses-wearing teen. You've got glasses and everything. That's quite the blunt way of talk, son of a, why are these damn things so hard to hold? Ben was about to retort, only to grumble at his unprofessionalism in using chopsticks once more. Asui attempts to help him by holding his hand. Like this, Ben-chan. She ribbits a little as she readjusts his fingers, grabbing a lump of rice as she would. See? So that's how. Ben blinks. Thanks. You're welcome, Ribbit. Asui smiles a little. As Iida went on with his discussion about being the class rep and, eventually to another exciting topic, Asui and Ben were spending their time gouging down on the food in front of them in silent bliss, despite the loud environment of students around them. However, all of this ended when Re-nung. Asterisk. An alarm. Midoriya barks out as he and everyone in the cafeteria looks up. What's going on? Security breach. Level 3. All students, please evacuate outdoors immediately. Repeat. Security breach. Level 3. What? Level 3. A student yells. What's Level 3? Iida asks him. It means that someone's trespassing on the school grounds. He answers. I've never seen anything like this during the 3 years I've been here. You should hurry too. Getting up from his seat, he begins to run out with the other students. Let's go. Uraraka stands up. Iida and Midoriya run along with her, leaving Asui and Ben alone. The Omnitrix wielder looks over at the now tight crowd of people struggling to go through the exit and into the hallways as he sighs. He then looks at Asui as she does her usual gesture. Su-chan. You on a mood to find out about our trespassers? He smiles a little. I have a feeling you're going to do something a little reckless, Ben-chan. She responds. Probably. He shrugs. On 3 then. She ponders her finger onto her face. Let's go. Don't push, damn it. A brunette student growled as someone from behind tried to push him forward. I can't go through. Wait, I'm falling. A female student shrieks as she and a few other people fall over. Kya. What the hell's with this rush? Another student cries out. OWWWW. Uraraka groans as she was nudged between the shoulders of two guys around her. Iida and Midoriya struggled with similar circumstances as they attempted to go through the sea of students. A is expected O of the best. The engine user states. They're quick to react in a crisis-like event. B but they're so quick that it's causing a panic. Midoriya retorts, before getting elbowed in the face and sent swooping down towards the front of crowd. Oh, shoot. Midoriya-kun. Iida and Uraraka cry out as they shift their gazes towards their fallen teammate. The glasses teen grunts as he tries to go through towards the edge. He leans on the windows in order to get a look outside. Who in the world trespassed the school? He wonders as his irises gaze around. The media, Iida-chan. Asui suddenly responds. Iida looks up to see her and a humanoid frog jumping around. Fortunately, she happened to be wearing leggings, and even spats underneath those. The creature next to her was a humanoid frog-like alien with three-fingered hands and two-toed feet. He was a little taller than Asui's height, and had pale green skin and wore a pair of dark green sunglasses. Wearing a black uniform that featured fingerless gloves and boots for his fingers and feet, a green stripe down the middle. The Omnitrix logo was located on a pair of X-shaped sashes. Asui-san. And, Ben. Wait, the media. How did they get in? He blinks, before looking out the window. He could see Present Mike and Aizawa in front of the entrance to the building, the female reporter and the rest of the press surrounding them. Oh, great, everyone, calm do. Ow. Iida was about to yell out to everyone, but the shoulder push of the crowd ended up pushing his face into the window, leaving his cheek to the mercy of the thin layer of glass that separated him from the outside. You alright, Iida? Ben asked as he and Asui hanged on. Where are the teachers? Iida growls. Are they trying to deal with everything? Everyone, calm down. Kirishima tried to do what Iida did. Kaminari was also with him as they tried to calm the crowd, only to get dragged in the swarm alongside Midoriya. Ben-chan. Asui calls out to Ben. Call me Bullfrag. He insists as he opens his mouth, a long, prehensile tongue like Asui's wrapping itself around Iida. Whoa! Iida yelps. Flinging him up above the sea of people, it was then that Asui leapt off from the window, jumping off of Bullfrag's shoulders to kick Iida in the back, pushing him off to the exit. Iida-chan. Calm the crowd. She commands. Gasping, Iida quickly rolls his pants legs, revealing his engine-like protrusions on his calves. Putting his glasses in his pockets, he grunts as they begin to steam up. Engine boost. He yells out. With the activation of his quirk, Bullfrag and Asui land on top of Kaminari and Kirishima as they, Uraraka, and Midoriya watch as Iida face plants onto the top of the frontal exit's gate, seemingly resembling the man viewed upon various, stopping, and/or, slow down, signs. He takes a deep breath as he stays in place, his eyes turning to look down on his fellow students. Be precise, clear, and bold. He utters as he grabs onto a pipe. Everyone. Everything is perfectly fine. His voice echoed through the hallway, with everyone now looking up to him as he struggled to hold onto the little edge. They all gasp as he continues on, his feet shaking from the height. It is just the media. There is nothing to panic about. Everything's fine. He repeats. This is UA. Let us act in a way that befits our status as students of this school. Silence goes on, and afterwards, the anxious atmosphere begins to calm down. Kirishima and Kaminari sigh in relief, only to yelp once Bullfrag and Asui leap on their heads, landing on an empty space as the Omnitrix wielder reverted back to Ben. Looking out towards the window, Midoriya and Uraraka could see the police starting to come through the front entrance. Well, that just happened. Asui ribbits. I didn't think you had a frog form though. I aim to please. Ben shrugs, only to blink once Asui began to pat his head. Su-chan. You're a good boy, you know that. Ribbit. She smiles. Midoriya and Uraraka could only giggle as Ben remained motionless, allowing the frog girl to continue her gesture. While they were busy with that though. Can I request for someone to help me down from here? Iida gulps. I'm not exactly proficient with scaling heights. Come on, class representative. Momo turns to Midoriya as the mophead nervously stands in front of the room of 1A. Right. And now then, let us decide on the other class officers. Midoriya was a train wreck in his usual antics of speech. The entire class smiles a bit in worry for their cinnamon roll, but it was then that he gulped. But first, can I say something? Momo blinks. I think that Iida Tenya should be the class rep of 1A after all. He boldly announces, bowing slightly. Asui and a few other students smiled a little at his honesty. He was able to get everyone's attention in such a cool way. Even though Asui-san and Ben were part of the progress, I know Iida had the idea first in his mind. No offense taken, Midoriya-chan. The frog girl says. Also, call me Su-chan. I think it would be best for Iida to do it though. Midoriya smiles at Asui, regaining his posture. While Iida was mildly surprised with that, a couple of the others started to agree, Kirishima and Kaminari the first of the bunch to do so. Yeah, I could tell that Iida wanted to do something, which is why Kaminari and I tried to go out as well. Though I think Iida's a much better speaker than the rest of us, haha. Kirishima chuckles. You said it, man. Kaminari nods. And besides, that pose he took, kahahehe. Whatever the case, you're wasting time. Aizawa interrupts from his position in the corner, making the two standing students flinch a little. I don't give a damn, but hurry the hell up already. Iida stands up, back straightened and slightly bowed down. Then, if I have been nominated for the position of class representative, it cannot be helped. From this day forth Iida Tenya, promise to do my best to carry out the responsibilities of the class representative's duties. Counting on ya, emergency exit. Kirishima jokes. Emergency exit Iida. Mineta echoes. Do your best, man. While Momo and Midoriya were still standing though, the creation user cups her chin in confusion, Ben snickering from the back upon seeing the lack of attention being sent towards his mistress. However, he couldn't help that he had this strange omen growing in his gut. The rest of the school day went off as surprisingly uneventful. Aizawa dealt with the distribution of the other class officers, giving it to the ones that he felt needed some more discipline. After the school day ended, many of the students did not notice any of the effects that the media may had done to the school. After everyone left though, Ben took it upon himself to investigate how the press got in through the first place. He knew of the UA barrier. The reporters also knew if they were to break through, they would be treated as villains, but since they were able to enter anyways, it meant either two things. 1. Someone helped the media break through from the outside, or 2. Someone from within the school grounds allowed the media inside. It was likely to be the former, as UA keeps a secured surveillance around the entire school's grounds. Anything beyond that perimeter though, was all for fair game. If it was a student or faculty, then news of their capture would likely been done by the other staff of the school. And since Aizawa was here, even though he was an underground pro-hero, many villains would know of his name. Which means, Ben surmised, someone from outside. As the sunset started to roll in through the school's grounds, as the remainder of the students started to leave, Ben hid behind one of the pillars, a location he discovered was not able to be seen from a majority of the front entrance cameras. He takes a small breath as the Omnitrix activates, wrapping him in a green light and replacing him with Buzzsaw. Sparking to a bolt of electricity, he quickly flew and disabled the few cameras that would be in his view by flying through them. Green sparks ousted from them as they lowered themselves to a depowered state. After confirming so, Buzzsaw landed on the middle of the ground as he flashed again, this time with Clockwork replacing himself. Let's see what has happened, he mutters. Going for the key on top of his head, he begins to turn it clockwise for a bit. After it passes the 12 o'clock mark 6 times, a loud bell sound was heard. His key began to glow green as it commenced to rapidly spin. The surrounding area began to turn green as several images started to play out. First, projections of the students leaving the school started to enter the grounds once more, the sunset turning back into day. It took a little, but after a few more seconds of backtracking. There. Clockwork confirms as the key began to slowly turn back, to the time of the media right before they came in. Walking out from the front entrance, Clockwork began to observe the scene in front of him. Standing behind him was a large crowd of reporters observing the man in black. After he asks his question from beforehand, the female reporter frowned as she stepped back. What do you mean? She asks. The man merely grins as his final finger, his middle, touches the UA barrier. Right as he did so. I see now, it was him, his quirk. He notes. This horrifying result must be named, decay. The resulting end of the UA was just that, a decay meant of material as a result of the man's quirk. Like if something was crumbled to dust, littered and voided of all matter that constituted its shape. Whatever the case though, the thing about this quirk was, it was not in an instant. It took some time, most likely due to the material used to build the school's barrier. Even with its apparent flaws, Clockwork saw the dramatic effect it could have on a human if this man's entire hand were to grab onto someone. Their skin would crumble, their flesh shriveled and left to blow in the air, their bones, ash. This was all that Clockwork could project back to though. It was his limit go back to around a few hours into the past. Any further and it would cause him to tire out. I'm pretty sure the principal took note of this. Guess we will just have to see how this goes out. At least, I hope it doesn't end in with someone being killed. Clockwork hopes as he reverts back to Ben. With one more look at the front entrance, Ben turns to the exit, flying off on his hoverboard, a grim expression on his face. On the next day, on 12:50 p.m. For today's Hero Basics training, we'll be doing something a little more different. Aizawa announces. It'll be turned into a class that is taught by 3 instructors. Who exactly, sir? Iida raises his hand. It'll be All Might and me, as well as one more person. He answers. He could tell that words, echoed into the minds of his students. As expected, one of them asked what was going to happen. Then what are we doing, sir? Shiro asks, raising his hand as well from behind Jiro. Answering his question, Aizawa takes out a card that read out the word, rescue, in blue, bold letters. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. Today's lesson will be on rescue training. Rescue. Kaminari smiles nervously. That's certainly different. A bunch of the other students reacted similarly, while some were excited for a different type of lesson. Looks like it's going to be a lot of work this time around too, I guess. Right. This is going to be exciting. Ishido pumps her fists in response as she turns to the male sitting next to her. Well, come on, man. This is the duty of being a hero after all. Kirishima chuckles. I'm ready to rumble. Well, if it's water, no one can beat me though. Ribbit. Asui boasts with a prideful smile. Ben hears this, smiling a little. We'll see about that, Su-chan. He responds. The frog girl unexpectedly turns her back to her, a growing expression of challenge showing up on her face. Momo could tell that it wasn't going to be a pretty ending between them, despite the friendliness that the two already shared with one another. I see, a challenge, Ben-chan. She says. Very well then. I'm not done yet, hey. Aizawa calls everyone back. Asui and Ben ended their little challenge bravados to turn back as well. For today, you can choose to wear your costume or not. After all, even though they may look to you all, some of them might be ones that inhibit your abilities depending on the environment. The eraser user notes as he presses a button, revealing the cases of costumes. The staff has cleaned and repaired most of the uniforms, be thankful. He says. After everyone gets changed, the training will commence. It'll be off campus, so we're going to be taking a bus. That's it. Get ready. Leaving the room, all of the students began to stand up, picking up their cases and moving out to their respective locker rooms. It took a few minutes for the rest of the students to put on their costumes, as some of them consisted of more than typical decorational pieces, not naming a certain laser shooting user of all people. After that, most of the students exited the building. Some of the students noticed that Midoriya was wearing the school PE uniform. It was like this as a result of Bakugo's brash explosions that tore the fundamentals of his suit. So, as a placeholder, he wore the uniform, keeping his respirator, his elbow and knee guards, as well as his gloves. Seeing everyone present, Iida blows hard into a whistle. Ben, Momo, and Asui, who were next to the bus, covered their ears in mild annoyance as he raises his arm up and down like a crane. Class 1A. Gather round. It is time to depart. Follow into the vehicle in 2 lines in order to make the bus boarding go in a smooth manner. He yells. Sheesh, didn't he know that we were right next to him? Ben growls. It's almost as annoying as Bakugo's screaming. I feel similarly, Momo sighs. That's just Iida-san's nature, I suppose. Iida-chan civilized, but oblivious in some remarks, Asui croaked a little. Now on the bus, Class 1A began to relax on the comfortable seats of the vehicle. Much to Iida's embarrassment, the bus the class went on was that of a public transportation. He covers his face with his palms as he slouches down in shame. I didn't think it was going to be this type of bus, he sobs. Ishido pats him on the back with sympathy on her smile. There was no point, huh? She says. I guess that was karma for almost shattering those 3's earbuds. Well, it wasn't that bad, I've heard much worse. Ben rolls his eyes as he sat next to Ishido on his left, Kaminari on the right. The front of the bus consisted of 2 1x4 rows. On the right was Sato, Midoriya, Asui, and Kirishima. The left was that of Iida, Ishido, Ben, and Kaminari. The rest of the students sat on rows of 2 and 4 on the back of the bus. Well, since we have the time, why don't we get to know one another a little more? Asui suggests. For example, I always say what's on my mind. Turning to Midoriya, she smiles. Midoriya-chan. Yes, Asui-san. The greenhead blushes a little while flustering back. Call me Su-chan. She giggles. Midoriya laughs a little nervously. Anyhow, what I wanted to say was that your quirk resembles that of All Might's. Both Ben and Midoriya quirk a little in response. Why you think so? But well. But wait a second, Su-san. When All Might fights, he doesn't hurt himself like Midoriya does. Kirishima notes. That means they have 2 different types of quirks. They just look the same. Midoriya sighs in relief once Asui was convinced. Kirishima however decided to go on with the topic though. It must be nice to have certain quirks though. A simple augmenting one is pretty good if you think about it. You can do all sorts of flashy stuff. How so? Sato asks. Well, take my quirk for example. Kirishima brings his arm up, hardening it. My hardening's good against individuals in 1v1 situations, but it doesn't look like much. Heck no. I think it's pretty cool. Midoriya disagrees. It's definitely a quirk that can pass as a pros in the future. A pro, huh? Well, you have to think about your popularity as a hero too, in that sense. When I harden multiple parts of my body, it kind makes me look like a monster or something. The red-haired teen chuckles. You get used to it. Ben shrugs. At least you can be recognized for one particular thing. Look at me. Right. Those monster guys you turned into were cool. Ishido grins as she slaps his back. How many forms do you have anyways? Well, anyhow, if you want to talk about strong and flashy, then why not Bakugo's then? Or maybe Todoroki. Ben averts the topic as he points to the 2 that sat on the upper level of the bus. Quote comma question mark exclamation mark. HMPH. Bakugo heard his name, but upon learning that it was Ben that called him out, he looked away. Asui shrugs though. Bakugo-chan's always mad, so he doesn't seem like he'll be popular though. She boldly says. Midoriya instinctively flinches from his Bakugo radar, as the blonde reacts with his explosive nature. Geez, way to bomb the guy, Su-chan. Ben puns with a smirk. What the hell? You wanna fight? Bakugo barks in a comedic manner as he stands up from his seat, leaning on the railings as he stares at him and Asui. See. She points at him with a satisfied smirk. Well, we haven't known each other for that long, so it's amazing that everyone knows that his personality is crap slouched from the remains of the improper sewage from people. Kaminari chuckles. The hell's with that vocabulary, electro bastard. I'll kill you. Bakugo growls again. As the class had fun with teasing Bakugo, Asui and Ben looked over in Midoriya's direction. He looked like he was hearing a mix of heaven and hell from what his expression exposed. The 2 looked at each other, shrugging as the frog girl began to pat his back. You okay, Midoriya-chan? Asui asks. Keikachan of all people is being teased. I can't believe what I'm hearing and seeing. This is UA. For you. He panics. What a savage conversation. Momo covers her mouth in disturbance. How are you alright with this, Uraraka-san? I like stuff like this. The gravity user cheerfully responds to the person sitting next to her. Especially since he gives off such a ray. Alright, we're here. Everyone, shut up and stop messing around, we're getting off soon. Hearing Aizawa's words, everyone looks out the windows, awing slightly at the sight they saw. The facility consisted of a dome-shaped building that composed of 8 main sections. This was the USJ, or the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. A minute or so later, the bus stops in front of the entrance. The first few then noticed a figure standing proudly in front of them as everyone got out, waiting for the rest of the class so that they could introduce themselves. Hello there, everyone. I have been waiting for you. They introduced themselves. Immediately, Ben wondered. Is that a guy, or a girl? He blinks in wonder. Everyone else seemed to react positively to this person's appearance. Their costume consisted of a white space suit design using what appears to be a puffy jacket instead of an actual suit, a black helmet with white eyes, and a pair of yellow boots. It was possible to assume that their body was thin, given the quite small legs showing between the costume's pants and shoes. Oh god. It's the space hero, 13. Midoriya swoons, going into fanboy mode. The gentlemanly hero who's rescued tons of people from disasters of all kinds. I love 13. Uraraka agrees. I appreciate the comments. Now then, let us proceed through the front entrance, shall we? 13 gestures towards the entrance, which consisted of a large blue gate. Bowing in respect, everyone begins to follow the space-like hero, arriving inside the facility. The central plaza, the main part after the entrance, was a large yellow and maroon platform that had 2 large staircases leading down to the main area. Around that, there were 6 zones which mimicked certain environmental locations. Holy. This is USJ. Kirishima notes. Yes. Take a look over yonder. 13 points out to the locations. We have several simulation zones. First, a flood zone, as well as a landslide zone. We also have 3 more locations, a conflagration zone, a downpour zone, and last but not least, a mountain zone. They explain. This is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. And you are right, this is named the USJ, otherwise known as the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. They proudly say. Well, alright then. 13, where's All Might? Aizawa looks around as he walks to 13. He was supposed to meet us here. Well, about that, 13 walks up to his ear. All Might got caught up in some hero work, and is currently resting in the lounge. Well, that's the height of irrationality. Aizawa cocks an eyebrow, before glancing about. Well, it's good that we prepared some stuff. Turning back to the students, he breathes in. Alright, it can't be helped if he's not here. Shall we begin? Right, let's see here. Before we begin, let me say one thing, or 2, no, maybe 3, could be 4 or 5 or. It's increasing, everyone glooms a bit. Well, forget it. Let's go with the basics. 13 decides as he brings his hand up. As you all might know, my quirk is called Black Hole. I can suck up anything and turn it to dust. He explains. Yeah, you've used that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? Midoriya notes with an enthusiastic smile. 13 nods, but points a finger at them. Yes. But, it could also be a power to easily kill a person. They counter, making everyone's happy mood dim a bit. Some of you also have quirks like that, correct? In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. 13 warns. Everyone takes their word to heart, looking down at various parts of their body. Ben grips the Omnitrix as he folds his arms behind his back. Tell me about it, he grimaced slightly. You have no idea, 13. With Aizawa-san's physical fitness test, you found out the possibility of your own hidden prowess in your powers and abilities, and with All Might's person-to-person combat training, you experienced the danger of using your quirks against those of others. They go on. This class will be a refresher of sorts, a new starting. In this, you shall learn how to use your quirks to save the lives of the people around you. Your powers do not exist for the purpose of hurting others, and I hope to leave you here with the understanding that you also have powers in order to help those around you. Taking a minute to register his words, 13 bows in a gentlemanly manner. That is all. Thank you for listening to this hero's rambling. Ben smiles, but all of a sudden, that gut feeling in his stomach began to surface. All right, let's. Incoming. Ben growls as he places his visor on. As he says that, the entire circulations of lights around USJ go dim. In the center of the plaza, in which a fountain spewed out water, it began to twitch and get stuck as a void of purple forms in front of it. Aizawa was the second to notice as his eyes widened. Turning around, he turns to Class 1A. Everyone. Gather together and don't move. 13. Protect the students. Wait, what's that? Kirishima notices the void. Pointing down to it, the rest of the class begins to look down onto the plaza as it opens up, the man possessing the decay quirk exiting out. He had several hands all around his body as he walked from the void space, with villains upon villains following his lead. Is this like the entrance exam, where everything's already started? Kaminari gulps. Don't move. Aizawa yells, placing his goggles on. Those are villains. What? Everyone but Ben gasps. They're here, but how? He growls. How did they know we'd be here? 13. And Eraserhead, huh? A voice uttered, revealing itself to be the void. Seems like the teacher's schedule we received the other day was a bit off. It said that All Might was supposed to be here. These guys were responsible for the breaching of the UA barrier the other day. I knew it, Ben growled. Aizawa, what do we do? Watching the various villains walking forward into the area of the plaza, the man with the hands on him looks around eerily, the void person next to him, and a sort of monster next to him. It was a large black humanoid monster, his body being very muscular and having many scars around it. His brain was exposed on the top of his head, while his large eyes are around it and his mouth had the shape of a bird's beak that had sharp teeth in it. Where is he, the symbol of peace, All Might? The man asks with a cold tone. I can't believe I brought an entire crowd, only to find that he's not here. As he looks up though, his eyes widened as if he got an idea. I know, I think he'll come if we kill some of these kids. Kill. Ben's eyes contracted upon hearing that word. He was about to walk off and punch that hand-covered face, but Aizawa stopped him as his bandages began to hover. 13 also stood in front of the students as their eyes narrowed to an unpleasant look. Wait, villains. Kirishima looks down. How'd they get into a hero school? Sensei, what happened to the trespasser censors? Momo steps up beside Ben as she asks Aiza, no, Eraserhead and 13. This was now a hero and villain situation. Yes, we do have them, but they couldn't answer that question entirely. Are they only here, or around the entire school? Todoroki wonders. Either way though, it doesn't look like the censors are responding, meaning that someone has a quirk that can nullify the detection of presences. Ben finishes. An isolated area such as this one from the main campus location, during a specific time in which a class would be taken here. They're fools, but they aren't stupid in that regard. The ice fire user completes. This attack was carefully planned out with some goal in mind. Momo added. Eraserhead stands in front of the students, glancing back at 13. 13. Begin the evacuation immediately. Call the school for backup. Since they have someone that can nullify the sensors, it's possible that someone with radio wave powers is present and interfering. Kaminari. You should try to use your quirk to call the school as well. He quickly says, pointing to a part of his costume, which was a headset on his right ear. All right. He says, placing his hand on it and beginning to use his quirk. But wait, what about you, sensei? Midoriya yelps. Will you fight by yourself? Even if you can erase quirks, with so many of them there, how can you do so? Eraserhead's fighting style is capturing an enemy after erasing their quirk. A frontal battle is. You can't be a hero by being a one-trick pony, Midoriya. Eraserhead answers. 13, I'm leaving it too. You're going to need backup. Ben says. Everyone gasps as Eraserhead stops. I'm going with you. Number. He says. You stay with the others and. Let me tell you something, Eraserhead, underground pro hero,
Ben's tone changes, something that Momo and the rest of the students and 13 began to notice. Quote, comma, question mark, exclamation mark, quote. Eraserhead turns his eyes to see his. His eyes were calm, but full of deadly precision behind its gray coloration. I will provide cover by fighting the villains alongside you. Do you accept? He says as he stands with him. Eraserhead glares at the kid through his goggles and his visor, before sighing heavily. Come on. He simply says. Wait, what are you two do? 13. Go, now. Eraserhead yells as he and Ben jump down. Falling to the bottom of the plaza, the two run together as Eraserhead brings his bandages to his hand. Several villains group up together as they look up towards the duo. Shooting squad, let's go. One yells, having barrels on his fingertips. Two other individuals joined up with him as they grinned. Didn't our intel say that it would be just 13 and All Might? She say as she aims her gray-colored dreaded hair at them. Who are those guys? It doesn't matter. The third one yells, wearing a full-bodied, stitched suit of olive green. But if they think they can come to us from the front by themselves, then they're huge idiots. All three of them yell as they begin to use their long-range quirks. As they begin to fire though, Eraserhead and Ben land on the floor, dashing towards the three as the former activates his quirk. In their confusion, he wraps the three of them around, smashing their heads together before dropping them onto the floor. Some of the villains stopped to gasp a little as the two stood in the circle of all of them. You idiots. That's Eraserhead. He can erase quirks just by looking at them. One of them explains as a mutation quirk user approaches them. He had 4 arms that were covered in some kind of fur-like material. Erase. He boasts. He can't erase the quirks of mutant types like us, now can he? No, I can't, Eraserhead says as he avoids a couple of punches from his arms. That doesn't mean I can't fight normally though. Ducking, he quickly rushed up and delivered a hard right to the villain's face, sending him flying off a couple meters into the air. Sending his bandages off, he grabs him and pulls him close. The skills of guys like you, he mutters. Ben was about to warn him about a punch to the back from another villain, but he quickly limbos and kicks him in the face. As the brute landed on top of a nearby duo, he grunts as he throws his captive onto them. Are statistically more likely to manifest in close combat. Ah! They cry out in pain. Why I have taken measures to protect myself from such things. He finishes. Ben groups with him as more and more villains begin to circle around them. The man with the hands observes the two from afar. He's proficient in hand-to-hand combat, and since he's hiding his eyes with those goggles, you can't tell whose quirk he's currently erasing. When he fights against a group, which makes it harder for them to work together. He explains. Erasing a woman who could use her hair as drills, Ben quickly kicks her in the face as Eraserhead ties and kicks off a mutant with a bird-like skull helmet. The two continue to fight off the villains as he continues to observe them. And that other person with him is also proficient in combat. I see, I hate pro-heroes. The masses don't stand a chance against them. The void person next to him narrows his eyes as the duo, noticing something from Eraserhead as he continues to fight alongside the circle of villains. As the students of 1A begin to evacuate, Midoriya takes a moment to awe at Ben and Eraserhead. I knew Aizawa-sensei was a good fighter, but Ben as well. Amazing, he says. Midoriya, come on. There's no time for analysis. Iida yells at him. We need to take shelter. As 1A began to run off towards the exit though, the Void user appears in front of them, surprising 13 as they stop first. Looking down on them, the villain narrows his eyes. I won't let you, 13. He utters. The fighting duo glance over in horror in response. Shoot. I blinked the moment that the most dangerous looking went off. He tries to run back to them, only to be stopped by villains. He growls, turning to Ben. Go. He yells, quickly wrapping away a row of villains away. Ben quickly begins to run off with a gruesome expression growing on his face. Get away from them. Ben roars as he jumps onto his hoverboard. His voice could not be heard from below as the villain forms a wall of shadows. Well now, hello there. Nice to meet you all. The Void user introduces himself. We are the League of Villains, myself being a member. It may have been a bit presumptuous of us, but we invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA Academy, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. The students shuddered as they stopped in their tracks, quivering in either fear, confusion, anger, hate, or a bunch of other emotions. I believe that All Might should have been here though. Has there been some sort of change in regard? Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the role that I have come to play. 13 narrows his eyes, opening up his index finger to reveal a black hole, but before he could activate his quirk, his eyes widened as Bakugo and Kirishima rush forward, quirks activated. Ha! Bakugo lets out a large explosion as Kirishima follows him. Did you ever consider that you'd get beaten by us before you did it? The rest of the students opened their eyes from the smoke of Bakugo's attack, only to hear the sigh of the villain in front of him. Oh dear, now that's quite dangerous. What? Bakugo blinks in shock. That's right, I forgot. Even if you are students, you lot are quite the excellent golden eggs. He smiles, or appeared to smile as his body began to expand. You two, get away, now. 13 yells, but my job will be to scatter you all, and torture you to death. He yells as his body circulates around the entire group, trapping in a dome of shadows. The only ones that escaped the vicinity were that of Iida, Uraraka, and Sato, the first using his quirk to push the three of them out of the sphere. Everyone. Iida screams out in horror. Ben finally arrives up onto the main floor, only to stare in shock. He was about to go berserk, but upon hearing the faint screaming of Midoriya from afar, the flood zone to be exact, he glares at the sphere. He's warping them to the various zones, that's his quirk. He growls. Looking back, he sees his classmates scattered about around the zones, villains beginning to approach them. As the Void user's attack ends, it was revealed that 13, Shoji, Zero, and Ishido remained. Shoji, is everyone here? Iida asks. Are they safe? The Dupli Arms user replicates several of his eyes and ears, using them to move and located the class. Yes. Everyone's scattered, but they're all still in this building. The group sighs in relief, but quickly turn back to the villain in front of them. 13 glares at the Void user, before glancing back at Iida. Class rep of 1A. They calls out. I'm entrusting this duty to you. Yes. Iida blinks. I need you to run to the school and tell them about what is happening here. 13 orders. The alarms are not sounding, and our phones don't have signal. The system is based off of infrared rays, and even though Eraserhead is erasing quirks left and right, they're still not working. Then that means, Ishido notes, they have someone who could interfere with them that hid the moment these crooks arrived. 13 explains as the villain reforms to his full form. It would be faster for you to run to the school than for us to find and capture that person. But I can't leave everyone be. Iida, go. Ben growls, almost in anger. We'll handle it here. Go on, emergency exit. Sato adds. If you can get outside, there'll be alarms. That's why they're only doing it inside. As long as you get out, they won't follow. Zero shouts as he lines with up the yellow spandex wearing classmate of his. Burst through this guy's miasma with your legs. I said that quirks are to be used to save lives, right? This is the time to do so, young man. 13 says as Shoji walks up with them. Come on, Iida-kun. Uraraka looks at him. I'll support you with my quirk. Who tells the enemy of their plan right in front of them though? The villain growls as he lets his body surge forward. 13 uses this chance to properly begin the fight, standing in front of the students. Because even if you heard, you wouldn't be able to stop it. They yell, a giant vacuum starting to come from the hole in 13's finger. It began to suck up the villain's attack as he went on. Black hole. Watching the villain begin to get into conflict, Ben quickly turns back, eyeing the various grounds. He growls like a beast, something that Uraraka and Ishido note as he turns to them. Watch over this place, I'm going after the rest of our classmates and the villains. He says as he runs off towards the center. Wait, where are you? Uraraka was about to ask where he was going, only for the two ladies to cover their eyes. Replacing Ben was a creature resembling a humanoid velociraptor. He had black wheels on his feet and wore a helmet with a visor, leaving the other features of his head unknown. His fingers resembled sharp blades. When the visor came up, one can see that he had a blue face, green eyes, black lips, and stripes above and on the right side of his eyes. Wearing a skin-tight suit of black, His arms and lower legs were exposed, and there was a gray stripe located down the middle of his chest. He wore the Omnitrix symbol on his chest, and he had 5 blue stripes on his tail. Not even getting a chance to retort, the two could only see a blur of blue and black as the new form went down to the floor in record time. As Eraserhead kicked another villain, the screeching of the alien's speed was enough to make him stop. What in the name of? The villain in front of him was suddenly smacked, kicked, punched, slapped, kneed. Practically any form of direct physical harm was achieved against his body as the blur of black and blue savagely and mercilessly torn him down in circle of pain. After a final hit, the attack ended up creating a crater from the result speed force, leaving the villain gasping for air. As that, he was hoping it wasn't who he thought it was. As he looked around, the dozens and dozens of villains began to drop one by one, each on the floor with bruises and bumps all over them. It didn't even take long for them to dwindle down to a half-dozen either. After around 30 seconds, the speeding Ben finally stopped in front of Eraserhead, the alien looking in his direction. "You alright? What the hell was that, Tennyson?" he says. "I didn't break any bones or body parts, I merely subdued and left them unable to fight. These bastards are going to pay for trying to harm my classmates, I know just the torture to deal with them." He growls, a small smile growing. "I see," he says. Clearly, Ben was not in the mood to argue. "If you do anything suspicious though, it'll be on your record. Of course, all that matters though is that we rescue Class 1A. They were randomly spread out to the zones without regard to their quirks. That means that the enemy doesn't know of their abilities." He quickly explains. "Can I trust you with these two jokers?" Pointing to them, the man with the hands narrows his eyes in curiosity. As Eraserhead nods, Ben speeds off to the nearest zone, a bad grin showing on his face. "Is this kid a sadist? Hate to be a masochistic girl right now then." Eraserhead jokes. The flood zone, also known as the shipwreck zone. Midoriya was currently standing on a ship in the middle of the water zone with Asui and Mineta. Surrounding them were dozens of villains who were currently floating around the area. Midoriya. You're freaking contradicting yourself." Mineta was about to cry out into a panic attack. "The best plan would be to just sit tight and wait for the UA heroes to come save us." "Wait a minute though, Mineta-kun." Midoriya and Asui looked down from the edge, observing the watchful group. "Those guys down there are clearly assuming that'll the three of us will be fighting them in the water, yes?" "Ha." The short teen gawks. "Does that mean they knew what was in the facilities before they gathered all of these villains here?" he asks out loud. "That should be correct." Asui responds, pondering her finger on her chin. "Then for people who gathered so much intel so meticulously, there's something a bit strange. They sent you, Sue. Rib, bit." Asui's cheeks turned ever so slightly pink as she turned to him. They sent you, Sue-chan, to the shipwreck zone. In other words, the villains most likely do not have a clear idea to what our quirks are. Ribbit, oh, that's true, she blinks with realization in her otherwise emotionless face. If they knew I was a frog, they'd most likely would have sent me to the fire zone over there. She glances towards the red dome. I think I know where you're going with this, Midoriya-chan. They probably separated us because they didn't know what our quirks were, and most likely wanted to overpower us with numbers alone. Midoriya notes. We have inferior numbers and less experience, so our only hope is to use the fact that they don't know what our quirks are. True. They aren't trying to climb the ship. That supports your hypothesis, Midoriya-chan. However, that also means that they aren't going to be underestimating us either. Asui adds. Right. So, what we'll do is. Midoriya. Sue-chan. Mineta. Ben yells from afar. The three look up to see the speedster alien do a long jump from the edge of the water across the zone, landing right in front of Mineta. Ben. Mineta gulped. What kind of form is that? A dinosaur. Like Homungosaur. It's pretty fast though. Asui noted. Name's XLR8. He says as he reverts to Ben, looking over the edge. These guys are pissing me off, how dare they? See, calm down, Ben. Midoriya pats his shoulder. How's the other zones? I was planning to go along and help the next zone after this one. Assuming that the likes of Bakugo and Todoroki or other of our proficient classmates are there, most likely that they'll be alright. He starts. But if some of them are in zones that are dangerous for them to be in, I'll have to intervene. Well, we were just about to plan out an attack. Asui announced. In order to coordinate, let's tell each other about our quirks. Everyone looks at one another, nodding as they sat down. Well, it's kind of obvious in my case, but my quirk is my frog form. I can do most things that frogs can do, like jump high, stick to walls, and fling my tongue out up to around about 20 meters in length. If what you said is true, you can also. Ben narrowed his eyes a bit, in worry of insulting Asui. She took no offense, but it was clear that she didn't like to say it. Yes. I can also spit out my stomach and wash it, as well as secrete toxic mucus that stings, but just a little. She begrudgingly explained. Upon hearing that, Mineta blushed, but for a seemingly wrong reason. Ben and Asui's ear twitched upon hearing him utter what seemed to be an otherwise suggestive noise. Secrete. He drooled in his mind. He was immediately slapped in the back of the head by Ben though. Anyhow, those two are practically useless for this kind of situation, so you can probably forget about them. Asui finishes. I already knew it, but you're really strong, Su-chan. Midoriya smiles a little. All I have is super strength, and to a slight extent, super speed, but once I use it, I'm out of commission pretty much. It's like a double-edged sword for me. Ben glances at Midoriya. He had taken his words, as he noticed during the paired battles that Midoriya attempted to surge one for all throughout his entire body. Even if it was slight, and ended up hurting him anyways, with future training, it would be possible for him to achieve a full effect like All Might himself. He then gestured to himself. My quirk is pretty much self-explanatory as well. I can transform myself into a flurry of creatures that each have different shapes, forms, abilities and weaknesses, etc. You already saw a few of my forms, like Homungosaur, Big Chill, and Heat Blast. And Bullfrag as well, Ribbit. Asui adds with a slight smile. Ben returns the gesture, before going back to his neutral expression. Anyhow, depending on what kind of attack you guys want to initiate, I probably have a form that'll accommodate for that. He finishes. Mineta raises a hand though. How many forms do you have, anyways? Ishido tried to ask the same question, but you didn't answer. He asks. Mineta-kun, if he doesn't want to say, then he. No, he's right. Ben turns to him. Regarding the number of transformations I have, I possess roughly 70 at the moment. Say. 70. Mineta barks. What the heck? Yes, I have that amount, yes. Let's get back on track. Mineta, what does your quirk do? Ben turns back. Well, he reaches for his head, grabbing it off like a sphere. My quirk produces extremely sticky spheres from my head, which I can then use as projectiles, with a new sphere growing in place of the removed one in seconds. The spheres are able to stick to surfaces, with the exception of myself, in which they bounce off me. Depending on my health level, their stickiness can last a whole day. If I remove too many spheres from my head in quick succession though, I'll bleed. Ben and Asui look at each other, before looking back at Mineta. That sounds like the perfect quirk for a pervert like you. Mineta remained silent, before crying out like a child again. This is why I said we should have waited quietly. My quirk is totally unsuited for this type of battle. That's not it, Mineta-kun. Midoriya tried to convince him otherwise. It's an amazing quirk, so we should think about a way to use it. Heads up. Ben suddenly says as he and Asui watch from out. A villain uses his water manipulation quirk to strike the ship and breaks it into pieces after creating a giant, sharp hand out of water. Whoa. The mop head begins to stumble as the villain grins. I'm getting freaking impatient. Let's end this thing already. He roars. Balancing on the now 2-in-1 vehicle, Asui sighs as the four stand on one end. Sheesh, the power of that quirk, he broke the ship in one fell swoop. As the ship began to sink though, Ben began to glance around, his eyes thinking of something from Asui's point of view. Blinking, he turned to Mineta. Mineta. He sniffles. Trying throwing some of your spheres at them. I want to test something. He calmly says. Blinking in confusion, Mineta steps forward and starts to furiously throw some of them down into the water. Seeing them float in the water and seemingly having no effect, He turns to the three behind with an even more upset face. Wait, huh? Midoriya looks over, only to gasp in surprise. Ben and Asui look over as well, the former slowly growing a smile on his face. What the heck are these things? One of the villains tried to splash them away. They're being cautious and not touching them. Midoriya notes. Wait, then. Midoriya. You thinking of the same thing? Ben turns to him. Midoriya nods, and the two turn to Asui and Mineta. Guys, we have a plan. Midoriya smiles. You ready? From the water, the villains grin as the ship begins to slowly sink. It's only a matter of time until. Whoosh. Asterisk. Interrupting his chatter though was of a super jump. From the ship, a flash of green quickly erupted as Midoriya, and a large, humanoid figure leapt high into the space above the vessel.
He was a red alien that was approximately 12 feet tall, had well-developed muscles, and 2 pairs of 4-fingered arms. A black stripe went from his chin to his lower lip, and he had 4 green eyes. A main pair, and a smaller pair below them. He wore a gray and white t-shirt with a black line going down it, black pants, and fingerless gloves, and possessed the Omnitrix symbol on his upper left shoulder. I think I understand why Ed is afraid of hay, now, Midoriya, Ben yelled as Midoriya hanged on his neck. As the two hovered around the space above the villains, the latters looked up in shock as Midoriya rocked his arm forward, grunting as grabs his right wrist and aims it at Ben's back. Sorry, you're going to have to repair my body again after this, he yells. Let's go. Bringing his middle finger in lock with his thumb, the power of One for All begins to surge into his 2 fingers. Midoriya growls loudly as Ben's 4 arms form flashes once more. The adrenaline from using his quirk prevented the teen from being blinded as he watched a new form replace the one in front of him. Ben was now a hulking, broad-shouldered alien that resembled a pill bug, being covered in natural, yellow armor plating on his back, shoulders, and the backs of his arms. He was mostly white, with black on his upper half. He had 4 claws on both of his hands and had sharp teeth. Wearing the Omnitrix symbol on his forehead, his eyes were green. Even if it's a smash, we won't be able to get them all if they were to form a circle. And besides, even if we get through this zone, there's still going to be other enemies. We have to preserve as much as we can. Midoriya growls in his mind as the villains. The moment they hit the water, but we have to ensure our own safety first. Here we go. Imagine the microwave, control the power, Midoriya grumbles in his mind, before widening his eyes. From the ship, Asui grabs Mineta as she looks up. Time to go, Mineta-chan. We're gonna freaking D. One for all. He starts off. The villain who destroyed the ship was about to bring up his giant fist when Delaware Cannonbolt SMAAASH, Midoriya screamed as he flicked his fingers off. Right as he performed the move, Cannonbolt rolled up. His back plates and the plates on his hands were now covering him, and his side plates were now the plates on his shoulders. His sphere form had semicircular stripes across his body, with black lines around the circular plates. Oh man, this is gonna hurt. Being blasted by Midoriya, despite his armored state, Cannonbolt grunted slightly as he was suddenly pushed off with incredible force into the Oceanic Zone's water deposit. The villain's eyeballs nearly popped out as he cannonbolted into the water, creating a ginormous hole in the water. Midoriya looks down in pain and guilt, the former from busting 2 of his fingers as a result of his usage of One for All. The latter was from using Cannonbolt as an anchor of weight for his attack. Watching the alien burrow down into the water, he nonetheless turned back to the 2 on the ship.
Su-chan. Mineta-kun. He yells for them. Ribbit. Asui yelps as she blasts off from the ship, jumping as high as she could. She repeats her usual antic as she releases her tongue, wrapping it around Midoriya's torso as she began to jump out from the zone.
It's on you now, Mineta-chan. Asui calls out. The crying purple man in her arms clenches his fists in anguish as he begins to furiously throw out his spheres down onto the water zone. God fucking damn it, Midoriya. Ben. Why the hell are you guys being so cool for? Now you're making want to help. Damn it. ALL. He cries out. throwing so many in succession that his head started to bleed. Asui looks down in slight surprise. Whoa! I didn't think he'd be that encouraged, she admits with a mental ribbit. As Mineta's spheres began to land into the water, as both villains and objects began to dwell down into the center hit spot of Cannonbolt's landing, they both began to stick to one another. What the hell are these? A villain yells as one sticks to his back. It's the damn brats, another answers. I can't get it off. As they struggled to get them off, the water begins to regroup back to the surface point from which it spread out from. Midoriya and company could hear the villains yelling as they all began to diverge. Looking back, a pained grin appeared on his face. Kua, if a strong force is applied to the surface of water, it'll spread, and then converge back into the middle, he roars. The resulting attack's force was so great that it caused the villains, the ship, and even Cannonbolt, to bounce high into the air, even after the latter slammed rock bottom and managed to reflect off from the bottom the floor. The yellow armored alien could be seen unraveling himself mid-air as he gazes at the three, before flashing green into Jetray. Asui smiled in satisfaction. Rounded everyone up at once, got ourselves out from danger with minimal harm, and we're out of range from nearby enemies. I guess we've cleared the first hurdle, guys. Nice work. As the three landed near the edge of the zone, which was closer to actual grounding, Jetray quickly flew over, landing next to them while reverting back to Ben. He rubbed his back a little due to a little numbness he got from that Delaware smash. Ow. Sorry, Ben. Midoriya tried to chuckle, but instead winced. Mineta turned to the villains, grinning. I had a bowel movement this morning, so those things'll be sticking all day. We were lucky that was all of them. I took a huge gamble and almost hurt Ben in the back. Normally, they would have kept some of their troops underwater to be secured, and I was trying to keep my composure but I couldn't stay calm and Midoriya-chan, stop that. It's scary. Asui retorted, patting her tongue on his bushy head. That managed to stop his muttering at least. Rather than reflecting back on this, shouldn't we be thinking about what to do next, she suggests. Oh, yeah, you're right, TCH, he replied, wincing still. You alright? She asks with worry, grabbing his hands into hers. Midoriya blushed a little, but nevertheless gave her a small smile. Why yeah, he says. Anyhow, we should make it our top priority to get some help. Let's follow the shoreline and reach the exit through the central plaza. Pointing to said exit, everyone but Ben looks over, before blinking in confusion. Wait, what happened to all the villains? Did Aizawa-sensei take them all out already? That's amazing. No, that was me. Ben instead responded, turning his back to them. Huh? You? Mineta gulped. You beat all of those villains, and by yourself of all people? How? Let's just say I was trying to cool my system. I didn't take the situation of villains kidnapping my friends as a good thing. He responds. Go out. Ida's group is by the exit, trying to get back the Void user who dispersed everyone in the first place. Wait, then we can try to help him then, Midoriya responded. Help him? You're crazy, Midoriya, Mineta barked. I'm not thinking of doing anything that'll get in his way, but if we can lessen the load after we find a slight opening, then even we can. No, Ben repeated. Those villains we took care of were just second-rated thugs. The real threat is the guy that first came out, and the last one. The guy with the hands on his face, and the giant, buff guy with the exposed brain. But, by all means, if you'd rather learn the hard way, by all means. I'm going to come after you guys after I check the other zones. Ben turns his face to them, a serious expression showing on his face before he ran and jumped into the air. Flashing into Jetray, they watched as he began to fly towards the mountain zone. Turning back to the center, Midoriya narrows his eyes as he begins to walk out. Let's go, guys, he says. Mineta looks back, shuddering slightly. Ben was a little scary. He admits. Holy shit. Kaminari yelps as he turns around and ducks, narrowly dodging a punch from a large villain. He runs off in the direction as he starts to go towards the others that were dragged to the zone with him. Scary, seriously, did you see the size of that guy? He yells. I almost saw the river Styx. What the heck is with these guys? What the hell's going on? How the hell do you know about the river Styx of all things? Jiro yells as she blocks an attack with a generated sword. And stop panicking. Focus on fighting please, Kaminari-san, Momo yells as she slaps a villain in front of her with a polearm. Yes. Worry about that later. Jiro says as the three group up. Right now, we need to focus and figure out on how we'll get away from all these villains. It was true. Villains upon villains were now surrounding them from every angle. Now that they were cornered to a wall, waves of these creeps were now preparing to come closer. Then give me a weapon too then, Kaminari barks. You're the electric guy, aren't you? Jiro says, blocking another attack. Hurry and Kaminari then to death. What? You saw me during the training combat, did you? The blonde barks. We were paired up. I can only cover myself in electricity. All you too as well as everyone else here too. What are you saying? Jiro sighed. It's like, the same as Todoroki. He tries to compare. And even if we wanted to call for help, there's the damn jamming interference that's preventing my headset's signal from going out. So, we can't rely on you, and instead you need to rely on us, Jiro answers. Sheesh, you're a guy, stop whining. Oh, come on. Whoa, ducking another punch, Jiro grins as she faces him, kicking the electric user. Then, I'll use you as a human stun gun, she suggests. Kaminari gawked as he landed onto the chest of the attacker, only to blink in surprise once his quirk began to electrocute him. Blubbering, the villain cried out in pain as Kaminari turned back to Momo and Jiro. Oh, it's working. Hey, I am strong. You two can count on me. Too happy-go-lucky, Momo retorts. Jiro, to your side. Got it. Plugging her ear jacks into the amplifiers into her legs, she knocks another villain into Kaminari's electro trap, frying him into the mix. Another one. Yaoyuzuru, Jiro calls out. Momo quickly generates a net from her arms, throwing it at a knife-wielding villain. He quickly drops down to join the party, blubbering in sync. We seriously need to take this situation into account, Momo groans. Well, I thought it was a good idea, Jiro replies as Kaminari's discharge ends. She blasts another heartbeat wave out towards another group of villains. Kaminari, you should have requested something to help you aim in your costume order, she yells, but as she does so. Gotcha, you little brat. A villain cackles from above the mountainside. Jiro gasped, but as she looked up. Hands off, fuckberry. Ben suddenly yells, drop-kicking the villain in the face after leaping off from his hoverboard. Language. Momo retorts as she whacks away the villain as he drops her near. Where'd you come from? From helping another group in another zone. Did they do anything to you? Did they even stare at you guys with their disgusting eyes? Ben suddenly growls. Well, a couple of them were staring at Yaoyuzuru-san with a lewd look I guess. Kaminari looks at him with a nervous expression, gulping. He immediately shuddered and hid behind Jiro as Ben began to snarl savagely. Be Ben? Momo blinks. Are you? I'll fucking kill them, he roars with a berserk-like tone. The villain staggers slightly from seeing his gritting teeth. Come here. The remaining villains, which lasted to around 5, began to step back. As Ben growled, the Omnitrix flashed green, blinding everyone. In his place was now a new alien. He resembled an orange and white bipedal tiger with one black claw coming out of each wrist, and had no tail. He was muscular and had green eyes. He had stripes on his shoulders, head, legs and upper body, and had a white jaw, neck, chest, stomach, hands, and feet. Wearing black shorts and a black and green shirt, the Omnitrix dial was located on his chest. Let me tell y'all something, villains allying with the League of Villains, he growled as his claws. Huh? One of them dropped his jaw. Wrath is going to kick your sorry asses, drill them into the ground, and knock them to Kingdom Come. I feel like this is going to be a great next chapter. Incoming aliens will be listed as such to your suggesting for the possible Nomu fight. If you want All Might to fight, then alright. But if you want Ben to fight Nomu, then by all means, let me know what your suggestions are. It was kind of a strange thing to implement a more violent Ben, but I think I did alright so far. What do you guys think? I kinda took inspiration from Ninjaman for team attacks. While the original idea was going to be a combination of Asui and 4 arms, I made it into that of Midoriya and Cannonbolt. Let me know if you want to implement other team attacks as well. Well, that's all I wanted to say, so I'll be leaving. As always, I'm always welcome to suggestions and reviews from the rest of you folks, so keep at it. Anyhow, Emiyn out. 741 Chapter 5, Heroes and Villains. Well, this took forever to upload. Apologizes. Welcome back to my Omnium Academia. The reason I think this took so long to finish is that I wanted to have a way to make Ben defeat Nomu without All Might's assistance. That, and I didn't want to use way big. The sudden change came extremely late into the end of the chapter, but I hope this change isn't too drastic for your tastes, everyone. Anyhow, let's talk reviews and other things. 1. Well, brutality aside, as much as I wanted to have Ben utterly mutilate and destroy Nomu, because come on, we all know he can, I found it to be quite too early for something as violent as that. I mean, blood is still going to show up regardless, but total dismemberment and murder is still a mid to start up thing in my opinion. I'm all for it though, maybe in a future chapter or arc. 2. Therapy may not be necessary. Like in my other stories, the role of mental recovery is usually reliant on the state and responsibility of the older sister character that I assigned based on the series. For the Null Fairy, it was Urza, who equally shared a painful past, and Blake for the RWBY-inspired huntsman from the Void, who in turn is struggling with the desires of both human and faunus relations. I think Momo might be of some good moral support, as other people from UA. 3. Still wondering about the age groupings of people like Kota and Eri. Regarding Ben meeting up with some of the other members, it's still a possibility, but it'll have to be a good scenario of some sort to implement them into. Also, still thinking if I should pair Ben with a person. I know that Mina is a strong suggestion, but I'm still thinking about it. And for the Midoriya and Asui thing, yeah, I'm going with that. Let's see how I can develop this into a proper shipping. 4. Since Ben is a part of UA, how do you think the sports festival will play out? Do you think he should win? Should there be outside play coming into this? Different scenarios as compared to canon? The possibilities are never ending. 5. I keep getting recommendations for introducing additional Ben 10 characters. I'm sorry, but if you've seen my previous work, I've made a solemn promise not to, other than maybe Paradox. Time travel and dimensional shenanigans are his specialty, after all. Anyhow, that's all I wanted to say. Well, let me know what you guys think of this chapter, since it's good to be back. As always, I own nothing related to the subject of Ben 10 nor Boku no My Hero Academia. Thank you for nearly 200 reviews, 300 faves and follows, and over 20,000 views. I appreciate all your support and concern, guys. Chapter 5. Heroes and Villains. RUUN. One of the villains yelled. Two others were joining him as they avoided a swing from Wrath before missing him in their line of sight. Quickly zipping around a corner, the three realized that they were now in a life or death situation. Oh crap, where is he? The second one looks about on the rocky terrain. I don't want to die. The first one cried out. Cutting off to a secluded part of the mountain zone, the three villains panted as they leaned against the cold, hard walls of the rocky landscape. Running as fast as they could to avoid the terrorizing alien, their levels of fear quickly rose. See, come on guys, we have to keep moving. Come on, double time, hell, I'd settle for just single time. Another one of them breathes in as he stands up. Maybe we should just fight. The first one pants, a hand holding him up against the wall. I'm afraid he's gonna start picking us one by. Suddenly, Wrath punches right through the wall that he was leaning on and grabs villain number 1 by his throat. Everyone gasps in terror as the tiger alien grins in an unsettling manner. Here's Wrath, the alien announces himself. 1. Wrath then pulls him forward, slamming his face into the wall, then steps back and kicks it away, sandwiching the villain between a pile of crates that were lying around after destroying the rock wall. Ow. Quickly, a villain number 2 raises his arms and points them at Wrath as they were about to light up, but the alien darts forward, lifts them up just before he fires a ray of light, then punches him in the stomach and flings him towards villain number 3 who was a little while away from him. Stumbling forward as he was thrown, his head rams right into villain number 3's crotch, causing him to scream in pain. Not even a second after that, The tiger alien rammed them like bowling pins, crashing through a crate before flinging them into a pile of barrels, sending them scattering across the floor. While he was busying himself with those two, villain number 1 emerged from the rubble, gasping for air while looking back. "Oh man, forget this. I need to get with some reinforcements." Running alongside to another corner, he looks up to see another villain huddling in fear alongside some giant boulders. "Hey, help us." "How? There's nothing here to help us out with. Those other brats are probably long gone by now," villain number 4 yells from above. "Gee, give me some of those boulders then. Maybe they have stuff in them," he frantically responds. Glancing at them, he reluctantly throws them down, only for them to smash onto the floor and break apart. However though. "Wait a second, I can probably use these. Wow, that actually worked perfectly. Thanks," villain number 1 thanks him, picking up several decently sized boulders with his arms. Running along back the path to where Wrath was, another villain yelps as he meets up with him. "Dude, what the hell's going on in here? Where's everyone else? You gotta help us. You know how to use your quirk?" He points down to 2 handles on his hips. "My energization. Heck yeah, I know how to channel my life energy into objects. What's hard to understand about swish, slash, stab arrow?" He responds. "They're melee weapons, not a complicated piece of technology like a rock." Yeah, whatever. Just come and help me," he growls. The two quickly began to run off back to the area, hearing all sorts of mayhem along the way. In the secluded area once again, as the 2 villains staggered to their feet, Wrath lifted and kicked a barrel towards them. Villain number 3 quickly ducked down and let the barrel hit villain number 2 before getting up and firing spikes from his palms. But Wrath rolls forward to avoid the projectiles. He then grabs the 2 by their throats and smashes their heads together, before knocking villain number 2 away with some punches and kicks. Villain number 3 opens fire again, but Wrath knocks his arm away and begins pounding on him with some powerful punches that ended up knocking him to the floor, holding onto his right leg with one hand then raising his other in a fist. The villain's eyes widened in horror as he did so. Wait. Let me tell y'all something. Needle projecting villain associated with the League of Villains, Wrath growls, striking him really hard in the groin, then kicks him across, right into a crate. As he struggles to get up, a giant boulder falls on him, smashing him through the ground and making him ride an underground slide. He flies out through another end just as Wrath knocks villain number 2 aside. "Wrath is gonna break you," he finishes. Wow, the villain groans in pain. Wrath was about to smash him again, only to smell something in the air. He quickly ducks, avoiding a small rock that had a faint blue outline around it. Growling, Wrath turns over to the direction it was thrown at. Seeing villain number 5, the sword wielder grins as he brings out 2 energy sword-like projections through his handles. "Hey, freak show. Step away from the lousy duo," he taunts. Slowly approaching Wrath, the 2 stand off. Villain number 1 was seen mounting himself atop a cliffside from afar. "Oh God, please don't let him see me," he gulps. Lifting up several boulders, one of his arms enlarged significantly as he prepared to take aim at Wrath's back. Hearing the rocks crumbling sound, however, Wrath turns around and snarls. Wrath doesn't like what you're doing. "Ah, crap baskets," he yells. Throwing one of the large boulders, Wrath jumps aside to dodge it, before grabbing another rock and throwing it to his side. It circled around in a slight arc, hitting him in the hip. Oh shit. Grasping his side in pain, he then tripped on a pebble, falling down to the rolling to the floor. As he tumbled, Wrath grabs him by the throat, turns around, and kicks him towards villain number 5. Holy crap, that was. Ah! He groans in pain as the former villain slaps his face into his. The two moan a little as the other 2 villains join up with them. Shit. What do we do? Villain number 1 cries out. I don't know, I've never fought with a damn bipedal tiger before in my life. Villain number 2 barks. Yeah, I freaking noticed, we need to try harder. How? Villain number 3 shouts out, grabbing a rock to protect his nether region. Wrath charges forward, catches villain number 2's light shooting arms and slaps his face, and then punches villain number 5 aside. kicking villain number 1 so hard that he bounced off the wall. He slammed off against the cliffside of the mountain. He turns to the groined villain. Son of a painful bee. As Wrath turns towards villain number 3, villain number 1 flies out and knocks right into him, pushing him straight into another kick in the groin. He slams him onto the floor with his foot and points his arm at him, one of his claws growing out right in front of his face. Ah, shit. Villain number 1 gasps. Protect me, rock. The pinned helplessly holds onto the small rock as Wrath stomps on him, before swinging his fist into his crotch like a golf swing, knocking him into the former as they were sent flying off a fair distance. Watch it. You watch it, damn it. You lousy studs, let me show you how it's AOWH, insulting the two. Villain number 2 turns around, only to get slugged in the face, knocking him back to the other two. Wow, nice demonstration. Villain number 3 sarcastically says as the three stumble about. Ah, shut the hell up. As villain number 5 groans a little, Wrath cracks his knuckles. He looks behind him, seeing a giant slab of rock that looked very slice-worthy. Everyone else notices this, looking up in interest. Hey, look up there. Villain number 1 whispers. The other two nod, giving a sort of signal to their ally near Wrath. Generating some more energy blades, villain number 5 then cuts off the slap side, causing the formation to cut off. Quickly diving out of the way, he slides a little as he goes over towards the three, grinning. Ha, eat rock, tiger. I can't believe that didn't work, he yells, only to gasp. Wrath catches the gigantic rock, with the ground visibly cracking under his feet. Grr. Oh shit, that didn't work. Yelling, Wrath throws the boulder towards them. The three villains start to panic as number 5 pulls up another sword. Don't worry guys, I got this, swish. He splits the formation with his sword, but the two halves go to either side of the three, nearly killing them as they buried them in a now collapsing pile of rubble. We were crushed though, damn it. Villain number 3 growls from under the new debris. Villain number 5 rubs his head sheepishly, before turning back. Ah, damn it. Hey, can you, ow? Wrath kicks him in the head, irritating him as he growls back towards the alien. Alright. You know what, that's it, come here. The villain swings his swords out towards Wrath, making swishing noises as he does, but the alien dodges each swing and strikes his exposed parts. As the sword's wielder thrusts his blades out, Wrath grabs his arms, slaps his forehead against his, twists his arms, and then kicks him across the room, disarming him in the process. Yop plum done gone daggone did it now, villain, Wrath barks. What the? Oh come on, OAOW, bullshit. He yells as he slides away. Wrath then runs forward, kicking him and knocking him into villain number 3 before grabbing his leg, pulling him back and punching him to the ground so hard that he bounces painfully off the ground as he skids back towards villains number 1 and 2. AHOWWW. OWWW. He screams out while clenching his jawbone. He fucking punched me and made me bounce off the freaking floor. Wait, your quirk allows you to enhance the objects you throw, right? It gives them heat-seeking properties? Villain number 2 turns to number 1. This is the perfect opportunity to use it? Huh? Oh, right, I forgot about that, he says, grabbing 2 boulders next to him. Activating his quirk, they begin to glow blue as they float slightly. Aiming his arms out, he blasts them towards Wrath. Fire in the hole. Flying towards his large figure, the alien turns around and runs off. As he began to get closer to the wall that was in front of him, he leapt off into it, kicking and wall jumping off of the rock wall. After rolling, Wrath grins, flipping out the other side and then running straight towards the group, the missile-like boulders still on his tail. Are you fucking kidding me? RUUUN, in horror. The 4 tried to scatter off. However, villain number 5 bumps into villains number 1 and 2, causing them to stumble. After pumping his fist, Wrath roars as he runs up and knocks all 3 of them down with a single punch, before sliding right under villain number 3's legs. He looks up and spots the mobile boulders moving right towards him. Oh god, not my ba, covering his family jewels in a pathetic manner, fortunately they pass through his legs. Sighing heavily, he turns around with a grateful expression. Oh thank God. I thought I was.
However, that all went downhill as Wrath rolled off, jumping through the crates and slapping them in their direction. After careful observation, one could see a danger signal on them as Wrath jumps off the cliff side. As the boulders hit, the barrels ignite and jet towards the villains like mini rockets. Villain number 3 is sent flying by a tank that hits him square in the groin while the others are knocked into the air by the tank's explosions. Meanwhile, Wrath rolls out the other side of the formation he jumped off from and watches with Jiro, Momo, and Kaminari as they come crashing down to the ground. They waits as the final villain finally comes crashing down, unfortunately, crotch first on top of a particular convex formation of rock. Just kill me. He grunts, finally fainting alongside his allies. Wrath growls, looking up at the group. The next time you do something like that, be prepared for the afterlife, he says. Everyone else could only frown, stare in awe and shock, or all three. Holy shit. Jiro and Kaminari swear. Momo growls, slapping them both with paper fans. Language. She persists. Kua, black hole, the quirk which sucks absolutely everything into that finger void of yours and incinerates it to dust. The void user grunts as he struggles to hold his ground. What an astounding ability. It's a strange thing to see though, coming from a person like you, 13. You are a hero who works to rescue people from disasters. You're not meant for a situation like this, where battle experience is the heartfelt advantage. He grins, generating a void right in front of him. Oh no. Kirishima gasps. Behind 13, the villains creates the linkage that in turn has 13's quirk going through. Essentially, he averted the path of Black Hole to behind him now. A warp gate. 13 yelps. The villain's eyes narrow in success at his work. 13's quirk, while destructive but used for helpful situations, was now doing the opposite. Tugging at their back, 13's uniform began to crumble and deteriorate, pulling in from both ends. Everyone looks with shock as 13's eyes widened. You've turned your own quirk against yourself. Now, it is you who is turning into dust. He says. As he says his last word, Black Hole begins to cease function, with 13 groaning as they began to slowly descend to the floor. He got me. Sensei. Ishido screams out. Sato reacts similarly, but quickly turns to Iida. Iida, now. Go. Run. He calls out. Turning to him, Iida hesitates for a moment. However, the words of 13 echoed in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he yells loudly as he begins to circle about, unleashing engine as he began to speed towards the exit. However, the void villain turns to him, creating another portal. One of the students that weren't dispersed, were only here for All Might. If the other teachers of UA are called upon to this location, this will get hard for us, he notes. Widening his eyes slightly, Iida grunts as he attempts to stop himself. Right as he was about to be dragged into the portal, a shadow of a figure invaded his line of sight, only for Shoji to lunge forward, bear-hugging the villain in its entirety. Shoji. Iida blinks. Go. Hurry. He roars, tackling him to the ground. Iida quickly retreats from his stopping motion, bursting through once more with all his might. I will be back, everyone. Please, survive until then. He utters in his mind. From within Shoji's grasp, the villain tries to gas out from his hold, his head phasing out ever so slightly. You impertinent little, I will not allow you to go outside. He roars. Uraraka kneeled down to check the condition of 13's body, but from the corner of her eye, she noticed something from within the villain's body. They seemed to be like metal plates of some sort that seemed to arrange around his neck. Iida continues to run along, passing the halfway mark. As he looked forward, his eyes widened slightly at the exit. The exit. Wait, it's an automatic door. Should I kick it down? Is it a thickness that I can even kick down? You're quite impudent, 4 eyes. The creeping voice of the villain shivered upon Iida's back as his shadow began to chase him. Be gone. Not if I can help it. Uraraka yells out, grabbing onto the metal parts with her hands. I don't know the theory behind this, but if these things are here, then that means he has a physical body. Activating zero gravity, she growls loudly, throwing the villain up into the air. Go for it, Iida-kun. My body. Still. Even so, as he hovered in the air, he surged his body forward as much as he could. Oh no you don't. Zero yells, blasting a line of tape. Sticking itself to his metal neck-like contraptions, he turns to Sato. Sato. I got it. He yells, ripping the part off. Twisting his body, he began to initiate a grapple throw, spinning rapidly for a while until he threw the entire body of the villain in the opposite direction. As Iida manually opened the door, the villain looks down with distraught. He's going to call for reinforcements. This is game over. Man, that was totally wicked. Kaminari jumps up and down repeatedly. Why haven't we seen that form before? Because I use wrath when I want to vent out my frustration. Ben sighed as he dusted himself off. My transformation into wrath stimulates some of my emotions, anger and rage specifically. Anger, oh. Wouldn't want to get you angry then. He chuckles nervously, before turning back to the girls. Alright, now what? Well, we got rid of the villains in this zone, so our next goal should be to exit the facility as fast as possible. Jiro suggests. Momo nods in agreement. If we can get out of here, we can call for help. Iida's already on it. Ben says, tapping his visor. Looking down towards the plaza, his smile instantly went upside down, suddenly flipping off into a different scenario, in horror. What's? Momo blinks. No. Screaming hysterically, Ben grits his teeth in anguish as he clenches his fists. From his visor's zoom vision, from down onto the center of the plaza, Aizawa was pinned down to the ground, his stomach and head facing the floor as the bulky villain's arms stomped down on him. Right next to him, the Void villain watched as the leader with the hands zipped right over to Midoriya and the others. His right hand was right on, touching. I told those guys that they would get hurt. He yells, the Omnitrix flashing green. It blinded everyone as XLR8 took his place, manipulating friction to dash down the mountain zone as fast as he could. The three could only look down in confusion as XLR8 took off. Momo quickly generated a pair of binoculars and zoomed down onto the area that the alien viewed. She was a bit worried, but that worry soon turned to horror as she saw something that she thought she wouldn't see until much, much further into her heroine career. Why Yaoyorozu, what do you see? Jiro blinked frantically, only to catch the binoculars in her hands as the creation girl fell flat onto her bottom, her face fully visible with shock. What is it? The two then looked into the binoculars, Kaminari on the left and Jiro on the right. Showering down until they reached the center, their eyes also widened in shock as Kaminari's jaw dropped. Oh no, Jiro covered her mouth. Is that what I think it is? Yeah, that's, all three of them gulped. A bloodbath. During the same time. Shit. Eraserhead curses as he avoids a punch from the bird-beaked villain. What the hell's the deal with this muscle freak? I can't damage him no matter what I do. You must be thinking, why can't I hurt this guy? Yes. The hands villain says, itching his neck. I must say, this situation's more than perfect to test the capabilities of this test subject. Test subject. He blinks, dashing back a fair distance. What do you? 25 seconds. That's the time you got until you have to close your eyes, the villain mumbles, dashing forward the moment that Eraserhead's hair lowered, meaning that the hero's quirk wasn't currently active. Narrowing his eyes from the sight of his goggles, Eraserhead activates his quirk once again as he prepares to engage with the villain. Throwing his bandages out, the villain swings his head to the side, quickly catching that part of the weapon with his right hand as the two drew closer. In his mind, the villain counted down. Extending his arm, Eraserhead took caution, quickly tugging back the part of the bandage the villain held onto. While there wasn't any sign of visual surprise on his face, Eraserhead knew he was slightly disclaimed from the act as he pushed forward with his right leg, sweeping down and elbowing him in the stomach. However, thanks to his reflexive timing, the villain grins behind his hand-covered face as he catches the attack with his left hand, which included all of his fingers. Gotcha, Eraserhead. He states. The hero clicks his tongue as his hair goes back down. You know, it's pretty hard to see you since you keep moving around like a moth, but there's always the instant in which your hair falls. The moment of when you blink. The villain reveals. Eraserhead's eyes widened slightly as he feels his elbow start to feel weird, uncomfortable to say is an understatement. That's when you've finished an action. He growls as the cloth covering his elbow disintegrates. And the space between that, has gotten shorter and shorter between the two of us. Grr. Well, I suppose I should say. Garu. Eraserhead groans in pain as his skin begins to crumble away as well, revealing the flesh of his arm. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. He finishes. Blinking once more, Eraserhead activates his quirk, punching away his hand. The villain falls onto his back as he leaps away, grunting as he looked at his exposed arm. Observing his damaged elbow, he pants a little as he stands a fair distance away from the duo. That quirk of yours isn't meant for long fights. The villain stands up. I was planning to tire you out with numbers alone, but whatever the hell that thing was came up and slaughtered these worthless thugs in record time, no matter though. I have the advantage in this scenario. What about it? You normally don't fight like this. You two did that daring jump down to ease the rest of the students, didn't you? That's so cool. So cool, but disgusting at the same time. The villain responds. Grabbing his bandage weapon in response to his disgusted tone, Eraserhead quickly senses something behind him. Frowning, only his eyes reacted in time to see the titanic villain right behind him all of a sudden. By the way though, hero. If you thought I was the last boss, you're gravely mistaken. Nomu, there's the secret boss. He snaps his fingers in a comical manner as Nomu swats Eraserhead out of the area like a flea. Eraserhead yells lowly as he attempted to block the attack with his arms, even with his elbow in pain. However, it was almost a disaster as a result. The attack wasn't deadly enough to break his bones, but it was powerful enough to swing him away all the way towards the main entrance's staircase. He crashed through with enough force to break through the stone-like material, creating a large crater on the staircase as he groaned. Kua. Such monstrous strength. A body that's able to deal with massive amounts of punishment, move with great speed, and this guy, I think he almost slapped me as hard as All Might. Eraserhead stuttered as he laid down. From afar, on the outskirts of the shipwreck zone, Midoriya's group watched with horror as the monster known as Nomu effortlessly slammed their teacher into a corner, and quite literally at that. Mineta was practically pissing his pants, or whatever he was wearing as Midoriya and Asui watched over with pained faces. Aizawa-sensei, the frog girl riveted sadly. What do we do? We have to go help him. Midoriya stutters, his fist shaking. Despite so though, the two watched as he tried to exit the waters. Mineta gawks as his classmate, tugging down on his arm in desperation. Midoriya, you're freaking kidding me. He yells. You saw how that big black thing swatted away Sensei like a fly. And besides, he took all of his attacks like they were nothing. But he'll kill him at this rate. The mop-head teen growls. They know of his quirk and his time limit for his vision. We have to help him before it's too late. But what can we do? Asui ponders. You think we're fast enough to get him out of there? We can only try. The green-haired teen responds as he exits the water. It's what Ben or Kachan would do. No, they would go all ballistic. Die for that explosion guy. Mineta retorts. As the three continue to bicker on whether or not springing out into the open seemed to be a good idea, Nomu's lifeless eyes turn to the three in an ominous fashion, causing all three of them to freeze. The villain looks away as well, to which Eraserhead then frowned. What? Wait, no, his eyes widened from behind his goggles. Why are you three there for? He sees us. Mineta croaked. Ah, how wonderful, UA students ripe and ready to kill. These three will be perfect for calling All Might over. The villain grins. Nomu, keep Eraserhead in a comfortable position, will you? With a snap of his fingers, Nomu turned back and walked over to Eraserhead, grabbing his collar and slamming him onto the ground after dragging him next to the other villain. Gasping in pain, the bioengineered monster then proceeded to sit on him, grasping his arms and waiting for the command to break them at any time. Perfect. Now then, who shall we pick first? The villain then started to look over in the trio's direction, waving his finger over them. Eeny meeny miny mo, catch a froggy by its. Before he could finish his melody, Midoriya's eyes widened as the masked villain dashed forward with the same tremendous speed he had earlier. Turning to his side, Asui's vision was soon replaced with that of the villain's hand approaching her face. Life. He finished. The frog girl could only react with her eyes as the gray palm of her enemy drew closer. No, flashes of Eraserhead's elbow crumbling zipped and blurred in Midoriya's mind. The crumbling of skin, the elimination of flesh, the charring of bone. These rapid images burned themselves as Midoriya watched as the villain drew closer. It wasn't even then that time began to slow down in his mind. His body turned, his feet drawing themselves off from the bottom of the soaking zone of the water. At this point, Midoriya wasn't thinking about anything but Su-chan. Between the area of the two, everyone watched as the green-haired teen blurred in front of the frog girl, covering her in his arms as the villain's hand placed itself right onto his back. Immediately destroying the PE uniform that covered his body, the villain narrowed his eyes as he clawed at his back, beginning to tear away at his skin as the mop head screamed in pain. Midoriya. Mineta gasped. No. Midori-chan. Asui's eyes widened, her pupils contracting as he withdrew a scream to a loud groan. Mineta was about to intervene out of fear, but the villain gave him a sharp glare, scaring him off. So the little boyfriend is taking the punishment for the girl. How heroic, and disgusting. I'll kill you right here and now then. Cracking his fingers, he began to swipe at Midoriya's back, tearing the flesh and causing blood to fly in pretty much every direction. Eraserhead could only watch in horror as he laid helplessly. Being pinned down by Nomu meant he would only watch the blood show as the villain began to slowly snicker, growing into a maniacal cackle as he then kicked the two teens down onto the water. As his fingers twitched, even Midoriya could tell that the villain was grinning behind the hand that covered his face as he turned his face. This agony, this pain, let this be the last thing you feel, before knowing that All Might will die after you, he stomped on him. Diving down, his hands began to go towards his temple, murderous intentions bright and clear as Mineta then. Game over. Midoriya ah! Mineta roared. Stopping for a split second to scowl at the purple boy, he then frowned upon seeing his crying face turning upside down, and into a hopeful smile. What's going? Gah! He winced as he was suddenly kicked away. Landing on his rear next to Nomu, Midoriya and Asui could only look up to see a figure of green and black standing in front of them. B.N., the green-haired teen murmured, before fainting in Asui's arms. Mineta's smile continued for a lackluster amount of time, before noticing the now hysterical look on Ben's face. Ben, you're here. He cried out. The visored Omnitrix wielder took a moment to stand up, glancing at Mineta and Eraserhead with a blank look. I thought I told you guys to not get yourselves involved. He merely grunted. Mineta was about to respond, but Ben quickly grabbed his scarf as his hoverboard came and swooped Midoriya and Asui off their rears. Get out of here. Alright, the short teen gulped as the platform began to fly away. Eraserhead grunts as he tries to look up. Tennyson, watch out, this guy can. I know. He's the one who destroyed the UA barrier the other day. Ben answered. Eraserhead could tell he was trying insanely hard to stay rational. Because of that, the League was able to send in a spy that got a copy of the schedule for today's lesson. Quite the smart one, are you? The villain stands up. What are you going to do about? Tamura Shigaraki, a voice, the Void Users, suddenly is heard as he teleports next to him. Kurogiri. Why are you here for? Did you complete your elimination of 13? The man, now properly revealed as Tamura, asks as his bloody hands droop the dark liquid of blood onto the floor. I did place the hero out of commission for the time being. Kurogiri, the Void User, answered. However what? I was unable to disperse all of the students. The group that I was fighting managed to get one student out of the facility. He has begun his journey back to UA. He revealed. Huh, what did you just say? Tamura turned to his accomplice. Make sure I didn't hear myself wrong, Kurogiri. It is as I said. Kurogiri merely answered. For us, it is now game over, at least for this situation. Really, for the love of God, Tamura sighed heavily. Placing his hands on the exposed parts of his neck, he began to growl furiously as he began to scrape at his neck. If you weren't a warp gate, I would strangle you with my bare fucking hands. Continuing his angered act, after a few more seconds, he merely sighed again, this time in the joy of this ambush being sucked away. Well, we can't win against a dozen or so pros, so it really is a game over, I guess we'll just have to go home then. Game over. So, this is just a game for you all. Ben muttered, his voice full of bloodlust, but his expression as calm as a gentle breeze. Please, elaborate. And what would you like to know now, Green Bee? Tamura shrugged. Please, elaborate. If you were to retreat after committing this much destruction, and for your purpose of killing All Might, UA will just increase every degree of defense they have. For every location, every scrap of land that they monitor, Ben explained. What will you do then? Well, here's one thing that'll I do. I only got one plan. It involves you, a lot of pain, and destruction on a devastating scale. Tamura growled as he cracked his knuckles. I can't wait to beat you senseless. Ben growled as the Omnitrix flashed. Everyone but Nomu shielded their eyes as Tamura was suddenly grasped and sent flying towards the wall next to the staircase. That's, Eraserhead groaned upon hearing the familiar sizzle of heat blast. Neither of the two had time to react as the fire alien generated a large fireball in his arms, slamming it down and causing a massive explosion to occur. Burn out! Heatblast yelled as he leapt out from the smokescreen. Leering at the sight, he waited for the area to clear out, only to grunt at a large silhouette standing where Tamura should have been. Sheesh, the craziness keeps coming above to us, doesn't it, Kurogiri? The masked villain sighs a little as he stands up. Nomu here has to entertain us until we can get out of here now. I stand corrected. The shadowy being nodded. Though, I am a bit curious now. About what? Heatblast raised his fists, his flaming head burning dangerously high as the smoke cleared out. In front of the downed Tamura was Nomu, whose arms were crossed as he blocked the attack from the Pyronite. About how you'll do against our latest experiment. Our bioengineered Nomu, versus the shapeshifter that is you. Our anti-symbol of justice is our greatest weapon at the moment. Kurogiri explained. Donuts. Heatblast murmured as Nomu roared. Blasting forward, the monstrous being slugged its fist right across Heatblast's face, sending him crashing through the fountain, destroying it in its hole. Tennyson. Eraserhead yelled. As the middle of the USJ crumbled, steam could be seen forming around as the water layered onto Heatblast. With the shaking of the debris, a fiery inferno could be heard as all the surrounded water was evaporated due to the self-induced explosion. Standing up and turning to Nomu, Heatblast sighed as Tamura chuckled. Ha! Fireproof, Candle Boy. For Christ, Sake, this is like battling Vilgax all again from 2 years ago, only that this guy isn't a chimera sui generis but some weird black humanoid bird freak a Zoid. Wait, speaking of birds. Blasting himself into the air, the Omnitrix flashed, blinding everyone for a second as Nomu was suddenly covered in green slime. Eraserhead grunted as he slowly stood up, only to frown and cover his nose. What is that smell? He looked up, only to see Ben as a different alien. He now had an olive-green bug, insect body and 4 insect-like flat legs with 2 arms, whose hands were human-style ones with a black coloration, similar to fingerless gloves, and had 3 clawed fingers. He had 4 pedunculated eyes that were greenish in color. These eyes were linked directly to the sides of his huge black head. He possessed pale green wings that were nearly transparent and very fragile with lines on them, and he had a tail with a blade-like protrusion. He wore the Omnitrix symbol on the top of his forehead and had a fingerless and legless black and green uniform. What a stench! Kurogiri glared at the flying alien. Float like a butterfly, and sting like a stinkfly. Stinkfly muttered as Nomu uncovered himself. Releasing streams of slime from his eyes, he flew around the Hulk-like monster. Climbing onto a nearby light post, Nomu then leapt into the air, high enough to reach Stinkfly's level. The bug alien attempted to fly up, but at the last second, Nomu latched onto his tail with his hand outreached. Tennyson, watch out. I don't know what his quirk is, but he's got enough physical strength to crush practically anything. Eraserhead warned as he gripped his elbow. Right, pretty much like Vilgax, but I bet $10 that this Nomu is braindead compared to him. Stinkfly looked down at the enemy hanging onto his tail. Opening his mouth, he blasted Nomu off with a blast of slime, sending him crashing down onto the ground. There's still the matter of kill, I mean defeating him without destroying this place, as much as I want to utterly destroy and desecrate this abomination, Stinkfly thought out loud. As he flew down, Nomu ripped itself from its sticky shackles, cracking the floor as the beast attempted to sweep the bug alien into its arms again. Dodging a few more attempted grabs, the Lepidopteran landed on the edge of the staircase, with Eraserhead next to him. I'm probably going to regret asking this, but you don't happen to have any forms that can take these guys out all at once, do you? He asks. Admittedly, yes. But for now, with another flash of the Omnitrix, 4 arms replaced the green bug-like alien. I want to vent out this frustration I have. Before the bandage-using hero could retort, the Tetraman dashes off, leaping slightly into the air. The beast known as Nomu promptly walks into a blazing roundhouse kick that rattles its skull. He starts to fall, but a split moment revealed that the powerful strike was effectively absorbed. What the? Nomu's foot then slams into 4 arms' ribcage before he could respond. And with the force blown into his head, Nomu then grabbed one of his 4 hands and slammed his head into the red aliens. Back and forth. Right leg, left leg. Lifting him with each kick and forcing him to remain standing. Nomu then wraps his arms around its opponent's head and holds him up as he thrusts wicked knee shots into the other fighter's ribs. Pain explodes in 4 arms as he then gets kicked away. His breathing comes to a slightly labored level as he maintains balance. He then grunts, quickly reacting to an uppercut that sends him up into the air, and although he blocked most of the force, the momentum from his attack ended up sending a bit of numbness. Hits as hard as a rock. The red alien yelps as the Omnitrix flashes. Oh, what now? Tamura growls. Why is there always a flash? Look out. Kurogiri yells, tackling him out of the way from a dozen green lasers. The two quickly look up to see Jetray flying tail up, firing beams from the tip of his tail. Nomu. Get that stupid stingray. Tamura yells. It's Jetray, you psychopath. The Amphibian roars as he blasts Nomu with I-beams. Once again, it was a game of hot potato for the bioengineered being. Tamura clenches his fists in anguish, turning to his associate. Kurogiri, make a wormhole, now. Acknowledging his order, the Void user makes a portal in front of Nomu. As the beast enters it, Jetray frowns upon hearing another frame open right on top of him, allowing Nomu to slam its legs right on his back and smash him towards the ground. A large field of debris was seen as Jetray struggled to escape the grasp of his enemy. Let go of me. Jetray's Omnitrix dial flashed once more, revealing this time Big Chill. Turning intangible and flying through Nomu's body, he froze the large enemy solid, leaving it covered in ice as he hovered above it. Ice, fire, speed and flight, what a quirk he has. Kurogiri noted. He's basically a one-man army. RRRRRR, RRRRRRRR. From within its icy prison, Nomu growled. Big Chill looks down as the ice begins to crack and crumble, and within seconds, Nomu breaks free, roaring loudly. Tamura grins underneath his hand mask as he points at the moth-like alien. Yes, yes, yes. Go, Nomu. Kill him. He cackles. Nomu shrieks as it tries to grab Big Chill, but the ice alien quickly turns intangible once more, this time sinking into the ground. A moment later, he quickly appeared a fair distance away, this time seemingly both as Diamondhead and XLR8 somehow. What? Duplicates as well? Kurogiri's eyes widened. Impossible. Trouble for you, I see. Diamondhead smirks as he turns to XLR8. Forming his arm into a sharp, single blade, he snaps his off and equips it onto the speedster's wrist. Now then, Nomu here might be invulnerable to physical trauma. But what about single, decisive strikes? The Petrosipian smiles as he vanishes with a flash of green. XLR8 draws his wrist blade and stabs at the ground with a slight screech. The cry catches Nomu's attention. Huh. Tamura blinks. What is that weasel doing? As the speedster alien stands upright and pulls his sword from the ground, Kurogiri looks at him with suspicion, turning to face Nomu after realizing what he was trying to do. Nomu growls savagely, leaning on all fours in preparation to lunge. Come on, you big lug, XLR8 murmurs. Wait, he's going to. Before Kurogiri could respond, Nomu leaps forward. XLR8 lowers his arm, smiling at the sight. Nomu continues to scream, its eyes turning ballistic and a burst of wind erupting from its plunge at the alien. It then jumps and dives at XLR8, drawing its fist back as the alien begins to speed up. In quick reaction, XLR8 swiftly draws his bladed weapon, swinging it through the air at Nomu as his max speed was achieved. Everyone present could only look in shock as Nomu flies through the air, the lower half of its arm completely separated from its body. It lands with a sluggish thud next to Eraserhead, twitching erratically before ceasing to move any further. Impossible. He broke through Nomu's shock absorption. Kurogiri muttered as Nomu landed on the floor, laying there on its side, completely still. Still got it. XLR8 slowly skims toward Nomu's seemingly unconscious body and swings his sword out to the side, casting blood from its blade. Before he can reach it, Tamura begins to chuckle, the chuckle quickly turning to laughter. What's so funny? Ha! You think you bested Nomu just by taking out one of its arms. Nomu is not called a bioengineered being for nothing, you know. We've done many things, including, well, take a look, speed freak. Tamura simply gestures back to Nomu. As XLR8 looks down, suddenly, Nomu grabs his leg with his left arm, gripping it tightly. Huh. Looking down at his body, XLR8's eyes widened behind his visor as new flesh began to grow out from where Nomu's arm used to be at. It didn't take long for a brand new right hand to grow back as Nomu roared in his face. Ah, man. Swinging him up into the air, Nomu begins to spin him around like a nunchuck, before chucking him into the stairs with a loud crash. Eraserhead cursed himself for not canceling out Nomu's additional quirk, as the shock of XLR8 slicing off his arm paused his senses. Turning to the staircase, he watched as Nomu leapt towards it and began to pound away at the spot XLR8 slammed into. Tennyson. Yeah. Yelping just a little bit, Eraserhead turned to see XLR8 standing right next to him. Wait, how did you? Super speed, remember. I landed against the wall with a lot of force, but used the momentum as a start-up to start a speed burst. Easy level of manipulation of physics with these roller wheels of mine. He explained. You seem to have calmed down quite a bit. The hero rose an eyebrow. You could say something like that. Fighting Nomu made me remember something. Something that I have interesting memories with. Anyways, he surmised, before grinning. Hey, let's say we end this. End this. How? Eraserhead then asked. XLR8 merely turned around, grinning behind his visor as he slapped the Omnitrix dial. Like this. Crap. I'm late. All Might yelped sheepishly as he leapt from building to building. Why did there have to be so many people in the city being targeted by villains? All Might was currently traveling on foot towards USJ. While he was initially going to be there along with Aizawa and 13, unfortunately for him, villain activity in the nearby area around the school forced him to act. He was the symbol of peace, after all. I spent too much time in my muscle form, and had to recuperate back at the school. I hope I'm not too late for the lesson. He wondered. Leaping off and onto a particularly tall building, he looked around for the overall direction of the facility. Now then, USJ should be in that direction, so if I, wait a minute. Isn't that, the number one hero squints his eyes, seeing a trail of dust speeding along a highway, dodging cars. Immediately, his eyes widened as the figure revealed itself to his vision. Young Iida. Blasting off with a surge from One for All, he quickly landed onto the ground as Iida stopped to catch his breath. Gasping as he leaned against a stop sign, he looked up in shock to see All Might swooping down, his eyes almost tearing up in hope. All Might. He cried out. Thank goodness. What's the matter, young Iida? Aren't you supposed to be at USJ with the rest of your class? The blonde asked. The engine user frowns, averting his gaze. What happened? Villains. Was all he said. The League of Villains ambushed us at the facility. What? How many are there? All Might gasped, before frowning himself. He grasped Ida's shoulders firmly as he did so. How's everyone? Speak, young man. We appear to be doing fine so far. Eraserhead and some of the other students are trying to hold them back. They did so to allow me to escape and call for support. Our communications seem to have been jammed by some outside interference, sir. He quickly explained. I must return back to UA and inform the staff. Yes, I see. All Might then stood straight. Please, hurry. How long do you think it'll take for you to get back to the school? At this rate, a few minutes at the most. Please sir, hurry to them. Iida pleaded. With a nod of confirmation from the blonde, he then gritted his teeth as he turned back around. Thank you. Engine, boost. He roared off, blasting off into the distance. A grim expression filled itself onto All Might's face as his full figure buffed out. Particles of steam could be seen as the floor beneath him crack. A moment later, he sprang into the air, leaping in USJ's direction. The League of Villains. So, you've decided to make your move. This will change things. He muttered to himself as his face hardened. Quote. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but I have to diverge for this moment. Comma. Ball Weevil. XLR8 yelled this name out as the Omnitrix flashed once more. As everyone else opened their eyes, they were surely surprised to see a small creature. Before anyone had time to react, Ben quickly spat out a round, sticky substance from his mouth. Contorting itself into a ball, he began to roll on it over the surrounding debris, collecting them into the now growing shape. He was a small bug-like alien. Being yellow in color with black eyes and green pupils, he had 4 stick legs and a beak along with a big antenna. He wore the Omnitrix symbol on a green and white brace around his neck. Eraserhead, distract Nomu for me. Ball Weevil called out. Distract? What do you mean hey, what the hell? The underground flicked his head towards the alien's direction, only to find the ball now being sent towards him at a modest speed. Frowning, he quickly took his bandages, using them as a makeshift bat to slap it towards Nomu. Tamura and Kurogiri watched as their experiment stopped to turn around, only to get slammed into the staircase. A moment later, Ball Weevil narrowed his eyes as the ball suddenly exploded. It collects matter, making it grow in size, and then makes it explode. How bizarre can this guy be? I really need to take note of how many forms he has, Eraserhead mumbled. The large smokescreen took a few seconds to disperse, leaving an injured Nomu breaking out from a field of debris. The scars on the monster's body began to heal within a matter of moments, leaving it practically healed up as it walked out with its deadpan look. Gonna need a bigger ball of plasma to subdue this guy. Luckily there's debris everywhere, but I'm going to need distraction. Eraserhead, gonna need another scapegoating. Ball Weevil quickly yelled at Eraserhead as he spat out another ball. Climbing onto it, he began to roll out towards the ruins zone. Exploding goop. What the hell, Nomu, kill him and, oh for the love of, Tamura face palms, or at least attempts to as Eraserhead dashes behind Nomu, jumping up and kneeing the back of his head. Get Eraserhead first, then the bug brat. Well, here comes round 2 of this guy's angry flailing. Eraserhead placed his goggles back on, activating his quirk as Nomu charged. Oh, look at you. You're really going curse and dwindle like a kid while your henchman fights me. Well, not really, fight, more like, flailing angrily. Make your jokes while you can, hero. Because I can now see the peak of your power, while Nomu has only beginning to tap and show you all his. Tamura growls, pointing at him. Nomu, go. Well, this certainly isn't what I had in mind. Tennyson, you done yet? Eraserhead growled. A loud roar from Nomu was heard as he dodged a swipe at his fist. Shoot. Kurogiri, stop him. Tamura barked. How does he have so much precise control when his body is literally a fraction of the size of that thing? It's harder than it looks when he can turn around at an instant. The Void user barked back. Ha! Can't catch me, huh? Lukey here. The cricket-like voice chirped. Tamura and his associate dodged from the wrath of a gigantic green ball, and on top of it, the small yellow-like creature resembling an insect. Now I'm over here. Some kind of dung beetle or something. Eraserhead thought out loud as he used his bandages to drag himself out from another attack. Stay still, you pest. The Void user growled as he attempted to throw out several wormholes in his direction. With ease, Ball Weevil drove his giant ball of plasma out from the direction leading to disaster. Growing larger in mass as he drew into the zone, Kurogiri watched as it grew to sizes even larger than Nomu itself. Such a large mass of that substance, a smaller one caused a giant explosion, so if that one were to detonate. Alright then, Ball Weevil grunted as he leapt off the ball, stopping it from rolling any further. Looking down, he could see Kurogiri glaring at him while being ominously weary of the large bomb next to him. Looking to his side, he witnessed Eraserhead dodging another punch from Nomu. Time to let this bad boy go. As he was about to push it down however, Footsteps from behind the alien made him stutter. Whoa. What the hell is this? Kirishima. Ball Weevil turned around to see the redhead and Bakugo climbing from the bottom of a debris field. I guess you guys were okay by yourselves. PFF'd. Those weaklings were nothing. Anyways, the heck is that? The explosive boy grunted, pointing to Ball Weevil's ball of plasma. A large ball of plasma. He answered, before looking back down. Hey, Kirishima. Huh. What's up? The hardener blinked as he walked up. Looking down, he frowned as he witnessed the villains and Eraserhead. Hey, aren't those guys? Yeah, you see that big guy trying to punch Sensei. I'm going to use this thing to trap it. Ball Weevil tapped his ball. Mind helping me give this big lug a big tap down? You too, Bakugo. Ha. What's this going to do? Explode on him. Bakugo turned to the green ball. It could. But, what I'm going to do is trap him within it. This thing isn't sticky for a reason you know. Ball Weevil chirped as the Omnitrix flashed. Bakugo and Kirishima simply closed their eyes as Ben transformed into Gravitack. That's a big one. Not as big as Homungosaur though. Kirishima smirked. Alright then. Bakugo, you ready? Whatever. The bomb boy clicked his tongue as the two stood behind the ball. On a count of 3. On it. Kirishima grinned as he hardened his right arm. As he did so, Bakugo lifted his own arm, lighting it up with sweat. It began to glow yellow as Gravitack stood on the sidelines. I'll count off. The alien turned down. On 3. 3. 2. 1. Now. Bakugo yelled as he and Kirishima unleashed their quirks. Shouting loudly, Kirishima punched the ball as hard as he could, while Bakugo held his right arm with his other as he created a powerful blast. Both attacks gave the ball a great amount of force, launching it down towards the plaza center. Kurogiri's eyes nearly popped out as it began to zoom near down towards Nomu. Now, here's the finale. Gravitack lifted his arms, activating his gravikinesis around the ball. Adding more and more G's to it, its weight garnered more momentum as Eraserhead began to hear the rolling sound as it gathered even more debris from rolling off. Eraserhead. He yelled. Hearing him from the distance, as well as the rolling plasma ball, he quickly latched himself to Nomu using his bandages. As he launched itself downwards, with a small grunt, he delivered a final knee to its face, sending it into the staircase once more. It's done. He yelled. Watching it roll down, Tamura watched with shock and anguish as Nomu was consumed by the plasma ball, as if he lay dormant like a preserved creature as he and the ball collided into one another. While he struggled inside the containment sphere, the lack of oxygen in the plasma ball soon took its toll on the enemy villain, rendering it silent as it floated. Well shit. Tamura folded his arms. Now what, Kurogiri? It doesn't seem like he's trying to explode that substance, but it appears to have some other kinds of properties to it. We really are in a sticky situation now, are we not? Kurogiri responded as he expanded his body. His void-like substance created a warp gate underneath the trapped Nomu. Was that a fucking pun just now? Tamura growled, turning to him as the two then vanished. A moment later as well, Nomu was sucked into the portal. Because I swear to all for O. Vanishing through Kurogiri's warp gate, he didn't have a chance to finish off his hearkening. Kirishima and Bakugo joined Gravitack as the alien placed them on his head, guiding them down to the main plaza. As they jumped off from the landslide zone, Todoroki arrived via an ice slide he created. Gravitack took a moment to gaze around the area, seeing only the villains that he took down as XLR8. With a sigh of relief, the Omnitrix flashed, reverted him back to Ben. It's finally over, he grumbled. Where the hell is All Might? I don't know. Kirishima looked around with a disheartened look, before grinning and slapping Ben's back. But damn. We just survived an ambush from villains of all things. No, you dumbass. Bakugo growled. We may have gotten out, but not everyone was seen coming out from their respective zones. Quite the logical situational thinker, aren't you? You really are the calm and rational type, ya know. Kirishima joked. I'm always calm and rational, you asshole. Bakugo exploded a few times on his hands to emphasize his point. Now, how should we start with searching for everyone else? Well, it's likely that we weren't all separated into singles or doubles. Some of us may have been divided into 3 or more. Todoroki started. But, there may be some people who have been warped and stranded by their lonesome. Then we have search and rescue then. A voice from above suddenly was heard. Looking up, Ben slowly smirked as a group of individuals came towards the top of the stairs. Panting heavily, Bakugo and company came into the view of Iida standing in front of the crew with the rest of the students that were with 13. Class 1A. Your representative has returned. He yelled out. Everything is going to be alright. Everyone. Secure the perimeter and rescue any remaining students. Nemu ordered from atop a man's shoulder. The reinforcements that Iida managed to bring over consisted of Nemu, and 10 pro heroes that were a part of UA's staff. Some of these heroes included the likes of Present Mike and a few other familiar characters that were the proctors from the entrance exams. Ectoplasm, Present Mike. Go further on ahead. Your abilities will allow yourselves to protect and fight at the same time. The animal principal first off goes. Sir. The two responded, jumping down. Present Mike quickly descended down the stairs by sliding down the rails, blasting off with a burst from his quirk, voice, into the nearest zone. For Ectoplasm, as he jumped down, he opened his mouth, allowing ectoplasm in its literal form to release itself. Shortly after, the substance began to split off and form into clones of himself. Spread out. The main one muttered. With a nod from his clones, they all dispersed. From above, Nemu then smiled as the man he rode on placed him down. Good. Everyone else, disperse as well. Snipe, keep an eye out with your bullets. Smintos, prepare to neutralize any potential disasters created in USJ. Use your quirk to block them off. He quickly pointed in several directions. I'm on the job. Snipe quickly ran down with Smintos, the man seemingly made of concrete. Snipe himself wore a gas mask, but his appearance resembled that of a cowboy. What should I do, sir? Another hero asked. Nemu turned to her, with face a bit grim to be honest as he then looked up. Midnight, I'm going to have you put this one to sleep for me. He replied. Midnight blinked, before looking up as well. She flinched a little upon seeing Ben's hoverboard come up to them. Sir, Midoriya needs medical attention, Asui croaked. He's badly injured. Be badly injured is an understatement. The guy literally tore through his flesh. Mineta cried out. Principal, are there any medics around here? Midoriya's whimpering out like a wet cat. I can see that, young man. Midnight, if you'd please. Nemu then snapped his fingers. Midnight then nodded, turning to the other students. You might wanna hold your breath for a second. She warned as she grabbed onto her costume. Midnight's hero costume was very similar to one of a traditional dominatrix. She wore a black breastless leotard over a white bodysuit, which emphasized her breasts, body, and legs along with translucent black thigh-high stockings and black knee boots. She had a small mask outlining her eyes, a handcuff on each wrist, and a utility belt around her hips. She sported a red domino mask and carried a flogger-style whip. Grabbing onto her sleeve, Mineta and Asui held their breath as she ripped it, releasing a pink aroma. Midoriya was in too much pain to move, but as the aroma came into his body, his eyes quickly widened, before sinking down into slumber. This quirk is mid, he uttered, before falling asleep. Midori-chan, Asui looked down at her classmate as Midnight attempted to cover her exposed arm. There we go. See, it's going to be alright. Nemu then smiled. Just wait here. No one else is going to harm you all. Hooray! Mineta cried out once more, before wiping his tears. Hey, where's All Might? That, I'm having him do something else. He was going to come here, but I had him dwindle off at the last second because we had enough reinforcements. Nemu explained. Asui rose an eyebrow at his seemingly non-convincing tone, but decided against it. As she leapt off the board, she watched as it began to fly down to Ben. With Midoriya in her arms, she smiled a little as she brushed his bushy hair. Giving him a small peck on his forehead, she gave off a heavy sigh as she looked up. Thank you, Midori-chan. A few hours have now passed. The heroes that were deployed into USJ by Nemu's orders were able to find and regroup all the members of Class 1A. To the surprise of practically everyone, many of the students remained unharmed. Save for Midoriya's attack by Tamura and the rest, Eraserhead's injured elbow due to said villain's quirk, and 13's self-harm, all was good. Was how it should have been, but Ben didn't think too highly of the situation. It was now sunset, almost for the hours for the students to leave school in fact. A bit of time enabled the rest of the authorities to come by and investigate the location for any other harmed individuals and the like. Fortunately, all that happened was that the second-rate villains that Kurogiri brought in were arrested, but everyone present was curious to as why every single person that was a part of the ambush was beaten to a pulp, literally. Regarding the miscommunication mishaps, we found out culprit. Momo coughed as she turned to a tied-up villain that was next to her on his knees. He wore a skull-like helmet. It was revealed that he bore a quirk similar to Kaminari's. He remained unharmed from the Electric Boy's human stun gun act, but a timely unluckiness from Rath's assault caused him to be buried underneath a mass of debris. And while he attempted to his interference to a top, the police were able to bring in equipment that tracked down electrical anomalies. So, let's count here. We got 1, 17, 18, 19, 20, yeah. Other than the boy that was injured in his back, we have practically everyone here from your class, Iida-san. An investigator counted off from a sheet. That made a sigh of relief from everyone. Everyone smiled with worried looks with each other as they began to gossip about the events that just happened. Ojiro was patted by Hagakure. Apparently, Ojiro was one of the few selected, or rather, unfortunate students that managed to get warped by Kurogiri to a location in isolation. I heard you were quite fired up at first. She gave a thumbs up. Ojiro chuckled nervously in response. You were all right by yourself, I hope. Well, pun not intended I know, since I was sent out into the conflagration zone, so it was quite hot. To be honest, I thought everyone else was sent off to their lonesome. I had to survive by using hit-and-run tactics. He scratched his head. Where were you at, Hagakure-san? Oh, I was in the landslide zone. Todoroki-san was super efficient, taking out the villains with minimal effort. She boasted as she pointed at him. You should have seen him. Ah, that's good then. Ojiro smiled. From where he stood, Todoroki actually sweat dropped. I almost froze her. I didn't realize that she was trying to sneak up on some of the villains until I saw her gloves on the floor. From another group, Kaminari, Kirishima, Tokiyami, and Kota stood together. The shadow user sighs a little as he clenches his hand. It was quite cold out there. Kota-san and I fought some of the villains, but I can't help but think that they were second rate. Kirishima finished. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Kaminari nodded. Kota also nodded in agreement. I guess they underestimated us because they thought we were kids or something. The nerve of them though. To bring such a huge amount of guys here. Kirishima barked, hardening his fists and slapping them together in anguish. Sheesh. From another perspective, Shiro, Sato, and Shoji discussed about the late game situation. They seemed to be curious about the noises that took place towards the center plaza, as the three were busy keeping 13 safe from the top of the stairs. So, what happened after we threw that guy and let Iida escape? Shiro wondered. From what I heard, Ben tried to go around and help some of the other groups. I guess that's where a bunch of those explosions came from. Sato replied with curiosity. What do you think, Shoji? Similarly to you all. We've only seen a few of his forms, surely. But don't forget we have some other students capable of creating a few loud noises themselves. He reminded them. All three nodded for that. Definitely. I'm still worried. Asui looked down in dejection. We barely made it out there, if you think about our situation. What happened specifically? Momo patted her shoulder. Ben doesn't seem to be willing to talk at the moment. Can you blame him? He pretty much went ballistic. Mineta flailed his arms wildly. Not to say that I don't appreciate what he did, but man, he was scary for that time. I apologize for that, said person muttered from where he stood. Mineta shuddered and backed up behind the two girls. I've just been thinking. About Midoriya-kun. Momo asked. I think he's. Oh no, if you're worried about his back, don't worry about that. Ben then looked up with a neutral face, waving his hand in a calm manner. I have something for that. You do. Asui looked up, grabbing his shoulders. What is it? That's a secret, Su-chan. It's nice to see us be worried about one another though. He smiled, placing a finger on her lips. Midoriya had no regrets doing what he did, so just wait. You can thank him later. Well, if Recovery Girl doesn't get to him first. As the groups continued to chatter amongst themselves, the detective coughed once, garnering their attention as Eraserhead came next to him, wearing a cast on his arm. He smiled as he looked down at his sheet again. Anyhow, we've got most of the stuff under control. So for now, we'll have Eraserhead take you all back to your classroom. He announced, turning to another officer. We won't be taking them in for questioning right away, right? Yes, sir. The officer responded. We'll wait a little until then. What about 13, sir? Ishido walked up. 13's life isn't in danger, yes. 13 has been treated. A bit of laceration to a bit of their back and one of their arms, but they'll be expected to make a full recovery from this. He smiled. A majority of the students breathed another sigh of relief at this. And regarding Midoriya-kun, Iida and Uraraka stepped up. He's fine too, right? Midoriya. Oh, we're also transporting him. Recovery Girl's treatment will be enough to, hey, weren't there 20 of you here? 20. Momo blinked, before turning around. To her expectations, she sighed a little. Oh, that boy. Huh, what's up, Yaoyorozu-san? Jiro turned to her. It's nothing. I just forgot something and remembered it now. She simply smiled back. Does he actually have a way to help Midoriya-san, and a better way than Recovery Girls? I guess I'll have to find out later on. Alright. Everyone, into the bus then. The detective ordered. Sansa. Yes, sir. Another officer, one with a cat head, responded. I'll be leaving the rest to you. I have a bit of private business elsewhere. He then said. Nodding, the two watched as the students entered the bus, leaving shortly to arrive back as Ua. The detective sighed a little as he took out his phone. Toshinori, what the hell are you doing now? Where are you? He mumbled. You know, when I first thought of Nomu being defeated by Ben, I began to think of ways that could actually work. Assuming that he can regrow his head, you can't slice him to death, nor beat him into submission. Ice wouldn't work, so you'd have to trap him. And to be fair, I did get some inspiration from both Pokemon, and the Ben 10 fucking. The reboot, yes, I said it. Regarding Ben's sanity as a whole, and since in canon it said that the students were going to be taken for questioning eventually, it may have been a good idea to treat this interrogation as something special. Form usage and violent tendencies can pretty much give anyone a sense of doubt over someone's mental stability. The Null Void isn't a place for a kid to grow up in. Well, Kevin did some sort of good job, I suppose. For the sports festival arc, this'll be a good chance to implement some character interaction from not just 1A and 1B, but perhaps others as well. Send me some suggestions to things that can occur. Maybe like an interaction between Ben and Hatsume. Techies unite. Also, the fighting placements. I really want Ben to have a picking against Monoma, ha 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 ha. I want an utterly humiliating and devastating beatdown on him. But Kendo might not like that, since she's also one of my favorite characters. I also have an additional question, and probably the most important one yet. Now, take this into consideration. Boku no Hero, My Hero Academia takes place in the future, where human evolution has progressed to ways that make a single individual split off into separate categories. Here's to this. Since we have these DNA split-offs, is it wrong to assume that the Omnitrix would count every single person with a quirk as a different classification for a transformation? Since we have the Perk and Merc Gourmands, and since normal humans still exists, this is a big question. I want answers for this. I am seriously curious to ideas that can come from this. Think about it. Well, that's all I wanted to say, so I'll be leaving. As always, I'm always welcome to suggestions and reviews from the rest of you folks, so keep it. Thanks again for reading. I'll see you all in the next chapter. 741 Chapter 6, Aftermath. Hello again to you all. So, welcome back to my Omnium Academia. This is a quickie chapter that I made so that I could keep the upload count back on track. Anyhow, onto the reviews. So, having Ben winning the festival sounds like an option that a lot of you are considering can and or should happen. Yes, winning by an avalanche would make the story a tad bit cliché even though Ben can easily win. There's 3 sections to the festival: the race, the cavalry battle, and the 1v1s. I do have Ben planned to fight some people in the 1v1s, but how do you think he should either place in the race, and whose team he should be on for the cavalry event? Probably Momo's, which also means Todoroki, I guess. I like your enthusiasm for the references I put in. RVB has become one of my favorite shows to watch. I plan on waiting for season 16 to finish before I binge watch it. Also, RWBY Chibi and RWBY itself is making a comeback. Hype for Volume 6. For the DNA splitting subject. Thanks for all of you who commentated on your own views on it. Now that I've taken some time to actually think about this claim of mine, and based on your reviews on the like, I've figured out some things. In this case, the quirks held by every person in the Boku no Hero Academia universe would most likely be identified as a mutant human, much like Cooper, Michael Morningstar, and Kevin. This means that Ben cannot establish an entry in the Omnitrix using their DNA. So, that's it for now, let's get into the story then. Once again, thanks for all of your continued support. As usual, I own nothing related to the subject of Ben 10 nor Boku no Hero, My Hero Academia. Please support the official releases, and happy reading to you all. I would like to thank you all for waiting for this chapter and my return as a whole. Many thanks for 220 reviews, over 350 favorites and follows, and over 25,000 views. Chapter 6. Aftermath. I don't like the looks of this. Toshinori thought to himself. In the darkness of night, the number one hero leapt from rooftop to rooftop. Now in the Yamanashi prefecture, he eyed a large apartment building from afar. After taking one more leap and landing in the front entrance, he looked around, before taking a sigh and reverting back to his true form. On the exterior, the building looked run down and abandoned. Windows around the outside were broken out and pieces of the building seemed to be falling off. Above the front door, there was a sign that said, "Welcome," which were falling off. The building was surrounded by a tall fence and gates, the only parts that seemed to be intact are of higher quality. Walking up the steps, he knocks on the door a few times. Contrary to his outer personality, All Might was actually shaking a little bit, despite his unconscious desire not to. After a few seconds, he could hear footsteps, and the sound of a cane, and then. "So, you're here." An elderly voice came out as the door opened. "Inside, now." "Yes." Toshinori simply responded as he came in. Closing the door behind him, the elderly man who opened the door turned on the lights, revealing the insides of the building. The first floor interior had a couch with a table and chairs to it. On the back wall, there was a bookshelf, a stool and a board with lots of papers stuck to it. A chandelier on the ceiling was the source of the lighting. As Toshinori took a seat, the elderly man cracked his neck as he sat on the couch, placing his cane next to him. If one were to see, this person was indeed a pro-hero. His hero costume consisted of a full-body monochrome suit along with a yellow cape, a belt with the letter G on it, very thick yellow gloves and boots, and a dark domino mask which resembled two diamonds. "It's been a while, Toshinori." The old man greeted. "I assume you've been faring well." "Why yes, Gran Torino." He nodded. "Did you read the letter I sent out?" "HMPH, indeed I have." "The boy, Midoriya Izuku. You've chosen him as your successor. You think he'll be alright?" Gran Torino then asked. "The young man's desire to become a hero inspired me myself. Even as a quirkless, he tries to do whatever he did, never hesitating to go into the brunt of harm even at the risk of his own well-being." Toshinori smiled a little. The spirit of self-sacrifice is strong within him. "I see. What about this other individual you wrote about?" Gran Torino continued as he took out a slip of paper, revealed to be All Might's letter. "This, Ben Tennyson. A foreigner. Ben Tennyson, he's a strange one. His quirk is something that no one has ever seen. Sure, there are people who have quirks enabling them to transform into other forms, like Yukio, but take a look at this." Toshinori then dug into his pocket, pulling out a cassette tape. After putting it into the player located underneath the TV located in the room, Gran Torino grabbed the remote, turning the TV on. Seconds after the screen brightened up, immediately, footage from the entrance exams began to play out. Footage of Midoriya's performance from his gallery was the first of the bunch, so Gran Torino handed the remote to Toshinori, who in turn began to skip parts until the footage of Gallery G came into play. After a few more seconds of fast-forwarding, the footage of Ben amongst the crowd appeared. Another button press stopped the fast-forwarding. "This is the start of young Tennyson's entrance exam," he explained as the footage started. The two watched as the exam played out. The alarm of present mic going off, the doors opening. Gran Torino watched with hawk-like eyes upon viewing every single transformation that Ben proceeded to go into. Diamond Head and his body morphing, Arcticwana and his cryokinetic ray, Humungosaur and his immense size and strength. It also further went on from Aizawa's sudden testing and All Might's team-based combat. Rocks. Heat blast. Big chill. Feedback. These were the few forms that Ben allowed the cameras and people to see. Each with their unique appearance and abilities, it was hard to distinguish these unique transformations through anyone else that may have possessed seemingly similar abilities. This made Gran Torino muse a lot. Extremely is a case for Toshinori. It's not just a part of his body. His entire physiology changes, even his voice, sometimes even his personality. Some of these are bizarre in their own categories. He surmised. Where is he from? That's the thing. We have word that he's taken residence somewhere in the Aichi prefecture, but his exact birthplace is undefined. Toshinori replied. It's quite a marvel. Yes. Indeed it is. Now then, I believe that you have come here for another reason. Gran Torino then turned the TV off, turning to his acquaintance. Ah, yes. You must have seen the news. I believe that he may have started his actions to the surface once more. His face grimed. Gran Torino noticed his expression changing as the two began to go through a deep conversation. This is a follow-up report on yesterday's incident at the UA Rescue Training Facility, where Hero Course students in training were ambushed and attacked by villains. Momo yawned a little as she watched the news from her tableside. As Ben served her breakfast, the two watched as the newscast continued to explain their report that they gather from the police. Various images of USJ, the police forces, and other photography appeared on the screen as Ben rolled his eyes. Class 1A even appeared on screen for a moment. The news really is fast nowadays. He muttered. Only a day has passed, yet the attack has become like wildfire. Even so, 72 villains in total were arrested at that time. Momo noted. It's a good thing that your forms didn't attract too much to yourself. You went a little berserk at first, you know. Ben's sweat dropped, whistling away for a little until she grabbed his ear. Ow. Yes, milady. It's good to cut loose once in a while, but try to control your emotions, yes. If you need help, I know a few good meditation techniques that work wonders in calming one's spirit. She then smiled with satisfaction as she let him go. Oh, how's your back? Oh, that. It was nothing serious. I just felt a little sore. A good night's rest did wonders. Ben smiled himself. Nothing to worry about. Still, getting hit by something that hard must have been painful, wasn't it? Even during the combat trials we could see that the strength, or at least the power of his ability seemed almost destructive in nature. Everyone saw how his body parts seemed to get destroyed every time he used it. Well, that'd be the case for someone like him. One for all is like a cannonball in a sense, and Midoriya being the ever-so-fragile cannon. Ben chuckled inwardly. Although not right to think, it was a little funny seeing the mossy-head teen whimpering every time he injured himself. It was like a seal lion squirming around in a way. The talk about the USJ incident sparked up some recent memories. From the aftermath and returning to class, to recording and receiving news from that detective that came by the mansion some time ago, many things transpired during that day. Ben thought about those two, Tamura and Kurogiri. That so-called League of Villains. No doubt that the hooligans Kurogiri brought in were just passerby thugs, but he couldn't help but have a sneaking suspicion that they had actual members, actual allies that were able to work out in coordinated groups. He has to master that power soon or else. I can't keep healing him, or rather, reversing the damage done to his body as a result of using that quirk, but at least he's trying to take what I said to heart. Ben thought to himself as he looked out from the nearest window. Flashback. How did you get in this bad of a shape? Recovery Girl inquired as she looked down on the unconscious body of Midoriya. In the nurse's office, the police had transported the user of One for All. She understood the reason why, but still wondered about one thing. All Might, where were you in this time of need? Sighing a little, she turned away from the teen. I better get the bandages. I should have some inside. Oh great. Opening the shelf next to her annoyance, she discovered that she lacked the necessary materials to contort healing material around his broken fingers. As much as she could use her quirk, the side effect was that it took a relatively large amount of energy from the recipient's body, as the speeded up progress of healing caused such a reaction to occur. For sure, she would use it for the wounds on his back, but for his fingers, simple medication would work. Well, guess I'll to get some more then. The storage facility should have what I need, hopefully. She then muttered to herself as she propped herself off from her chair. Walking out the doorway, she then turned to the boy laying down, giving him a worried look. Hey, wake up. A squeaky voice then sent back a few more moments. From on top of the shelf, a small tiny figure flew down, a green glow surrounding his body as he hovered in front of Midoriya's face. His eyes twitched as they slowly opened. Blinking slowly, Midoriya finally noticed the small object. Yuawa. Hey, calm down, you little green head. The voice quickly yelled as he tapped his forehead. The brief flash made Midoriya squeak a little as the familiar Omnitrix wielder stood next to him. How are you feeling? Oh, Ben. Sleepy. Kind of feel sore in the back though. That's understandable. After all, you got swept in the back and drew blood from that villain who was scraping your back. Ben shrugged. Blood. Wait, how's Su-chan? Mineta-kun. What happened after? He suddenly sat up. The moment he did though, he began to hurt all over. They're all fine. Stand still. Ben placed a hand on his shoulder as the Omnitrix flashed. Closing his eyes for a second, he watched as the robotic alien he knew from before appeared in Ben's place. Placing his hands over his injured back and broken fingers, he emitted a salt green glow up on those areas, reverting the time around them. A few seconds later, his eyes opened completely as he felt no more pain his body. Clenching his fist and stretching his back, he then got off the bed. Clockwork then shifted back to human form. Sorry. When I saw what that villain did to Sensei, when I imagined it happening to her, I couldn't. I just wanted to keep her from harm's way. The green head looked down. If only I was faster. But you did what you could. Ben replied, before smirking and going to his ear. And besides, I think you made a real impact on her, if you know what I mean. What do you? Hey chica bo bum. He chuckled suddenly as he nudged his side. Pressing a button on his visor, Ben smiled deviously as Midoriya's phone vibrated. Turning around and opening the window next to the bed, he transformed into Big Chill, flying out of the complex before the teen could get an answer out of him. He watched the ice alien leave, and gulped a little as he turned to his phone. As he turned it on, it was that he witnessed the touching moment that he and his froggy classmate had while he was under Midnight's sleep aroma. Kya, it was so fun teasing him about that. Ben smiled inwardly. Hearing Momo's utensils finishing their task, he snapped back out of his thoughts as he began to clean up the area. Do you have any plans today, since we have a day off? He then asked as his mistress procedure to turn off the television. Well, not really actually. I already completed my homework and we're basically off until tomorrow, right? I think I'll just relax today. Mother and father always said that you should have an adequate amount of rest, after all. She smiled. In that case, perhaps I can go out and try out some new ingredients I've been wanting to test out. Ben then decided openly. Oh, for what? Momo then asked. Something I had when I was younger. I'll just leave it as a surprise for you then. I don't think it'll a good idea to be serving to your mother and father with it, but you might take an adequate interest into it, possibly, maybe, hopefully. He sheepishly rubbed his neck. Well, it's not bad, is it? And besides, if it's bad for you, it might actually be good for me. Bad is not exactly the case. It's more like a strange appearance and an even weirder taste. That being said, you may actually like it though. As they got out of the dining room, the image of this strange food began to take place as Ben quickly changed from his butler outfit and into a more casual wear, consisting of a black and green hoodie, brown cargo pants, and his trademark sneakers. After bearing farewell to everyone else in the mansion, Ben left the complex, taking a few minutes to enjoy the scenery as he exited out of the residence. Today was a nice day, there's a slight breeze, the sun wasn't too hot, and there is no villain activity, hopefully not for a while. As much as he wanted to transform into an alien, he decided not to ask for attract attention throughout the entire city. Being an extraterrestrial in broad daylight would just attract unnecessary attention to his location. The police, heroes, and even villains would react strangely to him. Prioritizing a normal profile was something he taught himself to do and reinforce, even from back then. If someone found out your secret identity, it could jeopardize everything. Well, it's still early in the morning. I can probably get the things I need and ring O. Digging into his pocket, Ben grabbed out a phone, a smartphone at that. While he was familiar with the device's concept, meaning its predecessors, this newer technology was a little different. Fortunately, Momo gave him a crash course on how to use it, and provided a small manual that came with the device. Apparently, it was the latest in standards. Looking down on the now lit screen, the familiar face of Nezu appeared for his profile. Accepting the call, he placed the device next to his ear as he began to hear the principal speak. "Hello," Ben replied. "Ah. Hello there, Ben. I was wondering if you were busy right now," he asked. "Well, with the school cancelled for today, I've gotten a decent amount of free time on my hands. Is there something you'd like me for?" "You could say something like that. I'd like for you to meet me at my office if you could." Nezu then proposed. "I'd like to speak about this in person." "Of course. I'll be there in a short bit then." Hearing a joyous response from Nezu's end, he then ended the call. "Well, I have something to do then." Looking around, he was near a densely populated area. The bright and warm morning was perfect for all the people to come out. Students, adults, the elderly, practically everyone was out and about. As he roamed around, it took him a while to find an alleyway, but luckily for him, the area was moderately dark. After walking into there, the Omnitrix flashed, replacing him with XLR8. Immediately as he placed his visor down, he zoomed up the wall, and began to speed across the rooftops. It didn't even take a minute for XLR8 to reach UA. Arriving around the corner, the Knesselaran reverted back to Ben, taking modest footsteps until he reached the front entrance. Waiting for him was not Nezu, but was actually some of his fellow classmates. Iida, Midoriya. Ben called them out. And Su-chan. Tennyson-kun. Good morning. Iida bowed. Were you also brought here by Principal Nezu's callings? Yeah. What does he want with us? Ben queried. Su-chan. It looks like that, questioning the detective mentioned. At least, that's what I think. She assumed. The rest of the group nodded, but as they turned around. Indeed. That's exactly why we're here today. Principal Nezu. It is good to see you. Iida immediately bowed, this time at a steeper angle. Everyone else followed suit, though was a bit unfamiliar with the gesture, bowing slightly higher. So, I guess we're here to give our word about the USJ incident. Midoriya asked. Yes. Detective Tsukauchi and his forces managed to report a majority of the things inside the building, but since you lot were actually in direct confrontation with the villain group, he'd thought you would all be able to give a better definition to some of his observations. He explained. Is that okay with you all? I'm good with it. Ben merely folded his arms. What about you guys? Same here. Asui nodded. Indeed. Iida followed up. If it can help with tracking the league down, we'd be more than happy to help. Midoriya smiled. Nezu responded with a small one of his own, lifting a hand. All right then. If you would all follow me to my office then. He instructed. Turning around, he began to dwell into the building, with everyone else following behind for a few minutes. By now, most of the cast had familiarized themselves with the interior of the school, but it was always nice to take a nice stroll around the facility, garnering a good look of the school until they reached Nezu's office. Opening the doorway, once again, Ben familiarized himself with the room. He had already been in here a few times, the times when he came with Momo being the most distinguishable. As Nezu prompted everyone to sit down on the opposing couch, the four obliged him. Midoriya and Asui sitting on the left side next to each other, and Iida and Ben on the other. Here, have some tea, why don't you? This isn't an interrogation. Nezu chuckled as he poured the four of them cups. As they thanked him and began to sip slowly, he positioned himself comfortably. So, first things first. You, Midoriya. He started. How are those injuries doing for you? I assumed recovery girl played her part. Ah, you could say that. Midoriya chuckled nervously. Ben smirked for a prime moment. My wounds are completely healed. I'm so glad for that. Asui smiles cheerfully. I was so worried when you took that attack for me. Thank you again, Midoriya-chan. It was nothing. He blushed a little. Everyone else smiled a little as well. That's all good then. Alright, second on the list. You four, you remember your encounter with the two hotshots, Kurogiri and Tamura. I'd like to ask a few things about them. He then got back on track. Of course, sir. Iida nodded. What would you like to know? Right to the point, excellent. Our reports from the police tried to determine and analyze all the information we could get about this hazy fellow. We can assume the basics of his abilities as well. He functions as a warp gate. Trapping people, creating portals to one destination to another. Ben listed off. But I suppose he has limits and weaknesses. Yes, he does have a weakness. Iida confirmed. May I explain? Nezu nodded in response, gesturing him. When my group was confronting the villain with 13, we learned that he was able to stretch his body to absurd distances. Even covering the person could likely cause them to get swallowed up in that void of his, but in actuality, he isn't just a mist, or a gas. He does actually have a body. Really? Asui rose an eyebrow. Affirmative. When he was about to consume me, Uraraka-san discovered that he did have a body. And not just her, but I believe that Bakugo-san and Kirishima-san's attacks also managed to point out some small details. When the two attacked, he responded with, "That was close," or some other similar line. Meaning that the only reason he could have said that, Ben knew what he was getting to. Yes. He would have to possess a physical body. And regarding Uraraka-san's dilemma, she was able to make use of her quirk by grabbing onto some metal plates that existed in the inner part of his being. Like a neckpiece. He finished. A physical body, then, we could most likely determine that he's wrapping that void-like substance around himself, similarly to a shroud of sorts. Nezu confirmed. Excellent work. Thank you, sir. Iida bowed. And, for our last question. Our other villain and their lapdog. Tamura and Nomu. Nezu's smile dimmed for a moment. I'd like to ask about them now. What do you all know about his quirk and overall abilities? We have come to the conclusion about his ability to disintegrate things he touches, but we would like to know a little more. I'll answer this one. Ben then rose his hand. Ben. Asui and Midoriya turned to him. I first caught glance of his quirk, when he destroyed the UA barrier. He revealed, making his classmates gawk a little. Don't ask me how though, it was kind of hard for me. Fair enough. What details can you disclose then? Nezu gestured on. Regarding his quirk. Disintegration doesn't really cut it. I'd rather call it decay, rather than just disintegration. Disintegration pretty much means to phase away at an equal speed, but that isn't what he can do. Depending on the material in which he tries to destroy, it can take either longer or shorter periods of time. He started. For example, when he went and began his attack on Aizawa-sensei, his skin decayed at a relatively high speed. And the UA barrier took longer to get rid of because of how tough it was. Asui guessed. Ben nodded in response. How long did it take? It took a while actually, a few minutes at that. He answered. And for what he has to destroy, he has to focus on individual spots. Since the UA barrier consisted of separated, yet tightly placed walls, he could only eliminate the one that covered the front entrance of the school. Taking all of this information in, Nezu merely nodded, cupping his chin. Everyone watched as he hummed for a short time, before smiling again. Alright, that's plenty useful. So, he has to place his entire hand on whatever he needs to destroy, and the material being affected can change the time taken to do so. Pretty much. Ben nodded. What about that Nomu thing? Midoriya then rose his hand nervously. Ah, Right, that brainless bulky freak Zoid. Ben gave a sarcastic chuckle. Iida and Asui glanced at each other, wondering why he reacted in such a way. What do you want to know? Well, regarding information, that thing's the one we have the least amount on. Nezu answered. And, well, since you were the one who fought it, what can you tell us? Wait, you fought that thing. Midoriya did a spit take. Wasn't it super fast and strong? Yeah, but I dealt with that sort of thing before. From what I can tell, given the vague information that I got from Kurogiri and Tamura, Nomu is apparently some kind of test subject. Test subject. Iida turned to him. What do you mean? They referred to it as a bioengineered being. Assuming that quirk users are only humans, that could only mean that Nomu is a person they did experimentations with. What kind of testing though? I may not be too sure about it. What about its abilities? Its quirk? Nezu asked. Its quirks? Yes, it actually had two. That must have been from the rest of the experiments done on it. Nomu has the power of shock absorption, as well as rapid regeneration. Ben's face dimmed a little. Two quirks. Asui blinked. That's quite frightening. You're telling me. I slashed its arm clean right off, and it just grew it back. Ben grumbled. I was trying to slow it down and nullify its shock absorption, but I guess what I can say is, it really was designed to fight against All Might after all. This shocked the remaining students. Nezu bore another interested look. That's understandable. Most of All Might's attacks consist of physical blows, so the shock absorption would have been able to handle most of them. And in the case if it were to get injured, it could probably heal itself quickly as well. Frightening indeed, Iida noted. Well, that was all I wanted to ask you all. Nezu then smiled once more. Thank you for your time. Ah, it was our pleasure, sir. Iida bowed as everyone stood up. Following suit, the other three did so as well. We'll be leaving now. Have a nice rest of your day. The four bade Nezu a farewell, closing the door afterwards. As Nezu finished his own cup of tea, he sighed a little, taking a look of his notes. This really has turned into a ditzy situation, hasn't it? The next day on, UA officially opened up once more. Hey, did you see the news yesterday? Hagakure bounced a little from her seat as she looked over towards Shoji and Ojiro. Our class was on the screen for a moment. I didn't stand out at all. That's quite true. Shoji responded, earning a mini spit take from Ojiro. Well, it's quite hard to stand out when you're looking like that. Ah hey, he chuckled. He reminded the teen girl about her supposed recorded moment. She was walking with the girls of the class, but she couldn't stand out because she was literally invisible to the camera. Yeah, but man, all the channels made such a big deal out of it. What do you think, Kirishima? Kaminari leaned back, glancing at the redhead sitting behind him. I was surprised as well. He admitted. Well, can you blame them? Jiro shrugged as she twirled her ear loop. The hero course that consistently brings out pro heroes was attacked of all things, and in the middle of the school year of all times. Who knows what might have happened if the pros didn't come in time? Ciro leaned forward as he joined the conversation. It was awesome how they immediately sprang into action. Truly, but where was All Might? A couple of the other students wondered. As the clock to 5 minutes before homeroom, on cue, Iida zoomed into the room, gallant as ever. Good morning everyone. Morning homeroom is about to begin. Cease your inadequate chatter and take your seats. We're already in our seats though. Ciro answered. You're the only one who's not. Kaminari added. Iida shudders as his glasses nearly crack, his face showing shock as he quickly zoomed over to his seat. With a trembling sigh, he shamefully took his spot. I have been bamboozled, he muttered. Don't mind. Ho ho. Uraraka giggled. Hey, Su-chan, who's gonna, whoa. Mina turned back to her froggy classmate, accidentally leaning back a bit too much. Before she could topple over, Asui leaned her arms against the back of her chair, balancing the girl. Thanks. Who's going to teach homeroom today? I'm still here, you know. Jesus. Ben cursed. Even I didn't notice him there. Crawling out from the front pedestal and out from his sleeping bag, Aizawa merely yawned as he scratched his head. Everyone looked towards his elbow, only to see a patch where the wound was. Morning. Sensei. Are you alright? Iida raised his hand. My well-being is none of your concern for the time being. He answered, gesturing him to sit down as he came out from his sleepiness. Because if you all haven't noticed, we have something much more important to fight. Fight. Bakugo rose an eyebrow in sudden interest. Wait a minute, don't tell me. Midoriya gulped. Villains again. Mineta cried out. The UA Sports Festival is crawling near. That's a super normal school activity. Most of the students shouted out of excitement. Oh man, I'm so pumped. Kirishima said as he stood up from his seat. The sports festival is one of the best school events EV. Wait, hold on a second, Aizawa-sensei. Kaminari barked, cutting him off. Is it really okay to have the sports festival after the villains snuck inside? That's true. What if the villains attack us again? Ojiro mentioned. They can teleport people into locations if I recall. Aizawa had soon replied. Apparently they think of it as showing UA that our crisis management system is solid as a rock by holding the event. Not to mention that as far as we're told the security will be 5 times stronger than it was in the previous years. He added. But that's not as important as what this means for all of you. This is a huge chance for you, when you participate in this festival. It won't be cancelled because a few villains found their way in. But isn't that a good enough reason? Mineta said. It's just a festival of sports. Sports. Like the Olympics. Ben blinked. Most of the class turned to him in surprise. What? I didn't think anyone in this day would know of such a past event. Iida admitted. That's quite the history you know. Huh. Ben turned to him. Ben, have you never seen the UA Sports Festival before? Izuku asked as he turned to him, seeing as how he was sitting behind him. It's a really big thing. Aizawa soon started to explain, knowing Ben didn't quite understand. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. In the past, the Olympics were called a festival of sports, and the whole country was crazy about them. As you all know, with reductions in scale and population, they're now a shell of their former glory, and now for Japan what has taken those Olympics is the UA Sports Festival. Right, this Earth is supposedly in the future. Huh, thought they would have had hoverboards by then. Ben mused. Momo smiled. And you should all know that all the top heroes all around the country will be watching for the purposes of scouting. Like Sensei said, this is one heck of an opportunity. It's typical for students that graduate here to join a pro agency as a sidekick. Though a lot of people miss their chance to become independent after that and become eternal sidekicks. Jiro added with a smug grin. I feel like that's gonna be Kaminari, since he's dumb. Hey, that's harsh. Kaminari retorted. Aizawa rolled his eyes as he continued. Of course, joining a famous hero agency will get you more experience and more popularity. Time is limited. If you expect to go pro, then the path of your future will open up at this event. As many of the students cheered for this upcoming event, Ben held a neutral look, thinking to himself about this whole scenario. A pro hero, huh? Before anyone knew it, it had already been the lunch period as the teachers in each classroom left to have a break of their own. Most of the students in Class 1A were excited and had chattered amongst themselves because of the announcement made today about the sports festival, as most if not all were super excited about it as Smintos exited their classroom. Even though all that stuff happened, I'm really getting excited. Kirishima grinned. Me too. Zero said. If we put on a good show and stand out, we'll have taken the first step to becoming a pro. It was worth coming to UA. Sato added. Keep in mind that we only receive a few chances, so we can't afford to miss this. Tokiyami reminded them as he sat on top of the class lockers. Oh man, I'm kinda getting nervous about it. Hagakure puffed. Doesn't it make you nervous, Ojiro-kun? We have to do our best to stand out. You said it. Ojiro said, before thinking to himself mentally. Although the pro heroes might not notice you unless you try really hard, given your circumstances. Man, you and Shoji are lucky. Kaminari said to the muscly teen and Ben. You've got abilities that really stand out. There's no point if I cannot show my usefulness. Shoji shook his head. Ben merely smirked as he shrugged. Too much attention might be a bad thing sometimes as well. He noted. Jiro chuckled as she turned to the human stun gun. I think you're gonna stand out the most. Hey. Don't mention that. Kaminari yelled as he was embarrassed, though most of the students were confused by why he had been so embarrassed, excluding Momo. Everyone is so into it. Izuku commented. You're telling me. Ben rose an eyebrow. Is this event really so important? Why wouldn't they be? Iida said as he stood up from his seat. We have enrolled here to become heroes, so of course we would get fired up. Don't you agree, Asui-san? Certainly, but you certainly have a unique way of getting fired up yourself, Iida-chan. The frog girl said as she held onto her bento. It's quite weird. Tennyson-san, Midoriya-kun. Don't you feel the same? He ignored her comment as he turned back to the two boys. Why yes. Of course I do. Midoriya nodded furiously. But some things, well. Deku-kun, Iida-kun, Tennyson-kun. Everyone, they soon heard Uraraka say. The group turned to her, but jumped at the fact that she actually looked intimidating. Let's do our best, she said in an ominous tone of voice. Donuts. Ben exclaimed as he nearly jumped from his seat. That reminded me of Ghost Freak. You Uraraka-san. Izuku stammered. Why your face? Why do you look scary? Kaminari exclaimed. Aren't you supposed to be the cute one? Mina soon took notice of this. Huh. What's the matter, Uraraka? You don't look as carefree as before. And you don't look calm at all, even though that's what your name means. Mineta couldn't help but turn red as he had a thought, maybe it's a PM. Before Mineta could even finish, Asui slapped him across the face with her tongue, and a second tongue from a transformed bullfrog came right after, almost on instinct. Uraraka raised her fist in the air, still having an intimidating look on her face. Everyone. I'm going to do my best. Yeah. Tenya said as he raised his fist too. Oh okay. Izuku stammered. I don't even know how I should comment this. Bullfrog said as he shrugged a little, as Uraraka continued to cheer very demonic like he reverted back to human form. Asui soon had a thought in her head. That reminds me, I wonder what Uraraka-chan's reasoning for attending UA is. Oh yeah, Izuku said as he walked next to them. I never asked either. A little time had passed before the class dispersed to go and eat their lunches either with a group, or just by themselves after the small ceremonic cheer from the zero-gravity user. Asui and her group decided to eat out in the courtyard as they had set up a small picnic so that they could sit comfortably on the grass. Though it hadn't been long before one of them had brought up the question. Sitting out with the group consisted of herself, Mina, Ben, Iida, Midoriya, and the girl in question herself. One of them proceeded to ask. My reason for becoming a pro-hero. Uraraka said as she ate from her bento box. She almost choked as they asked her. You guys want to know it? Yeah, it's been on our minds since we first met you, or at least, some of us. Mina explained. Everyone had their reason for coming to UA, so what's yours? The brunette soon stammered a bit as she suddenly had a nervous look on her face, suddenly. My reason, well, it's because, Your reasoning is, Iida said with a growing interest. Money. For the money. Izuku finished as Uraraka laughed with embarrassment, covering her face. You want to become a hero just for money? Asui wondered. Uraraka let out a groan as she smiled. I know what it sounds like. You all must have an admirable reason and motivation, so it's embarrassing for me to say. Why? Iida asked, how is having a goal to support your livelihood not admirable? Right, but it is unexpected. Midoriya added. Yeah, besides you don't seem like the type to do it just money. Ben said. There's a little more to it than that, I assume. Uraraka twiddled her thumbs a little before she replied. Well, my family owns a construction company, but we haven't been working at all, so we're flat out broke. This isn't really something to tell other people, though. Midoriya soon realized something before he said. With her quirk, if she gets a hero license then it would bring costs way down, right? With her quirk it can come in handy when it comes to construction. Mina added. You have a point. Iida said. With Uraraka-kun's help they would have no need for heavy equipment. Why yes. Uraraka said. That's exactly what I told my dad when I was little. But, he told you otherwise? Ben asked. She nodded in response, dead on the money. Something like that, Uraraka replied. He told me that he'd rather see me achieve my dream, And well, he also said he'd rather go on a vacation with me and mom. That's why, Uraraka said as she clenched her hand. I'll definitely become a hero and make money, and let my parents take it easy. Everyone in the group had been moved by this kind of motivation as they looked to with awe. Ben seemed to have smiled at this as well as he had a thought. Despite her wanting to become a hero for money, he had to admit in her own way, it was for a good cause. He couldn't help but admire that as he looked to her with admiration. He had then been bought out of his thoughts as was the others when Iida started to clap. It is admirable, he commented. Ben and the rest of the gang was then about to add onto that when there they are. The small group had been drawn to a familiar voice as they had seen a familiar man run into the courtyard just where they were. It was All Might who had been wearing a suit. Young Midoriya, you are here.
Everyone had been of course shocked to see him, especially Ben and Midoriya. All Might? Where were you during the USJ incident? Mina pouted. All Might's sweat dropped. The principal had me go and take on another assignment he had given me. I hope you'll forgive me for that. He bowed. Well, anyways, is something the matter? Midoriya then asked.
Lunch, All Might said before he showed his bento box to them. Want to eat with me? Everyone besides Midoriya couldn't help but stifle a laugh at this. He's like a maiden. So how about it? The hero asked again. Sure, Midoriya said, grabbing his lunch. Thus he left the group as they gave them a quick wave when he followed All Might. Wonder what he wants to talk about with him. Mina said. Something important, I assume. Remember what I said? Asui noted as she opened her box. Alright, Ben chuckled inwardly as he went on with his own lunch. However, Uraraka's words still stuck with him. Looking up to the sky as the rest of the group began to go through some other small talk, he thought to himself, as well as someone else who happened to be nearby. A reason to be a hero, he thought. From inside the building, Todoroki saw through the window the whole interaction. His eyes narrowed slightly as he then wandered off. Midoriya Izuku. And also, Ben Tennyson. You went to gather information about the league. Midoriya noted. Yeah, Toshinori said as he started to make tea for the two of them. He was now back to his normal state. That, and I was meeting up with someone to discuss some topics about. Who is this person? He asked. An old acquaintance of mine. I sometimes go to him for advice and the like. Toshinori smiled. Anyways, I heard the news about the USJ incident. Did you get hurt again? Well, not so much because of me using one for all, but for protecting someone again. Midoriya scratched his cheek. It was Su-chan. Young Asui. Hey, you got a crush on her, young man. He grinned, making the teen blush a little. Ha 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 ha. Youth. Well. Anyway, I'm glad to hear that you're doing alright. All Might said before turning to his lunch, taking a quick bit. Now lastly, young Midoriya, how is your progress for maintaining one for all? Well, I've begun training to circulate the overall power of the quirk into my body, instead of using it only when I need it. The teen responded. So, like a buff from a video game then. Toshinori surmised. To his surprise, Midoriya blinked a few times in a confused manner. What's the matter? Oh, I was just thinking, that's exactly what he told me. Who? The hero tilted his head. Ben. He revealed. I've been wanting to tell you. Even though he didn't know the secret of passing the quirk through consensual DNA procedures, he figured out the overall ability's usage. Really now? Interesting, he must have used one of his forms, I assume. The blonde asked. Presumably, yes. Midoriya nodded. All Might took in what Izuku had been saying as he put his fingers under his chin. Well, it looks like you succeeded in putting some kind of brake on it unconsciously. Nonetheless, it's progress, and I'm glad for you. All Might then stood up and went to the window. Just between the two of us, he then soon said. I don't have much time as the symbol of peace, and those with villainous intent are starting to realize this. He turned back to the green head. Young Midoriya, I gave you this quirk in order for you to succeed me. Not to mention that you and the rest of your class has something to prove as they continue on. The UA Sports Festival is something pro heroes. No, the whole country is watching closely. This is why I brought you here today. That means, Midoriya sweated a little as he gulped. Pointing to him with a determined look, Toshinori's blue eyes glowed. The next All Might, the fledgling symbol of peace, Midoriya Izuku, I want you to tell the world. I am here. After some time, before anyone knew it, it had been the end of the school day, and everyone was getting ready to go home for the day. The students of 1A began to pack up with the intent on resting up and getting excited and prepared for the sports festival. Momo and Ben smiled at each other as they walked over to the doorway, however. The very minute that Uraraka opened the door, she had been greeted with a crowd of people, surprising her and her classmates. All the students were whispering about each of them in the classroom, that she could hear. What the? She blinked in confusion. What the heck is this? Hey, look. It's the class that got attacked. Aren't those some of the people that got attacked last year? What business do you have with Class 1A? Iida asked. Midoriya and many other of the students bore shocking reactions to this sudden crowd of students. We can't get out. Mineta yelled. What did you come here for? Scouting the people who had first-hand experience with fighting villains. Ben guessed with a finger. Bakugo rolled his eyes as he walked past him and Momo. What do you think, Bakugo? They're scouting the enemy, small fry. He said as he just stood there in front of the crowd. We're the ones who made it out of the villain's attack. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival. And there you have it, folks. Ben bowed a little towards the rest of his classmates. Mineta's jaw dropped at the way the explosive teen spoke as he looked to Midoriya. That's just Ka-chan in his natural state. He had said awkwardly. As Ben proceeded to take out his hoverboard, Bakugo walked in front of the first person by the door. There's no point in doing something like that. He said. Move, extras. Everyone's jaw dropped at this, as did Uraraka and Iida as they let out a gasp at this. Tenya yelled as he moved his arm in a robotic manner. Don't call people extras just because you don't know who they are. I deeply apologize for his actions. Ben bowed a little as he got on, hovering above the blonde's head. Well, at least there's some people that are respectable in the hero department classes. There they saw a teenage boy around the same age as them, having messing indigo hair that mostly sticking out, and he had eyes that were of purple, and it looked as though he had bags under his eyes. He approached them, pushing his way through the crowd, getting to the front. He looked to the students of Class 1A. How many of the hero course students are like this? He asked them with a monotone expression. Immediately, the group behind Ben and Bakugo shook their heads in denial. Oh, I think I recognize you. Ben cupped his chin as he looked down. You're Shinso Hitoshi. You're in the General Studies department. Oh, the infamous shapeshifter knows me. Shinso smirked. I'm honored. Do you know why I'm in the General department then? Only 41 students were able to pass the entrance exams with the highest scores. Those who weren't on the leaderboard still had the chance to partake in the school through initiation departments like the one you're in. Ben answered. Yes, and let me tell you all, Class 1A. Shinso looked back. Because for the sports festival, all students, from every department, they're all joining in. And for the General Studies department, if we manage to do well, we may have a chance to get transferred into the hero courses. Then that means, Uraraka's eyes widened. Yes. Unfortunately, that'll mean that they also transfer people out from the hero course. It may be Bakugo, Iida, even you, Ochako Uraraka. He answered. So, did you come to scout us then? Ben continued the questions, laying down on his board. Scouting. I guess you could put it that way, but I'll have to warn you though. Shinso smirked. If you get too carried away and underestimate the rest of us students in the other departments, I, and the rest of the people here will sweep you down. Oh yeah. Ben grew into a smile, and then into a grin. A declaration of war. Hey. A declaration it is, Tennyson. Shinso grinned in response. Are you in? Oh oi Ben. Kirishima walked up. Ain't that. You could force me to agree with that mind control quirk of yours, but I can tell that you're going to use everything you can use for this. Alright then, I accept. The Omnitrix wielder stood up. But be warned, if you get too carried away and underestimate the rest of us, the hero courses will sweep down from above. Don't just count 1A, you have to watch out for 1B as well. The two stared at each other for a moment. Shinso maintained a poker face, but soon smiled once again. As expected. Nothing phases you, shapeshifter. Those two are so fucking bold. Everyone, literally everyone present yelled mentally at the same time. Bakugo merely huffed, smiling a bit as he began to walk out from the doorway. It doesn't matter. We're all foes for this, none of it matters, none of it does. As long as you rise to the top. You said it. Sato added. The top, huh? Tokiyami said. There is truth to that. Are you serious? Mina gawked. Dude, what did you do? Hang on, don't be tricked. Kaminari yelled. He just made more pointless enemies. Mineta yelled. Yeah, we'll be at a disadvantage at the sports festival. Well, he isn't named Bakugo for a reason. Momo sighed, looking to Ben with a look of annoyance. And some of us are just prone to challenges. Well, it just makes it all interesting, Yaoyorozu-san. Ben huffed with a grin as he began to fly out. Because, for this type of scenario, it's like I always say. It's eat, or be eaten. Ben, it's late, go to sleep. Momo yawned. The day that class ended, immediately, Ben had started a strict program that he developed out of the fly. It was something absurd, yet manageable in its own way and would benefit in the long run if he were to keep it. Now with the time being nearly midnight, the young mistress of the household arrived into Ben's room, noticing the night lamp that glowed ever so annoyingly in her eyes. Looking over his shoulder, the Omnitrix wielder was wearing his pajamas, and a pair of glasses. Looking down on what he was writing, the screen on his computer was lit up, with dozens of tabs open with all various kinds of information showing up. What is this? She looked on, amazed at his note-taking. Oh, milady. Ben smiled as he turned around on his chair. Just doing some scout and information recording. On what? Momo squinted her eyes as she looked on his screen, before looking at him with a surprised look. Information on every single first-year student. But how? It was actually pretty easy. Ben smirked as he twirled a pencil. While UA itself certainly has an impressive real-life barrier, their systems aren't that secure. All it took was a little brainstorm configuring. Brainstorm? You mean brainstorming? Momo rose an eyebrow. Ben merely giggled as the Omnitrix flashed, replacing himself with another alien that she didn't know. Brainstorm had a crab-like appearance. He had pincers for hands and 6 legs, and seemed to possess skull plates that were able to reveal his brain at will, which was pink in color. Wearing a black and gray neck brace, his entire lower half and center of his head was covered by a gray and black uniform. The Omnitrix revealed itself to be on the neck brace as Brainstorm's green eyes looked onward towards Momo. A giant crab with a large brain. High intelligence. Momo yawned. And an impressive standard of abilities, my dear lady. Brainstorm said with a joyous tone. Observe my natural cohesive ability to manipulate electricity with the power of my oversized cranium. Turning to his small desk that laid next to his bed, his skull plates opened up as green electricity opened and flared away, forming around a cup of warm milk and bringing it towards Momo. Adequately warmed milk does wonders in the terms of sleeping schedules, my lady. He said as Momo took the glass. I believe you shall have a much better time with dwelling down. You have quite the day ahead of you, after all. Kufufu, Momo smiled as she took a sip. I appreciate the thought. Don't overwork yourself though. We've got 2 weeks until then. Precisely why it is critical to accommodate for an early start. Rest assured though, a rest of approximately 6 hours will be secured. Brainstorm reassured her as he reverted to Ben. I'm almost done for the night. With a slight pat to the head, Momo smiled at him. As she exited the room and bade him a good night, she finally closed the door, leaving Ben to his business. With a smile of his own, he took off his glasses, smirking at the notes he had. Lifting one piece in particular, the Omnitrix's dial glowed slightly. It's time to start the training process. Let's start reviewing what we have first of all. He started as he started to read off the pieces. Documentary set number 1, Class 1A. Seat number 1, Yuga Aoyama. Age, 15, birthplace, France, birthdate, May 30th. Quirk, naval laser. Yuga's quirk gives him the ability to fire sparkly lasers from his navel. The lasers can range from short to long range, with strong enough recoil to propel the user through the air at a high speed. The beams are powerful enough to destroy metal, And because of their brightness, the quirk can also be used to illuminate dark paths or to act as a beacon, allowing others to locate Yuga's current position. Yuga can also control the width of his beams and is skilled enough at maneuvering them, to the point of being able to write perfectly on solid rock through extremely thin lasers. Its drawback though is that this quirk can only be used for 1 second at a time, as otherwise overusing naval laser will cause continuous damage to Yuga's stomach. This was the first of the pieces that Ben had started to record. While many of the quirks belonging to Class 1A wouldn't be able to do much to himself, there were some entries that did regard an interest to his attention. Such reports, like the ones belonging to Todoroki, Mina, Tokiyami, as well as others stood out. Oh, this one's a bit interesting. Ben smirked as he went through a stack of papers belonging to a report of Class 1B students. Seat number 11, Pony Tsunotori. Age, 16, birthplace, United States of America, birthdate, April 21st. Quirk, horn cannon. Her abilities originate from a pair of tall lyre-shaped white horns, her horse hooves that are her feet, and her other animalistic features. Assumingly enough, it could be said that her quirk allows her to act similarly to the way Asui Suyi does with her own frog form quirk, meaning she may be able to run on all fours, carry people on her back, charge in head first like a ram or bull, as well as other features. Another foreigner, huh? Interesting, as she also comes from the US, maybe I can try asking her about how the places are doing back there. Ben blinked in interest. The students of UA varied much in between their quirks, personalities, habits, and all the others. This pleased Ben to many levels. Information was the key to settling fights, and this could be the motherboard of them all. He knew that all of these students had their reasons for trying to win, but as Shinso and Bakugo said, none of it mattered unless you stood on top. Categorizing them into several tiers would be alright in this case, I suppose. Ben scratched his head. Tonight was only going to be the start of a long training process. The next day on, literally everyone in the school was pumped up. Immediately as soon as they could, during any free moment they had, most of the students devoted their time into training themselves. Ben was no exception. How do you train yourself when you have so many forms to keep track of? Kirishima as he rammed himself into Ben, now taking on the form of rocks. Truly. Ojiro added as he slammed his tail against him as well. Even with the few forms we've seen, no doubt it'd be difficult to keep track of maintaining all the needs for them. Well, that's the thing. Rocks grinned as they came for a duo attack. Grabbing Kirishima with one arm and Ojiro's tail with the other, he spun around and threw them off onto the floor. It's not like I have to train the forms themselves, but my body. Your body. Iida yelled as he came to a stop. The four were currently in the replica city districts, with Iida speeding as far and as much as he could. I take it to say that depending on your body's condition, it affects your other forms. Precisely. Rox nods as he reverts back to Ben. Kirishima, better watch out for people who can fight against your hardened skin without caution. Ojiro, try to mix in some attacks from your fists and feet. Try to confuse your opponent rather than going with those simplistic movements. Why yeah. Kirishima saluted him. Thanks for the advice. Ojiro smiled as he looked at his arms. How's everyone else? From what I've heard from some of the other students, some of us are in the other zones in USJ, some are training in environments that suit them, the like. Ben gestured. So, how do you guys feel about your placing in the competition? Well, that brings the question to mind. Iida adjusts his glasses. The sports festival is like a tournament. Meaning that it'll likely consist of multiple elimination rounds to lessen the overall population of participants. Yeah, I also heard that the events vary from event to event. It'll be random obstacle courses, one-on-one fights, who knows? Kirishima added. It's a game of luck. Hopefully they won't be as life-threatening as the time we just had with the league. Ojiro chuckled, joking a little. Iida and Kirishima added onto the small bundle of laughter, but Ben did cup his chin in interest. Though it does bear the thought, he mumbles, making everyone look over towards him. The event will be broadcasted through the entire world basically. People from all natures and backgrounds will be able to learn of what kinds of abilities we may have. That also includes villains potentially. Well, you have a point. Kirishima groaned. When you think about it, Yeah, we're basically broadcasting ourselves to everyone else. And that could be a good or bad thing too. Ojiro noted. It's a good thing to be able to show your abilities in the case of being scouted, but villains may be able to present themselves with new targets. The discussion bared way into more topics to be openly interpreted. As time passed by, as training sessions came to a halt, those thoughts stayed in the minds of everyone, yes, but the sheer excitement of the festival that was nearing drove those irrelevant thoughts down the drain for the meantime. It was not long until the fated day arrived. Early May, the start of the sports festival. Even from the front entrance of the school, news reporters and the mass media swarmed the area. The school itself was put into question by many of the formers, and understandably so for a specific group. This event was to be taking place nearly after students were attacked by villains, so naturally all the hype went towards the first years, Class 1A in particular. The festival itself wasn't all for them though. Students from every year participated in this event. From the hero courses, to every other department, people from all around had a chance. And while typically most of the attention went towards the developing third or second years, circumstances happened to change the flow of interest. Whispers went around like wildfire about this year's contestants. From the likes of Todoroki, whom most of his class knew that he was the son of the number 2 hero Endeavor, minor talk about some of the others managed to crawl up into their ears. This only strained the audience and their hopelessness into getting more excited. Deep in the stadium itself, the waiting rooms of every class stood separate from one another. Inside the first year's section, chatter was heard from Class 1A's room. Ah, I wanted to wear my costume. This is a special occasion, isn't it? Mina whined a little as she tugged on her uniform. Ojiro chuckles as he stretches his arms. Well, some costumes give certain students advantages with their quirks. To keep everything fair, we can't wear them. He argued back. Isn't that right, Ben? Please don't remind me about it, Ben grumbled as he folded his arms. Momo sat next to him, smiling a little as he rolled his eyes. If I knew that we were forced to wear the PE uniforms and had to go through item checks, I wouldn't have to go through all the trouble with faking information about the Omnitrix, he thought. Sato was seen fidgeting with his fingers as he sat near the large table located in the middle of the room. Tokiyami, Shoji, I wonder what the first round's going to be. Well, no matter what comes, we'll have no choice but to deal with it. The bird head folds his arms. That's all we can do. Right. Shoji nodded. All we can do is try. I just hope it's not something dangerous, Mineta gulped. What do you think, Midoriya? Well, whatever it is, it's going to be something that'll test us in one way or another. The green-haired teen responded. Some kind of obstacle course or something, I guess. It'll have to be something that a normal person could do at least. Asui poked her cheek. Not all quirks are divided into equal tiers. They'd have to set conditions relative to the availability of every student. Right. Uraraka stuttered, standing up. It wouldn't be right. Right's not really the situation for this, Uraraka-san, Ben rose an eyebrow. After all. As Ben stood up, Bakugo and Todoroki glanced at him as he grinned. Only one of us is going to be deemed the grand winner of this. HMPH, Momo smiled. Show them what you've got then. As she leans on her chin, it was then that Iida entered the room, his usual stoic and mechanical expression present. Everyone turns to him as he stood straight. Everyone. Are you all ready? We shall be departing into the stadium shortly. Immediately, everyone began their last-minute preparations. Midoriya took a deep breath while Mineta repeatedly wrote the characters for the word person, as Ben noted that many, or at least some Japanese people would try different ways to calm themselves. While most of his classmates either looked at each other or gave nervous and excited smiles, Ben merely took a short breath, calming his emotions as he left himself to expose a blank look on his face. As he was about to walk past Midoriya, however, Todoroki stood up from his seat, walking towards the duo. Bakugo noticed this as he glanced back. Midoriya, Tennyson. He called them out casually. The two turned to him with questioning looks. Todoroki. What's up? Midoriya blinked, a single sweat drop tripping down his cheek. Looking at things objectively, I'm either stronger than you two, or weaker. For you, Midoriya, I think I am stronger. He explained. Ben gave him a weird look as the green-haired teen flinched a little. Well, yeah, I guess. He admitted. And what about me? Ben smirked a little. You got anything to say? For you, you're an anomaly. He boldly said. You're someone that all of us need to watch out for. That is indeed high praise. Ben merely replied. But, for Midoriya, I've noticed something. All Might, he's got an eye on you, doesn't he? He then turned back to Midoriya, seeing him gasp a little. Don't worry, I'm not trying to pry in on that subject. But, I wanted to say this. The one who will defeat you too, it will be me. He then said, rousing looks and chatter from the rest of the students. Oh ho! One of the best in the class is making a declaration of war on his own classmates. Even bolder than what Shinso did. Kaminari whistled, but Kirishima sighed as he stood up and tried to get between them. Oi, oi, oi. Todoroki, why are you trying to pick a fight all of a sudden for? He asked, grasping his shoulder. Don't do something like this when we're going to start. No, Kirishima. Ben smiled. He, along with everyone else excluding Momo, noticed his change in tone. This is becoming interesting. And besides, I think Midoriya has something to say. Me. Said person pointed to himself. Todoroki took a moment to glance at him once more, opting him to do so. Well, Todoroki, I don't know what you're thinking when you said you'll beat Ben and I, but of course you're better than me. He looked at him in the eye. I think you're more capable than most people, but looking at it objectively, the students from every other department is looking to give it everything they got. Oh. I can't afford to fall behind, none of us are. We'll all be going for it with everything we got too. So don't underestimate us. He then finished. I got it. Todoroki narrowed his eyes as he turned back around. I'd expect nothing less. As he left the room and passed by Iida, the whole class was left silent. Even Bakugo was, although he was gritting his teeth slightly through the entire thing. As everyone remained quiet, it was then that Ben started to chuckle, though, a large grin and a face that Momo knew all too well growing as he gripped the Omnitrix. I accept your challenge, Todoroki. So, there we go. The next chapter is going to be the start of the sports festival. I've been getting some reviews asking to introduce some of the other students from the hero courses, including fellow American student Pony. How interesting would it be for the two to interact with one another, especially when Ben starts to point out the foul language that she naively learns from Monoma. I introduced Shinso as not so much as a cocky person, but as someone who's determined to prove himself, but also show that he's not afraid to talk out. Kinda like Asui in a case. In the case of this, we've speed up the learning process for Midoriya, controlling one for all, granting him an early access to full cowling. Now, it wouldn't be right to just introduce the ability without giving him some precautions, so how about this? When he attempts to use full cowling, this is around 3-5% power usage at the moment. Instead of destroying his limbs, a continuous, but manageable pain would start to surface throughout his entire body. Let me know what you guys think. So far, introducing aliens into the story usually needs situations that would require their use. For this story, for example, Ball Weevil was introduced to give off another way to end the Nomu fight without involving All Might. So, going in this path, should I alter some of the events in the sports festival? I mean, we already are, since this is a crossover, but it would be interesting to see how different aliens can affect different scenarios. Like when Todoroki and Bakugo start to race across the minefield, we can start to introduce different situations by introducing aliens that would make that particular event happen. Another thought to think about. So, with that all said and done, I'll be going for the next chapter. Thanks again for all of your support and concern. Please R&R, and I'll see you all in the next chapter. Go Beyond, plus, Ultra. Also, did you get the other reference I made in this chapter? It's based off a certain anime I watched a little while ago.